So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you enjoyed our lunch and all people returned from the nice terrace on the third floor with this excellent view over Malaga city and the Alcazaba in the background. Yes, welcome to this BiodivRestore Final Conference we have here. It's this final conference marks really a significant milestone of this IRANET Cofund Action BiodivRestore on biodiversity restoration. And yes, we are really happy to bring together all the coordinators of the different projects, representatives of funding organizations, representative of the European Commission, of course, and also the experts from the BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub. We really look forward to bring together all this expertise and your experiences on the final results and the achievements we had in this past years. BiodivRestore was started its work in 2020, and we had this singular call on conservation and restoration of degraded ecosystems and their biodiversity, including focus on aquatic systems. And so the projects which we'll present today will inform about their work on that specific call. This call started in 2021. The projects are still running at the moment, but will come to an end soon. And the whole action will come to an end only by next year, but we took the opportunity, of course, to have this event back-to-back with the final event of Water JPI, which will be held on Thursday and Friday. You know, the BiodivRestore action was a joint action, jointly funded by Water JPI, the Joint Programming Initiative on Water, and the Biodiversa network, the former network on biodiversity research funding organizations. Both initiatives shifted in the last years to so-called European partnerships. So we have the partnership Water for All already up and running, and the partnership, the European Biodiversity Partnership, Biodiversa Plus, both running since 2021. And so these are the successes under which roof, of course, all the future activities will be done. So today is an excellent opportunity, of course, to discuss with you the findings and the future on biodiversity restoration. I like to inform you that we have a special hashtag. So if you want to post anything about the conference, please do it on that specific hashtag on social media. And don't forget also to tag at Biodiversa Plus, which is also a possibility to inform here on any of the outcomes of this conference. And I'd like to inform you that, of course, this sessions of the final conference today and tomorrow morning will be recorded. So the recording and the slides will be shared on the Biodiversa Plus website. Yes, a really success, because we have not only you here in the room, on site, around 55 participants registered, and we have also 190 participants attending online. It's a real huge number, and we're really happy that we can inform so many people. Okay, short idea what we want to do. We have really a tough timeline here, so really many things to do. So after opening, we have some welcome from the University of Malaga. We're really happy to be hosted here in this nice city. We have some opening remarks also from the Research Executive Agency and the European Commission. And then want to inform you about the highlights of the BiodivRestore Cofund Action. And this will be followed by information on the BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub, some information in a joint session on the Nature Restoration Regulation and its implementation, and on the BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub work plan, which is in action at the moment. And then after the coffee break, we will start into the project presentations, the first round of project presentations, followed by a roundtable discussion and time for question and answers. And tomorrow we will have a similar schedule, so we will continue with the project presentations in two different sessions, and each of them will be followed by a roundtable discussion and questions and answers. And then we will close this final conference for the lunch break. And in the afternoon, we will have a workshop on the policy briefs clustering, and this will only be open for the participants here on site, so not be open to online participants, unfortunately. Okay, so that's the program for today, and now I have the pleasure to invite Alfonso Expósito from the University of Malaga, our host here, and to give us a welcome speech here. Thank you, Alfonso. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear project coordinators, distinguished guests. My name is Alfonso Expósito. I'm professor of applied economics at University of Malaga. I've been working my whole research history on water economics, management, and governance. So that's why I have a very strong link to this kind of topics. And it's a pleasure to welcome you all to the University of Malaga and to these final conferences of the BiodivRestore project funded by the Water JPI. On behalf of the University of Malaga, I'd like to welcome you here and to express also our gratitude for your participation in these projects and for the work you do, because for sure they have great impact on the society we live in. So we are meeting to give you a bit of background. We are meeting today in one of the most emblematic landmarks buildings, the Rectorate building of the University of Malaga, located right at the heart of the city. And this elegant building has a very characteristic style. We call it neo-mudéjar. It's kind of a mixture between the different cultures, Arabic and Christian culture we had in the past in Spain. It was built in 1916, and it served as the post office of the city. Very nice post office, big one. And after the post authority decided to move the building to another location, the University of Malaga bought it in 1993 to restore it and to convert it into the rectorate of the university, just symbolizing the strong connection between the university and the city itself. So I had prepared a couple of PowerPoint slides to show you what we do at University of Malaga regarding, well, research, teaching, and innovation on water. And just to show you that only some examples of efforts made by the university in teaching. We have different degrees regarding the environmental and water subjects, but we have a degree in environmental science. We have also several master degrees, one in water resources and environment, very focused on sustainable water management, hydrology, and advanced multidisciplinary contents, including economics, law, ecology. I teach. I'm one of the professors teaching in that master. We have also an inter-university master in environmental hydraulics in collaboration with other universities of Andalusia, Cordoba, and Granada. We have it since 2006. And we have also a master's in environmental analysis and management, focused on environmental diagnostics, monitoring, and management tools relevant to water quality and ecosystem stewardship. Regarding research, we have different centers and institutes within the University of Malaga focused on water-related topics. such as the Center of Hydrogeology of the University of Malaga. It's a very focal point, national-wide and European-wide, in terms of the study of groundwaters. We have also a University Research Institute focused on oceanic engineering. We are members of the CIIMAR. It's an international campus of excellence of the sea that has the participation of different Spanish and European institutes focused on sea topics. And we are with several members of our university belong to the Water, Environment, and Agricultural Resources Economics Research Group based in the University of Malaga, but it's a very international research group. I'm also a research fellow in that research group. And just to give you some general features of the university, it's a public university with more than 35 students, 2,000 incoming students from Europe mainly, but from all over the world as well. We are over 2,400 professors and teaching staff, 23 faculties, more than 200 programs, including undergraduate, master, and PhD. And our university is among the top 25 universities in Spain and third in the Andalusian region in the Shanghai ranking last 2023. And just to give you some examples also on the efforts made on innovation and entrepreneurship regarding water topics, we are members of the Sotdke. It's a water technological center in Andalusia. We are one of the founding members. And we have also different programs regarding startups, mentoring, development of spin-offs, and all kind of entrepreneurship and business development in the university. We have also different programs regarding PhD students, master students, and undergraduate students, and we are trying to develop entrepreneurial competencies among our student community. And that's all I wanted to tell you about University of Malaga. Again, you're very welcome to the University of Malaga and the city. I hope you will enjoy your stay. It's a short stay, but try to see as much as possible because Malaga nowadays has a lot of offer and the weather is very nice. So enjoy your stay here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alfonso, for this nice welcome here and in this really excellent city. I enjoy very much. I'd like to invite Laura Palomaroyas from the European Research Executive Agency on behalf of the European Commission. And Laura also wants to have some opening remarks from the Commission point of view. Laura, it's yours.
Thank you, Rainer, and good morning to everybody. Thank you indeed for the invitation to this meeting. It's really a pleasure to be here today as project officer managing BiodivRestore in the Research Executive Agency. It's also a pleasure because we'll be really discussing one of the areas that we follow, one of the main areas that we follow in my team at RIA. And also a pleasure because I'm from Malaga. I did my studies here, my PhD in ecology too. So it's really nice to be back in this building. I never had the opportunity to be here. So really, really nice to come back after these years. I don't know. Okay, I have it. Yes. So I wanted to start my presentation giving my congratulations to the 22 projects of the BiodivRestore call. My congratulations because this was a competitive call in which you were selected, but also my congratulations because you made it here after these 3 years of implementation, and we are now at the point of the final conference. So some of you finishing in the next months. Me and the colleagues of the Commission, and I came accompanied of two colleagues, Caroline Potier and Lucie Bidon from DG Environment and DG Research. We're really looking forward to hear about your achievements in these projects, your results, and discussing with you about how they can contribute to consolidate the research base that is so needed for restoration. BiodivRestore, as Rainer was mentioning before, represents an important collaboration of Water JPI and Biodiversa. Now they became actually the two of the European co-funded partnerships on water and biodiversity, Water for All and Biodiversa Plus. But what I say is an important collaboration because we have now an opportunity to demonstrate and showcase the increased impact that brings working together in these collaborative approaches, bringing together the communities, the resources, the knowledge that come from the two partnerships into a joint objective in this common area of work that is conservation and restoration of aquatic ecosystems. Rainer mentioned too before, no, the origin of the call of BiodivRestore back in 2020 was the start of the UN decade on ecosystem restoration, so very relevant and perfect timing for the launch of this call. But then it became really more relevant in the European context when first the Green Deal was launched in 2020, then the European Biodiversity Strategy for 2030, and even more recently, the new restoration regulation, this new piece of regulation of legislation that I imagine you all know, that was finally adopted and entered into force a bit more than 1 year ago. Without forgetting, and I wanted to mention too, the very recently launched, it comes from this year, the EU Water Resilience Strategy, very important too now in the policy context and with the restoration of the water cycle as one of the main objectives. But I want to come back to the nature restoration regulation because with this new policy, the European Commission has set up an unprecedented ambition for the European environment, with binding obligations for the member states, objectives in the shorter, in the longer term, specific targets covering specific ecosystems. And we'll be discussing the details of this in the sessions of today and tomorrow. But I wanted to highlight something that I find very interesting, very particular, that is this encouragement that is taking place at this initial phase of the planning of the restoration actions about strategic and synergetic visions on the restoration actions. And this relates to different things, but in particular, I wanted to point out to building on what already exists for this planning. Building on local actions, experiences at the local level, networks that were established, stakeholders that were already involved. Taking this into consideration and building on this will be essential for an effective planning that has to take place. Sorry, yes, indeed. And related to this message, continue with this, I wanted to show this slide. It was presented a couple of weeks ago in another event on freshwater restoration by the project Merlin. Merlin is one of the flagship projects on restoration that we are managing at the Research Executive Agency in REA. And Merlin proposes that for an effective restoration, for an effective planning, we really need to have a dual approach towards restoration, combining top-down processes based on policy and as enablers, actually, of the restorations activities, combined with bottom-up initiatives based on these local experiences and continuously informing the process through the results that are obtained from these experiences, positive and negative results of these experiences. So both things in combination are important. And I think it's important to keep in mind that implementation happens at the local scale, and a lot has happened already. So this needs to be considered as the base for building this larger scale that is needed. There's really an opportunity to capitalize on successful projects, learning and benefiting from experiences, platforms, networks established. So this will be important, and indeed, there's really a good opportunity from the research community to contribute on this sense. And I wanted to present an example of some projects that work in this direction. Merlin, together with the projects funded under the same call, Superb, Rescodes, and Waterlands, they constitute together the cluster of projects on restoration, the Green Deal restoration, we call them, and we are supporting this cluster from the agency. And what I wanted to emphasize is the collaborative work they have done to increase their impact by working together and giving visibility to their results and producing joint outputs and resources in support of the restoration regulation implementation. So now we are at the end of the BiodivRestore projects. And I think it's important to keep in mind that there is still an important task. You have very nice results coming up, but it's important that they don't remain limited to the academic community, to scientific papers and publications. So we need this knowledge also available and usable by all the stakeholder community. For this, I think you count with an excellent support from the two partnerships. And I wanted to highlight the recent event on the nature restoration regulation, the dialogue event that took place in Paris in May of this year, as an example of actually the support that you can get. And of course, the initiative of BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub, really to support these collaborative efforts I was talking about before for promoting an effective contribution to policy. Besides that, I wanted to also tell you that there are other resources available from the Commission side and that you can use and you can benefit of. And I put here the main platforms, initiatives that we have at the moment, really working at this science policy interface, starting by BioAgora, that I think is the most important one, really working in bridging this gap between science and policy. We have also Network Nature, that is a platform focusing on giving support to all the stakeholders working on nature-based solutions and promoting and making visible the results coming out of these projects on nature-based solutions. We have also the EU mission on ocean and waters, with also a core component dedicated to the restoration of marine and freshwater ecosystems. So these are resources that can help in the next steps for the projects. And very quickly to mention one more concrete that I invite you to check up is this BioAgora recently launched Freshwater Knowledge Exchange Network. BioAgora is indeed as one of the activities that they are doing in the science policy interface. They are setting up a series of networks around specific topics, and the one on freshwater is already launched and became active very recently. The idea is that actually that people are in contact and are available for activities, to support activities related to policy feedback. And yes, you can join. You are invited to join these as experts, and there will be other ones coming up, as there will be, for example, one on restoration that could be relevant for you. So keep an eye on the work of BioAgora too. And just finally, to mention that from the European Commission, the support to research on the topic of restoration will continue. And we are indeed collaborating with Biodiversa in the current open call, BioDiv Connect. I'm sure it will come in the discussion. Restoration of ecosystem functioning, integrity, and connectivity. The call is at the moment open with the deadline of 7th of November. So don't miss on that. And there are some topics actually in the work program of 2025. Now they are closed, but they are in the process of evaluation. The proposals that were received are now in the process of evaluation. So there will be more projects coming out of these four topics, and there will be more on the work program of 26 related to the topic. So more knowledge to come and more actually contribution to this labor that you are doing, this work that you are doing on this topic. And with this, I give you thank you and really good luck with enjoy the conference today.
Thank you so much, Laura, for these very excellent opening remarks here and these insights also. And yes, indeed, thank you also for mentioning our own open calls. We now want to inform you about the highlights of the BiodivRestore Cofund Action. And as I mentioned, this IRANET Cofund Action was a joint activity from Water JPI and the Biodiversa network, which moved to the new European partnerships. So under the umbrella of the actual partnerships, the current action is still managed. So I'd like to inform you first about the framework conditions of these European partnerships. And I present here some insights very quickly about the Biodiversa Plus partnership. Afterwards, Esther, I'd like to invite you to come to the stage right now. We will inform you also about the Water JPI relations to the BiodivRestore Cofund Action. So Esther Diez from Water JPI and ANR, very welcome here on stage too. And finally, I will come back to the highlights on the BiodiverStore Action. So, okay, let's start with the Biodiversa Plus European partnership. It evolved from the former Biodiversa network. Now we have more than 80 partners from more than 40 countries. It's a partnership which brings together actors from the research realm and the policy realm. So many ministries from both sectors and funding organizations and environmental protection agencies from many countries, not only in Europe. And the basis is to work for the European biodiversity strategy for 2030. We have a so-called strategic research and innovation agenda. I only want to highlight on the very left of the left picture. You see here a structure of our strategic research and innovation agenda, which is divided into different topical themes and cross-cutting themes. And there's the one theme on the left, which is on biodiversity protection and restoration. And this is, of course, very much linked, of course, with the work here in BiodivRestore. On the right, you see the structure, how the partnership is structured. We have 4 so-called flagship programs, which are dealing with different topics. There's one on improving transnational monitoring. We have supporting transformative change. We have a program on promoting nature-based solutions. And we have one on the upper left, protecting and restoring biodiversity. This is, of course, also linked to the restoration topic. And the outer circle shows you the different work packages. I only want to highlight that there are also work packages with the interface with policy and practice and the enhancement of the global impact, of course. And yes, we have a big program on funding research starting in 2021. And I want to highlight of this year's call, Laura already mentioned. So we have an open call on the topic of restoration of ecosystem functioning, integrity, and connectivity. This call, I think you know, most of you know it already, is covering, of course, wants to seeks for innovative research on nature restoration practices. And of course, we are seeking again high quality research projects and innovation projects, which will cover a wide range of aspects, of course, from maybe indicators to environmental regulations and policies. And of course, all of them should make contributions to the progress towards international and European biodiversity policy commitments. That's clear. And Laura also mentioned the deadline is the 7th November, so approaching rather soon. If you're interested, of course, approach us. Some more information. Besides all the other work packages, we have some transversal work packages on communication, which will also support, of course, the running Cofund actions, for example, with newsletters, social media, information, press briefings, etc. We have a work packages on stakeholder engagement, for example, our stakeholder engagement handbook, and we support with several web tools, our intranet, open access portal, and several databases on research projects. Okay, I see. Okay, you see we're connected with lots of initiatives, including the water sector. We'll skip this, and now I put forward to Esther. Esther, please, Water JPI.
Hello, good afternoon. So just a few words from the Water JPI. So as Rainer mentioned earlier on, we are closing our initiative at the end of this week. This is why we are holding our final conference here in Malaga, back to this BiodivRestore conference. So this is the bad news. But the good news is that actually we are not going to stop our activities on biodiversity. We will continue funding more research on biodiversity through the Water for All partnership. I'm not going to present that program because I only have 5 minutes, but I really invite you to follow the final conference of the Water JPI. And on Friday morning, the first session is going to be dedicated to the presentation of Water for All. So there you will have more information about the objectives of the program and the different goals that will be launched. Anyways, going back to the Water JPI, what I wanted to mention is that biodiversity, the ecosystems, has been really a priority topic for the Water JPI. I have included in this slide the 4 themes that were included in the final strategic agenda of the Water JPI that was published back in 2020. So I think it was the same year that the BiodiverStore call was launched. And actually biodiversity, ecosystems were mentioned in the first theme of the strategic agenda, but actually it was a topic that was pervading everywhere in the strategic agenda. So when we talk about health and well-being, we are obviously looking at the restoration of ecosystems, how ecosystems can be more resilient also to climate change, and how that is going to impact human health. Obviously, in that area, we also included other topics related to pollutants. In the third theme of our strategic agenda, we focus more on water value and usage. But here, there was also a direct link to biodiversity and ecosystems, because we wanted to look at, for instance, trade-offs and socioeconomic values of ecosystem services well beyond the ecological terms. And finally, we included in our agenda a 4th theme, which was about sustainable water management. So here you can imagine that as well ecosystems and biodiversity were crucial, because through the restoration we can improve the management of our water resources. So it is not surprising that BiodiverStore has been a flagship project for the Water JPI. And what we are really hoping is that through the different projects that were funded, that we will gather information, more insights into how to make policymaking more sound and more impactful. We were particularly interested in the identification of effective restoration strategies, the interdisciplinary approach. We are always talking about pluridisciplinarity, and we are really looking forward to having the final results of the different projects, because we want to investigate how this approach has been taken into account and how we can, for instance, consider much more the socioeconomic analysis into the ecological research that has traditionally taken more place than socioeconomic science. We want to better understand ecosystem-water interactions. So we want to get new insights into how biodiversity underpins water quality, retention, nutrient cycling, etc. And as I mentioned, I think that the fundamental objective of the different funded projects is to strengthen policymaking. Just to conclude, a few takeaways. I think really that BiodiverStore is a clear example of good collaboration between the Water JPIs. Unfortunately, it seems quite complicated to have this kind of collaboration in this new framework of the European Commission, which is the partnerships. So we are trying to figure out other possibilities of collaborating. It will not be done through joint calls as we did in the Water JPI, which I think is really a pity. But once again, we are really trying to find out other ways of collaborating. But in this case, I think that the collaboration between Biodiversa and the Water JPI was really successful, and we managed to fund a good number of projects. So this is really very good. And we have to continue also exploring more synergies. So collaborating also, for instance, in the preparation of our different strategic agendas and trying to identify possibilities for clustering the projects, because I think it's important that the projects can communicate and that we can achieve a better pluridisciplinarity. We have to continue working on the upscaling of solutions. It's very important to identify local solutions, but it's also important to look at how we can really upscale them. And I really hope that through these projects, we will have a better idea on how to do it. And finally, and as I mentioned at the very beginning, the Water JPI is concluding, but really continue looking at the opportunities that will come up through the Water for All partnership. We launched our program in 2022. We have already launched 4 calls for proposals, one of them on ecosystem services in 2023, but I'm sure that there will be more opportunities to come. In particular, there will be a demonstration call. We don't know about which topic, but it might be biodiversity. So just keep a look at this program. And I think that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther, for having the insights on Water JPI. And oh, there it is. I now want to focus on some highlights of the IRANET Cofund Action BiodivRestore. As you know, we had one central major call, which was co-funded by the European Commission. And we have different other accompanying activities, of course, the collaboration between Biodiversa and Water JPI. We had activities on capacity building, for example, on data management, on networking and clustering, on synthesis of research outputs, on the uptake and transfer of research results. And we also were planning to have an additional call or a similar activity here with the action. So let me start with a joint call. We started in 2020. The call was about conservation and restoration of degraded ecosystems and their biodiversity, including a focus on aquatic systems. We were able to bring together 31 funding organizations all over Europe from 27 countries, and we were able, as we already mentioned, to fund 22 projects, which will be presented later today and tomorrow morning. And we were able to fund more than 21 million euro, including co-funding by the Commission. The project started in between December 21 and April 22, where as one of the highlights, our kickoff meeting in May 22, we had the midterm meeting last year in January, and now, of course, our final conference here today. Then we had different activities, of course, to increase, the impact of the research community through clustering, to networking and capacity building, and to highlight some milestones we had. We had this workshop in 22 on clustering the projects to promote synergies and clustering of the projects. To increase cross-fertilization between the projects, and of course also to link and network with other projects which were funded by the European Commission. And we had this data management workshop also in 22, which provided hands-on advice for the projects for reviewing the management plans and for capacity building on data management. Then we had several activities on communication, exploitation, dissemination of the results. For example, the booklets here on the call, several social media information, policy briefs, and others, which is supported by our communication team. And yes, of course, then we had the BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub, and we have now in a session of its own on the BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub, and this will be presented by my colleague Ondřej Kusbach from the Czech Agency for Research, and you will present the Knowledge Hub. Thank you, Ondřej.
Okay, thank you very much, Rainer, for the introduction, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to be here and to present the BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub, which is an activity that I'm coordinating along with my colleague Chloe Durieux from FRB in France. And we will present you the I will present you the introduction first, and then, of course, the two sessions I will follow up with the experts from the BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub involved directly. Yeah. So I've put the first slide as some kind of a very introduction slide, and for you to see who is involved. We have put together a team of experts and scientists mainly who are working on the topic of restoration, either from the BiodivRestore funded projects or some other projects. And those are pictures from our physical meetings that we had. The first one was in May 2024, and the second one was the same month, but in 2025. And as we put together a strong team, I've put the sentence that the restoration is a team sport, which of course very much applies, because restoration is very much needed to be developed on the let's say science level, but also it needs to be very much connected to the stakeholder and practitioner level, etc. As I already mentioned, we've put together a team of 50 experts, and those experts are from the BiodivRestore projects and also other Horizon 2020 or Horizon Europe restoration projects. For example, the four main projects that Laura Palomo mentioned, the four Green Deal projects, are also involved in the Knowledge Hub. And we try to focus to have an interdisciplinary group of experts, of course. So mostly there are experts focused on ecology or biodiversity, but we have also some of them which are focused on social sciences, economics, political science, or land management and law. And of course, we have the aim of to support the member states mainly with the implementation of the nature restoration regulation. And part of the Knowledge Hub is also focused on feeding in the research and innovation agenda on the topic of restoration. And during our duration of when the hub has been launched, we have participated also in multiple events and conferences, and we are trying to be visible on the field of restoration, of course. And just to remind a very small aspect of the workman activities. These activities are going to be developed until September 2026, which is also the closing of the BiodivRestore Action. And we plan to develop papers, reports, policy briefs, have some webinars, and of course some more activities are to be done. So this was a very small introduction, and just to give you some information on the picture on the right. Yeah, I tried to use some AI to develop some funny logo for the BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub, and this is the result. So take of that what you want. It's really just for fun. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And now I would like to welcome some BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub experts and members for the first session, which will focus on the nature restoration regulation implementation and on some insights and critical perspectives. So first, let me introduce Laura Guimãraes from CIIMAR and University of Porto in Portugal, and she's representing the BiodivRestore funded project BioReset. So please come to the stage, Laura. The second representative of the Knowledge Hub is Jean-Yves from CNRS in France, and representing the Emys-R project, also under BiodivRestore. Then the third expert involved here, it would be Kris Decleer from INBO, Research Institute for Nature and Forests in Belgium, and also Kris is representing the Society for Ecological Restoration Europe. Please, Kris. And last but not least, Laura Puértolas from ALBIREM Sustainability in Barcelona, representing the Rest Coast project. Please, Laura.
So good afternoon, everyone. Hope you have had a great lunch, and thank you. So I'm going to start going back on what we heard, and one of the initiatives, very important one, was the dialogue event, the fourth dialogue event that was held by Biodiversa Plus, and some of the hub members helped organize, support the organization, and were present on these discussions. I invite you to access the report here. It just came out very recently, and this is going to be kind of an opening hat for what you will hear next on the hub activities to complement this. I'm just going briefly on through the results of this dialogue event. So the main aim was to exchange on the preparation of nature restoration plans, which are very important. And with those objectives you can see there, and there were 20 EU member states representatives involving in the coordination of the drafting of the plans that accepted the challenge, and plus the 6 BiodivRestore representatives. And so how can I? Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah. So it all started with the pre-survey that we prepared and was sent to everyone. And from there, we organized the interactions during the dialogue. And these are main findings that resulted from that exchange. Basically, the representatives of the member states started with facing this through the Natura 2000 sites. Obviously, there was already some reporting data, so they focused on Article 17 of the Habitat Directive and Article 12 of the Birds Directive, because there was already much data there. Some of the member states had already bigger monitoring surveys going on, but most of them did not. It was quite difficult. So the idea was to start from the Natura 2000 sites. But there were some difficulties here also, because most of the data is a little bit difficult to access, and it does not exactly correspond to what would be needed for this, because globally, the representatives recognize that there is no ecosystem approach underlying that data, because the directives were asking for reporting of specific information related to the habitats or the species there, the endangered species. So that was the main problem. But then other things such as data not updated, unreliable or not compared. This was because of lack of capacity or funding, or different opinions, expert opinions and interpretations that may arise, heterogeneous employment of methods. Not all methods were the same in different areas, even in the same country. Of course, and a lot of problems with the databases. Putting together the data, they are spread to different databases in digital and non-digital formats. So that was a kind of a problem. Then there were also capacity constraints, because this came to impose an additional requirement and effort, requesting effort from the same resources people that were already doing a lot of important tasks on these directives. And there is limited support, additional support. So several member states asked for technical support to the European Commission via dedicated technical support instruments, for example, because this is very a significant constraint. more or less in May, this was held in May, and the most member states were at the beginning of the process with starting the institutional setup. There were still some difficulties or unclear decisions about the competent authorities or the interaction in terms of governance and strategy, things like that. One of the most recognized things also was about the expertise required. It's apparently quite difficult to involve experts on this. The representatives were telling us. So because there is a lack of financial support, lack of time, some had previous difficulties with this kind of involvement, so they are not very keen to be involved again. And so overall, this led to the recognition that because of the complexity of the directive, there needs to be some additional training to cover up on this. One of the things is that several member states said there was it was difficult to grab the legislation and the terms sometimes out of the ecological scope and to make them clearer. So that was another relevant aspects. And of course, one important thing was the stakeholder involvement. Well, some member states reported to have some meetings, but it was not really a bottom-up approach. Some were more general, involving different groups, but often to present the decisions already. There apparently someone felt some lack of involvement and communication. There's a global recognition in our discussions that the communication needs to be improved for that the stakeholders can understand better the benefits. It's a really difficult problem about understanding the benefits and managing the conflicts. There is a reluctance of the primary sectors to move their position. There is fragmented funding, a lot of problems. And so also some opportunities came up. For example, the cross-border interaction, harmonization of methods, the creation of national and biogeographical hubs. Some countries were already doing that, as Biodiversa Plus recommended. And the role of citizen science, which is a little controversial because it requires a lot of support, but it's a really good method to involve people. And of course, the conflict resolution was another important aspect. So basically, the most important gaps were information and methods to favorable reference areas to define them, and quantification. The scaling up of restoration, that is not an usual common task. Lack of harmonization of methods and socioeconomic analysis that could help also manage the conflicts and translate the importance of this restoration in the long term for everyone. And of course, given this, the hub took a series of actions directly there, supporting with information. Then in the report, for example, on the lack of baseline data on to do it. And now we are working in several aspects, as you can see there, producing a digest of the law to make it easier and to support the representatives and producing policy briefs related to the knowledge gaps and also papers on that. So some final message, there are some systems that are overlooked, which is the marine coastal systems and the freshwater systems, because they are not used in experience. And although there is the Water Frame Directive and the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, spotting on them for years, they are ecosystem based and not exactly and as the habitat and the species directive. So it makes it more difficult to face it and integrate it. So at first, these ecosystems are not a priority, as it is not either dedicative management, for example. Yes. So thank you.
Jean-Yves, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. So I'll just present you something about the French view of the nature restoration regulation in France. That's a quite personal view with Yves Ménard, a colleague of mine. As far as nature restoration regulation is concerned in France, earlier this year was a report from the Council of Economy, Social Environment, which is the third major assembly for democracy in France. And they reported some main breaks about how to implement the nature restoration regulation, which were the complexity of compiling the different files that happened, considering the multiplicity of stakeholders and interlocutors who are committed in every level of nature regulation. A lack of resources, as was just mentioned, not only money and people, but also land. I will come back to this later. And the population's lack of engagement on all these topics. They also identified some main levers. First, mobilizing the existing tools like Natura 2000 for facilitating access to this land. Also mentioned that in France, there are 10 billion euros every year that are spent, public monies that are spent, but that are harmful for biodiversity. Should be a way to transfer these expenses to a more sustainable approach and as nature restoration regulation, and comply with the usual sequence, avoid, reduce, and compensate, keeping in mind that when you compensate, that means that somewhere, somehow, you destroyed some nature, some natural environments. Comply with a zero artificialization policy, preserve the ecological connectivities, quite usual, and also promote an alternative governance, as that was mentioned as a break as well. But in France, what we also did this year, that's adopting a law, which is a Duplon law, which comes with 5 major measures. The first one, that's reauthorizing the neonicotinoids. The second one, that's the loss of the independence of the Health National Agency, and especially with the focus on pesticide use. Facilitation of huge water storage, that's what we call mega basin in France, which is a key issue at every level. The increase of the intensive farm capacities and weakening the environmental police. Well, this led to a major public outcry where 2 million citizens signed a petition against this law. And that's basically where we are. And that clearly shows that there are frontiers between what we need, what's decided, and what people think and want. So that goes to a heuristic that I would like to share with you. That's based on a paper that we produced with Yves Ménard last year. That's about breaking the frontiers in conservation with already existing tools that are the protected areas. So basically, we go with the reasoning that everywhere we have natural items, we have people, we have wildlife, we have ecosystems and habitats. And for decades, and if not centuries, protected areas were defined mainly, if not only by politicians who were deciding where to put nature, where to put people. And that led to what we call the green colonialism, which is, well, basically we define limits of areas. Eventually we moved people from these areas, and that led to a lot of unpeaceful interactions between people and between people and nature. Also that exacerbates conflicts that was within perimeters that was not formally defined at the beginning, and also without any consultation from science. So that led us to define these 3 borders. The first one on the left, that's the border between the natural and the anthropic items. The second one, that's about the knowledge and the decision makers. And the last one, that's what we call undefined protected areas and the rest of the world. So how do we break these borders? What we propose first, that's at some stage came the participatory processes where we involve local communities in the decision of protecting, defining protecting areas. That has the advantage of promoting peaceful relations and interactions, and that's reducing conflicts between the different people and nature as well. But we still have some issues that are human are still prioritized with this kind of approach. The perimeters are still badly defined, and the consultation value of science is still not performed. So what we propose, that's in one way breaking the other borders, that's by engaging scientists actively in the decision making, but also benefiting of their knowledge for representing the non-human items, non-human nature items. This way, we think that we actually can break these borders. First, that permits the science, what did I write? The science contribute to the decision making, but also providing knowledge on the non-human species and ecosystem to get them involved in decision making. That's, for example, the Loire Parliament. We are now able to provide a voice to nature items. And what we always think that what has to be done, that protected areas, they have to be flexible, they have to be geographically dynamic for being the best fine-tuned, the best adapted to the conservation purposes. So is that realistic? Well, that was supposed to come step by step. Well, at the small scale, it's doable. That's management plan that most nature reserve and protected areas have, but that's difficult to implement, and that's not systematic, which from our point of view is probably not efficient. So what we propose that at a large scale, considering some big changes that should be done at different levels of institutions, we should find a way first to have a global reorganization of the processes that are defining the protected areas and the goals, a change in the attitude amongst conservation researchers and scientists, but also from our institutional point of view, change the scientific policy to reward scientists who actually engage themselves in conservation. Well, that needs some big changes for making nature restoration law, but also target 3030 doable and operational. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Yves. And Kris, it's your, sorry, it's Laura now. My apologies.
Yes, thank you very much. Just to go on illustrating the activities that we are doing in the hub, also in line with the nature restoration regulation and everything. I just wanted to highlight some of the elements that emerge when we try to do the things at the larger scale, as Jean-Yves has also mentioned. So we see there are a lot of complexities that we need to face in the coming months and years if we really want to have a good performance when implementing this regulation. But also we have a lot of good things, good ideas, not only within the hub, but also in the Biodiversa Plus, let's say, community, no? With a lot of results that can be potentially used to feed up many of the data gaps that, for instance, Laura also has mentioned at the beginning. So one thing I wanted to emphasize is that we are all handling with results of different types, quantitative, qualitative, and different sources of information that potentially can support upscaling restoration in Europe. On the one hand, just to mention again, the feedback of these research projects that sometimes can be more direct to the commissions, for instance, with this Green Deal cluster project that also Laura Palomo has mentioned at the beginning. because sometimes it is even hard, no, to be able to spread this message into something that can be more directly feeding policymakers, member states. And this is one of the valuable things that can be also done in this hub when we can try to be, let's say, a bypass to improve this bidirectional communication. But also the feedback to restoration practitioners and stakeholders is a must. And we have many different types of sources that can help to promote training, empowerment, cooperation, transferability, and dissemination, and much more, because there's also a big need these days, also considering the change in the traditional way of funding nature restoration in Europe. There is a growing need on communicating the multiple benefits and co-benefits and the positive impacts and externalities, not only for the environment, that for sure is one of the key priorities because of its intrinsic value and also the ecosystem services delivery for us, but also the socioeconomic benefits. So we need all to try to go on spreading this message, to try to also have an impact on the upscaling perspective. And then also to put a focus on co-creation and participatory approaches. Governance has also been something very much highlighted in the interaction with member states, and in many projects, failings in governance or participatory approaches can be sometimes more severe than technical staff or issues in projects. So it's also something that we need to try to emphasize if we want to be successful when implementing larger scale projects. So first of all, holistic and multi-level vision. This is very important. So not try to consider also in these plans, not a segmented view, but to try to work on a more systemic approach. So not only to think about a marine project, but to think about it from a river basin approach, from a river to sea approach. That is not something new, but it's something that is still not applied per se in the most of the projects. So it's important to highlight this. And also to think about different levels, different types of stakeholders, different type of uses in the territory that are going to coexist and that we need to consider when implementing. Another, let's say, hot potato is the prioritization of measures. Where do we should act? Where do we put the money? And this is also something very relevant for member state representatives that are drawing these plans, and very much interesting for stakeholders, scientists, and all of us that we want also to have our ideas heard, let's say. Because at the end, there is a limited capacity, limited resources. And so there is a challenge, let's say, but there is also room to try to think more strategically and to try to think beyond the borders of protected areas, as it was also mentioned, but also to try to think about how prioritization of the places in which we should act more intensively can be then having a positive impact in terms of passive restoration or rewilding, if we want to have an impact at a broader scale, if we somehow reduce or stop the degradation processes and all of this. So all these topics were also on the table with the activities that we do. Also to put an emphasis on the acceptance and the usefulness of the restoration actions, to also gain public and community support. And it means that all these national restoration plans also have to be implemented on the foundation of trust or not that was coming from previous experiences. And this is also something that means that we can have a paid way to act or not, but we need to try to put an emphasis on building this trust, trying to reach agreements within different sectors and try to build synergies. And for all of this, is also very important to have an inclusive and meaningful dialogue with stakeholders to be able to engage them and to make them sure that they feel that the time that they are spending engaged in these activities is worth to be spent, because it means that we need to have a good planning of all of these activities, because we have seen many examples in which the power of stakeholders is really something very invaluable that we can use in all of this. No? So it's something that from different type of projects we can see. And for instance, just to give you an example, some habitats are more complex than others. For instance, rural communities, coastal areas, or marine habitats. And we also have some projects that have been focusing on that. For instance, in West Coast, we have also been working on landing the EU nature restoration regulation at coastal level. And it's also another task that we are working now in the hub with a foundational digest that we also expect to have a positive impact. And just to finish, to bring another example from a member state that from March to now has also been activating more the participatory processes. It was an example from Vitor Cambria, that is also co-chair from the hub that is not here today, but that is also engaged in the scientific consultation process that has already started in Italy. So I just also wanted to share with you that even when in some cases there is a lot of room to improve things, but also there are initiatives that are moving, and that we in the hub can also try to mobilize this knowledge, these experiences from different countries, from different ecosystems, to support the implementation of the national restoration plans. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flora, and Kris, please.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. I will make the bridge between a nice national restoration plan and how it is implemented in the field, and we hope for ambitious implementation of nature restoration in the field. And then I like to emphasize two elements where you, the scientific community, can really make a huge difference. I'm sure that in the first phase of any restoration project, the assessment phase, you are all agreeing that it's really important to properly understand how a habitat or a habitat of a species is functioning within its landscape context. Without that knowledge, we are in the dark, we can't do good restoration. So this is where the LISA concept or approach pops up. LISA stands for Landscape Ecological System Analysis, and it's all about understanding those relationships between abiotic and biotic conditions, and also the pressures that are out there in the landscape. LISA is also about looking at how to understand conditions that changed over time, and how climate in the future may change the conditions. And without that knowledge, again, probably we will fail. We will not have sufficient information to have sustainable results. And let me also emphasize again that it is mandatory in the nature restoration regulation, when you want to define favorable reference area, that you have a knowledge of how were the conditions in the past, what was the area of the site, what were the conditions, and also to look at climate change, because your favorable reference area needs to be the answer towards the need for more climate resilience. So without that information, we can not do without. And I also played a little bit with AI, like my Ondřej did. The results are not that great. I gave up, but I made the covers of 6 manuals for drafting a LISA. So with all the guidelines in them, for instance, what do you need to measure, how to interpret results. And imagine we have those documents at the EU level. A member state who is doing an implementation of a nature restoration project in the field and wants to hire a consultancy firm, the member state can say, look, this is the procedure you have to follow. to do this proper assessment of the first phase of your restoration in the field. So the covers are there. The content, of course, is up to you all. And I think BiodivRestore should not be ending here, but it is just starting. We really need this information, these guidelines. And the second element I want to emphasize, and it's a little bit out of my comfort zone because I am not an expert in socioeconomic evaluations of restoration, but I'm sure you all are familiar with the quote that was put in the promotion for the nature restoration regulation, that €1 investment results in 4 to 38 euros of socioeconomic return. So this was calculated on the basis of different ecosystem types. There's also a number available for what does that mean at EU level. At least it was calculated for 7 ecosystem types. And what does it mean at member state level? So when you see in red, second red, is that the cost benefits, if you implement the nature restoration regulation for 7 ecosystem types, your benefit is 11 times higher than your cost. So I also want to ask your attention for the cost benefits per member state. Not many people know that those numbers are out there, so you find the reference below. And of course, that is hugely important to promote this to citizens, but also to politicians. And that's why do I raise this here? Because it's a little bit frustrating when you talk to politicians at national level or local level. They don't believe this 4 to 38 euros benefits. They deny it. They say, oh, you can say anything. So the only alternative we have is to come up with numbers at the local level. And therefore, we need tools, and therefore, we need expertise of you all to come up with numbers. What are the benefits at local level? So let me also remind that in the next 2 years, 10% of the budget in 26 and 27 will or should be spent for biodiversity. But we see that the main budget is allocated in the CAP funds and the regional development funds. And what we see is that member states don't seize the opportunity or prioritize to make use of that available money. So this brings us in a vulnerable situation, because in the discussion, what in the next multi-annual financial framework, and we don't even take up this amount of money, then of course they will say, oh, you don't need that much money for biodiversity, you don't make use of it. So I call to you all to really push the governments to take the opportunity for 10% of the available budget for nature restoration in the 2 coming years. So this is also a figure out of the impact assessment of the national restoration, the nature restoration regulation. Cost of inaction in green, you see, is 1,700 billion euros, and the cost is only 154 billion euros. So it is obvious, those numbers still. Politicians don't believe that. They are there somewhere in the cloud, and we need to come up with concrete numbers at the local level. So what we need is sufficient detailed geospatial tools, ecosystem type-based tools and standards. I'm not aware, at least, that there is some common web page where all these tools are available, where you can go and find and connect with colleagues to share methodologies, to share problems. So I think there's really a need to work together, and also on a project basis. We need to have some very good applications that can be, that you don't need to be a professor in biology to use. And so something practical where you at the local level, at the project-based level, you can use to underpin the decisions that need to be made. And I've added some tools that are already out there, but I'm sure there are many more. So this is my call upon to you. Make not only fancy national restoration plans, but we need to start thinking about the real implementation in the field, and LESA and these socioeconomic geospatial tools are really key for success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kris, and thank you all. We were supposed to have a Q&A session after this session, but unfortunately we are running quite late on time. So I would like to thank you all, and with the exception of Laura Puértolas, you may take your places again in the seating area. Thank you very much, and round of applause, please. Okay, as I mentioned, if you have any questions, you will still have the opportunity to ask them to anyone at the end of the second session, hopefully, and also during the breaks. So now we will move towards the BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub work plan in action, let's say. And for this, I would like to invite to the stage another set of BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub experts. So first of all, Maria Browns from Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research, representing the BiodivRestore funded project Restolink. Please. The second one will be Kim Magnus Bærum from the Norwegian Institute for Nature Research, NINA, representing the Fresh Restore project. Third one will be Methode Sotirov from University in Freiburg in Germany, representing the Biodiv Consent project. Please, Methode. And last but not least, again, Laura Puértolas, representing ALBIREM Sustainability and the West Coast project. Laura, please. Thank you very much, all. And I will give the floor now to Methode to present the work plan of the BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub. Methode, please.
Thank you, Ondřej, and good afternoon to everyone attending this conference in person here in this very beautiful hall, and of course online. And yes, it's my pleasure to speak to you today. I'm one of the project coordinators of one of the 22 BiodivRestore funded projects called BioConstant. Thank you for introducing that. And I'm wearing another hat as a co-chair of the Knowledge Hub's task force on research and innovation. So I would like to share with you more or less the big picture of what the Knowledge Hub is really doing, what we are planning to deliver on. And already now I would like to thank most of you or all of you that have contributed to making all this happen. So basically, as you can see, there are quite some activities that are running already through the two major task forces. One is on implementation and the other is on research and innovation. So you see that basically in the first quarter of in the second quarter of 2025, there was a consultation with the European Commission on the knowledge, where the Knowledge Hub actually provided a feedback on the nature restoration plans, the national restoration plans on the uniform format. Then in the first quarter of 2026, we are aiming to provide at least 3 very practice-oriented, policy-oriented activities. The first is to provide a first policy brief on avoiding risky restoration, to describe key pitfalls in restoration and to provide suggestions how to mitigate those risks. The second activity for the first quarter of 2026 is to provide opportunity for online audiences and interested parties to take part in a webinar more or less the same aspects that the policy brief will present. And there is another very important practical policy-oriented activity, which is to produce a second policy brief on the very interaction between businesses and biodiversity standards. Next, we will see actually the most important, probably the most well-staffed activities and the Knowledge Hub, which is, for example, a scientific report on societal conflicts and conflict management in nature restoration. There will be final report, scientific report later in 2026. There will be also an opinion paper on adaptive management, how adaptive management as a concept can be used and implemented in order really to cope with different uncertainties and very complex settings in restoring nature. They will be very soon. The results are already there. Thank you, Mario, and all that contributed. A paper on the most important knowledge gaps in nature restoration. Then later we are going to present also a foundational digest for nature restoration regulation and held further joint workshops on business and biodiversity together in cooperation with Biodiversa Plus and RESPAIN. And last but not least, later in 2026, in the third quarter of 2026, we are basically hoping to and promising to deliver maps of existing restoration guidelines. We are going to organize and implement a second webinar on conflict resolution and conflict management, very much based on Policy Brief 3, which is not appearing here, or it's just down there. So basically, Policy Brief 3 will be published together or close it with a webinar 2. And there will be online final conference of the Knowledge Hub. Next one. Probably. Okay, thank you. All right. Right. Maybe I then now go or pass the floor further to Mario, who will present you with very, very interesting research and knowledge gaps. Thank you, Mario. Sorry, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, with the next couple of slides, I want to give you a little bit of action. So some basic results or some first tentative results from our analysis of existing knowledge gaps. And here are at least the ideas, so our motivation, why we did that. So of course, we are all aware that restoration is not a discipline which is where everything is known. So that's why a most important thing was to identify the gaps of knowledge which are existing and which also currently hamper restoration efforts, and not just collect them, but also rank them by their urgency. And urgency was one of the criteria which each of the evaluators had to give. And of course, when you know the knowledge gaps, you can also develop recommendations for the future. So for future project, but maybe also for future policy actions. The timeline, we started the discussion on the survey in Paris in 24. And it was, I thought at this point, maybe 2 weeks, and then we have the survey done. But it took us, I think, 1.5 years actually to develop the survey outline and also to had a lot of iterations. But finally, at least we were able to draft something which was agreed upon by everybody. And on this place, I also would give a huge thank to Ilka Merbold. I don't know if she's online here, but she's from the Ecological Institute. She's not part of the Knowledge Hub and also not of Biodiversa, but she was the one and only who actually did set up the survey and also managed the administrative things on the survey. So if you are there, thank you very much for that, because this was the key to the success, at least from collecting the data. Deadline was September 2025. The survey is still open, so the link was distributed via email. So if you haven't done the survey so far, please do it now. We can take every opportunity or can take every vote which is needed. October 25, I started with a kind of preliminary analysis. So I will give you a brief overview on what we achieved so far. And final data analysis is ongoing, and the draft report hopefully in Q2, I think in 2026. So far, we received 191 responses, and there were just 52 complete answers. So, and this is also due to the structure of the survey. I think it's quite complex, and I think some people lost patience at the end, but at least we were able to get some answers to the most pressing questions. Here you see the ranking by practitioners, researchers dominated, but we also had some votes from consultants and managers. And terrestrial ecosystems rule at least the survey, maybe not the knowledge gaps, but freshwater and marine answers were also available. This is everything in one slide, and it's overwhelming, and it's not to go into detail here. It just shows you the opportunity we have. And here, this is the knowledge gaps ranked not just by ecosystem type, but also by the level of urgency. And in the orange color is always the vote with the highest urgency marked. So you can easily delineate or rank already different questions by ecosystem type and by urgency level. And when you break this down, just an example, for example, you can rank the urgency within ecosystems. And you see here for freshwater ecosystems where I am interested in, you can already see the ranking of different knowledge gaps by urgency. And apparently socio-cultural aspects and economics are most important or mostly assessed as very urgent. And I was somehow surprised to see connectivity as it was urgent, but it was not as urgent as I thought, because apparently connectivity is a part of the new call. So apparently, at least from the freshwater scientists or from the stakeholders or practitioners in freshwater ecosystems, they were at least not that much interested, or they put the connectivity of freshwater ecosystems as not that urgent. So this is something of surprising, but it's also an opportunity we can have from this kind of analysis. Another really interesting part is to rank the knowledge gaps by ecosystem type. And this was also interesting. So this is the question was how climate change is affecting your ecosystem type. This is urgent or not. And here we have the ranking. So the guys from the marine ecosystems, they said climate change is the most important, or is really urgent that we tackle this. So we have huge knowledge gaps here, and you see terrestrial and freshwater terrestrial ecosystems ranked this questions as not that urgent, and freshwater terrestrial, they just rank this as urgent. I think that was all from my side. And finally, there's also a call for myself. There was an email asking for help, because I'm not an expert in the statistics involved with surveys. So if you are interested in helping me with analyzing these results statistically, I would be really keen to get your help, because actually showing bars is not statistics. I would really be lucky or helpful. I would be happy to have some help with statistics here, and this would speed up the process. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mario. Now should be Kim Magnus, please.
So I'm a representative of the adaptive management group. We are, as the name implies, interested in adaptive management, and specifically why it isn't used more in practice. Because I mean, it's been a concept that's been out there for 40-ish plus years now, and still you see parts of it being used, but it's not implemented in a satisfactory way, sort of say. I mean, it's this nice concept of sitting together, a lot of different levels of stakeholders, researchers, look at a final or a common goal, do research, do implementation, learn from that implementation, and then adjust goals. And since we're living in a very dynamic environment, I mean, social norms are dynamic, nature are dynamic, everything, we need this dynamic, interactive process to sort of deal with this. So we take advantage of the knowledge hub or the participants. Then, I mean, there are some papers there already, of course, looking at why this isn't happening. So, but we wanted to take advantage of the group, looking at also not only the scientific knowledge, but also more the knowledge in the gray literature, because a lot of these implementations, and at least thinking of the top-down, bottom-up, ground floor implementation, they are not necessarily reported in scientific literature because they are project-based and the project stops, but they are maybe in reports in the different countries. So we're doing a literature review in gray literature, scientific literature, and also have this knowledge interaction within the community or knowledge hub community to provide more concrete or actionable tools or recommendation to how we can actually implement it. So we're trying to look more on the positive side, seeing projects that actually have been doing this successfully and learn by them rather than looking at the obstacles only. So pinpoint what is the success factor. Yeah. So this is very much process in progress still. The timeline is sort of evolving as we speak. The beauty of knowledge hub is to put people together, but then also all of us are working with other projects as well. So that's just a way of it. But there is a draft evolving, and hopefully we will publish it in March or sometime during next year. I think that was all from my part. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kim Magnus. And Mette, now should be your turn with the societal conflicts.
Hi, it's me again. Thank you. So glad to see you again. Right. So my job is to probably give you an idea of what is planned from a social science perspective. I was really very much carefully listening to what Kris, Laura, and also Mario and Magnus said about possible barriers and actually levers to nature restoration. And it seems that, or it's quite obvious that it's very much about politics, it's very much about socioeconomics, and it's very much about societal conflict. So surprise, surprise, there is a very interesting activity under the Knowledge Hub, which is the scientific report on societal conflicts and conflict management, which should result, among others, not only in a report, but also in a policy brief, where we want to bring together also both final results from the adaptive management group and from societal conflicts group into one policy brief. Right, so again, we would like also to synthesize all the existing knowledge on societal conflicts. So our job is to reach out to all of you, the coordinators of the 22 BiodivRestore funded projects and the 4 Green Deal Horizon projects that were mentioned earlier, and ask you for some sort of helicopter interviews to give us the flavor, the essence of all the relevant findings from your project on societal conflict. So please do help us. Please provide the best of your knowledge and help us synthesize this very important knowledge on societal conflicts and conflict management. The main idea is to cover the most important ecosystem types that are anyway part of the nature restoration regulation, including agricultural lands, forests, freshwater, fisheries, marine waters, and urban areas. And basically, we want to complement the existing knowledge from our community of practice, if you want so, right, of our 22 BiodivRestore projects and the 4 Horizon projects, and complement that with a kind of probably not a very systematic, but still very thorough review of the scientific knowledge. And again, very soon we are going to reach out to most of you and seek input. So if everything goes well, we should prepare a final scientific report by around June 2026 and provide also and publish a policy brief in July, August 2026. So I hope the pictures to the right are quite self-evident, what we want to do research on. Sorry, was too quick. But to give you an idea, basically, from social science perspective, we know that there are quite different types of conflicts out there. So it could be conflicts about money. This is what we call the socioeconomic or the cost-benefit based conflicts. But it's not always and not necessarily about money. It's also about conflicting priorities and ideologies, right? It's very much about perception of the others. It's very much about what we call ideological conflicts. But it's also about rules and institutions. It's what we call rules-based conflicts. And it's also pretty much about who has the power to decide what, who may be part of the decision-making process and who should be left outside. Okay, these are all the questions that we want to tackle. And we believe these are already some indications of how the conflicts can be understood. Luckily, there is also the positive side of this story. So there are a range of different policy and other instruments that can be applied in a very smart way in order to tackle all these conflicts, okay? We can use with economic instruments, including public subsidies, taxes, eco-labeling, and quite other market incentives. We can use legal instruments legal rules, policy changes, policy integration, and many of that to tackle rules-based conflicts. We can use societal recognition, peer review, framing, storytelling in order to tackle norms-based conflicts. We can use information-based instruments like education, exchange of knowledge and experience, policy learning in order to bridge ideological conflicts. And basically, we can also work very hard to assure a very full representation and full engagement of the most relevant stakeholders. But we can also initiate or provide suggestions how to initiate administrative reforms and how to really truly set up a co-governance in order really to tackle institutional, let's say, power-related conflict, right? So this is kind of a flavor of what lies ahead. And with all your support, we should be able to provide a very interesting inputs to all interested stakeholders out there, including all those guys that are busy in either supporting the national restoration plans or opposing all of that. Okay, so we want to win the support of the opponents, teach them, educate them that it's in their interest to support the nature restoration regulation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Methode. And Laura, now it's your turn, please.
Thanks. Well, it's me again. I apologize. I'm here also representing like the other colleagues in the business and biodiversity group: Emys-R, Shane McGuinness, Benjamin Kupilas, Judith Fisher, and Tom Weil. And I hope I have not forgotten anybody. So it's just to give you a little taste on what we are working. As you can imagine, there is also a lot of things that can be done to connect better private funding and restoration activities, biodiversity, and so on. And this is one of the pivotal topics that we are also working on in the hub from a multidisciplinary approach. Sorry. And one of the products that we are very intensively working on is this policy brief that is now very much advanced and that we expect to launch early next year. And that is focused on promoting public-private partnerships from a, let's say, people-first approach to try to support finance of nature restoration in a moment that, as you know, is a moment of change in which the traditional funding mechanisms for biodiversity and restoration in Europe are changing, are going to change in the next period. It's also a moment in which there is a lot of interest from the private sector to invest in nature, because it's not only from a romantic point of view, but it's also because biodiversity is a very important asset, and it has also a big impact in potentially in the resilience and in many value chains and in many activities that the private sector is doing. And at the same time, there is also a need of mobilizing more funds to be able to fill in the gap and to be able to have more resources to restore our ecosystems. So this is something that we are working on and discussing a lot. And in this policy brief, we are going to share some insights to enhance these private investments in ecosystem restoration. Also trying to see how the role of the public sector and the private can be better coupled, because even when there is a lot of interest, sometimes there is a lack of regulation or political uncertainty that makes more challenging for business to join and invest, and to also change the idea of restoration as a cost to restoration as a potential investment, especially when this kind of restoration activities can be focused on the public interest and also co-created with the stakeholders, so that it's also something important to prevent greenwashing and other types of bad practices on that. So in this policy brief, we also illustrate this the relevance of creating the good conditions that may possible the creation of this public-private partnership. And we also have been working in several case studies that have already been done in many research projects in some places in Europe, especially because, as many of my colleagues have mentioned, there is a big need for data and metrics that can illustrate really these impacts in an accurate way, not only the economical benefits, but also the co-benefits and things that maybe cannot be monetized, but that can be very appealing for investors and very necessary from a public interest or a shared value point of view. So these are things that we are going to consider. And we expect that this policy brief can help to pave the way to bring more interest and make it more feasible to promote this private funding coming into the restoration activities in the coming years. And as it was also shown in the work plan of the hub, we also have as a final activity related to this policy brief a workshop that will be done in cooperation with the Knowledge Hub, Biodiversa Plus, and the RESPIN project, in which we also expect to be able to spread this message and exchange with public and private sector representatives. So that's all from my side, and thank you very much.
I don't know whether I should be raising my voice to you, but I would still love to. That's why I'm doing it. My cousin up in Austria, I have negotiated the floodplain strategy and the bio strategy of Austria. And so from our Austrian perspective, the problem is a pure availability of area, which the farmers and the land users will not give away. We would need to buy this. This is going to work. Oh, thank you. That's easier. And concerning the floodplains, the Danube is a waterway, and we have many waterways. And what it is simply impossible, because it's of like the larger interest is, of course, all other uses that we have for the floodplains. And I would like to use today or tomorrow to get into a discussion about the different national situations in the participating countries here, because I can imagine that this is not the same in all participating countries. So I would really be interested in sharing with some of you our experiences. I think this would be a great benefit to me, at least. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to react to that or not?
Well, I don't know if it was focused to me, but I think it's more general. No, I think it's something very good, because in fact, what we are also looking for in the hub is to exchange with all of you, and also to exchange with member states representatives that are not here today, but that probably many of them are in line, and they also were joining us in the Paris meeting on March. So this is perfect, and it will be nice if you can exchange through the hub to also bring this knowledge and these particularities of different types of habitats, different casuistics from different areas, to try to bring some synergies, because at the end we have common challenges, and we need to share our knowledge. So I think it's very, very much welcome. Thank you.
Methode, very quickly.
Yes, thank you. This is a very relevant, very good input also from your side. From the social conflict working group point of view, definitely this, I expect, be one of the key issues around land management or scarcity of land and conflicts between land managers, landowners, and nature restoration implementation. There's no secret that the Natura 2000 implementation process was so slow because of conflict with and among landowners, right? So we want to really learn from all of this, right? And one possible way is to buy lands or to offer compensation or some sort of, the question is here, are landowners willing to sell their lands? It's not only about money, it's also about emotions, right? So we know that. So that's why we are going to ideally cover all those different types of conflicts and really understand which of them are really the most important and how to bridge them. So this is one of the promises from this working group, but excellent point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Methode. And we basically got into the Q&A session, and we have another question over there, so please.
Yeah, I'm Kati Vierikko from Finnish Environment Institute, and thanks for presenting this these plans, but I'm just a little bit concerned that it's coming a bit too late. Just giving you an example, I'm part of the Finnish nature restoration planning program, and the aim is that we will need to have a national scale political decision making, and that's why our restoration plans has to be ready end of this year, because we need the time. Oh, it would be nice to hear experiences from the other countries, but one way I was thinking to bring this information earlier is European Union Biodiversity Platform, EUBB, which have own subgroup of nature restoration regulation. And actually Biodiversa is, I think, observer or member there, as BioReset is. So I think that would be very good channel to bring these ideas already there, because all member states are presented, and especially this public-private partnership, how to fund is kind of issue which has been discussed a lot. So I'm just worrying that maybe you could at least bring some of these results before publishing. I know they have in November next meeting and perhaps in early next year, but just to give an idea to bring these there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Also, the aspect that kept bringing up the need for an improved cost-benefit analysis and pass the message more clear, as, for example, Kris already said. It's a very important point also, because for those, that is a very important thing also, because in some countries, over 90% of the territory is private. So restoration has this exact question underlying. But it's also, as was referred in the dialogue event, an opportunity for voluntary action. And those landowners then understand that, we have cases on that. So that's...
And a reaction from Italy.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to this conversation that it's always like this. It's not only about cost and benefits, but it's very much about the question who benefits and who loses, right? So it's rather landowners that feel, okay, we are overburdened, that much cost put on our shoulders, but it's actually the society and the industries that benefit most. So it's a very critical justice-related question, and it's one of probably the typologies that we are going to cover. But yes, great questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matade. Do we have another question? Yes, please.
Already. Thank you. David Lusso from DTU in Denmark and from the MPF for Sustainability Project. Thanks a lot for doing all of that. That's a lot of work. And I know that people are kind of urging you to put it faster, but also it's important to know the regulations are coming very, very fast forward at the first time, and it squeezes the science advice work. So thanks a lot for doing all of that. I do have a questions about content. So the notion of biodiversity restoration is super vague, and it's interpreted in 10 million different ways by different people, by different stakeholders, particularly. Do you try to bring some clarity on that aspect? So even reading the regulation, it's actually still fairly vague what we mean by restoration. Do you try to bring some of that? What does it mean in Europe, restoration?
Well, I just wanted to add that it was not very much focused, but one of the activities that we are also working with, also together with Rachel Christensen, that is not here today, and many other people, is on the foundational digest of the nature restoration regulation. And we are also planning to clarify some of these concepts. I mean, it's not going to be a dictionary, but to clarify some of these concepts that are, it's true that are mentioned in many different places, but at the end it's a little vague, like nature-based solutions or things like that. So we will also consider this to have this in mind. Thanks.
And just to add to this very important question, it's also very much about deciding about the states or the reference state that we want to return or to get to, right? And obviously this depends very much on our memories and our political willingness on the socio-economic context. And this is something that we also got as a very important feedback from the Biodiversa stakeholder group, right? So they said that it's really important to not forget about the socio-economic and political context, because whatever is understood as natural ecosystems in one setting is probably not applicable in another one, right? So it's really important to consider that. So excellent point, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a last question over there, please.
Thank you, Olivier. I'm from the NERO project, but also I am the WCPA coordinator for OECMs in Europe. I'm a bit worried about all this idea of conflict. I mean, first of all, the conflict with Natura 2000 is basically because Natura 2000 took away governance from local communities, which obviously is going to create conflict. But there are a lot of communities in Europe who are doing restoration, conservation without being recognized. In fact, they also decided to go around both the states and the European Union and register themselves directly with the UN because they do not trust the state to not take away their governance. Currently, there's an issue in Greece where a new marine reserve is being created on people's seas without their permission. Yet, these are all communities who carry on and have been doing restoration and protecting biodiversity for thousands of years. Chamonix, 20% of the 11% of the high altitude Chamonix is being conserved and protected by the communities who have been there for 1,000 years. It is not about conflict. It's just we're refusing to recognize these communities and what they are doing it. We are imposing a state-based system rather than going through a community-based system of recognition. I will be talking about of recognizing what communities do, especially the communities that have been installed, who've lived on the land for thousands of years, and there's still quite a few of the communities around Europe. They're not recognized what they are doing, and we refuse to recognize that. I'll talk a bit about that tomorrow, but that's, to me, is the biggest issue. It's not about conflict. It's first about recognition. And once you recognize, then maybe people might want to work with you.
Excellent. I can't disagree with this point. It's really very important. I can only agree. Probably you saw that one of the conflict types is pretty much about these norms, right? Is it a clash, probably what we call a clash between state-driven norms, yeah, like in the nature restoration regulation, previously in the habitats burst directives, right? We are very proud that these three legislations are pretty much scientifically informed. So it's a scientific conservation biology, basically science translated in legal language, right? But very often these legal norms clash with traditional norms, right? On those communities that have been there for centuries, etc., but now really recognized. So one exactly remedy would be really to give credit to them and recognize them. Not sure. Many policymakers in Brussels started thinking of a logo, Natura 2000 logo, a recognition for sustainable and nature-friendly practices. We can probably invent another logo of the nature restoration approved, traditional, etc. But thank you so much. Yes, so we're going to consider these aspects too under the social conflict management group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Kris, just very quickly.
Say arguments that you are using. We have been managing the land for centuries. My ancestors were here. I'm still here. I care for the land. It's my land. So get out. So be careful. It's a good point, but not just necessarily means what you need to do with the interest rate law.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I would like to give you the floor, but we are very much pressed on time. So in case it's very fast, then we can do it. But
there is an issue where native communities were given particular rights, but it's all based on they were sustainable because there were very few exploiting the sea. The same practices are not sustainable for the amount of people that we have now. So the sustainability cannot be granted just because at that time they didn't get anything extinct. It's because there were very few people. It's not because of practice.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this Q&A session. I would like to thank you all in the panel for the discussion and for your contribution. Thank you very much. And as the last point of the BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub session, I would like to invite again Laura Guimãraes and Methodist Sotirov. You can stay here for the wrap up from the co-chairs that we have on this session. So please, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much, all of you, for all the interventions. As usual, we always learn a lot and how to direct our efforts here. I think basically in a very brief summary, we know that we need to continue addressing this problem of the public-private partnership. There's a moment of change that we have here and something we can maybe make a difference, but it is very important that we change the message to pass this because the conflict of interest continues to come up as the very best priority to solve, and this message of co-gainers and co-learners and how to make people understand this comes out, and the long term, understand this in the long term. It's not something we can do in the short term. One of the things that we were quite surprised is that the plans were at the very beginning and there was no time to think about adaptive management and monitoring and this is usually not very needed because it's something we do in intervention and it's okay. No, as we heard, there's a constant changing environment and we need to accompany this. And the thing is that the keynote, I think it's the long term and then how to address these conflicts also in the long term for these socio-ecological ecosystems. These are socio-ecological systems and with a lot of population density. I think that is also a very good remark that people often leave behind. So this is for the closing. Thank you very much. Would you like to add your...
Just to add, thank you, Laura. Just to add, thank you so much for all the contributions. I will just make a parallel to the big slogans of the European Commission. A few years ago, we were supposed to be united in our diversity. Now we are supposed to be united for our future. And I believe both actually build on another or needs each other, right? So let's do here excellent scientific research and translate this to policymakers and other stakeholders ready to assure that our future will support the biological diversity, right? But still will work also for humans. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and from my side, just thank you, Laura and Methode, for the wrap-up words, and also, of course, a big thank you to everyone involved in the Knowledge Hub, and thank you for your work. It's, of course, if there wouldn't be a Knowledge Hub without your contribution, so thank you very much. And also a big thank you to Chloe, who will now introduce you to a break. So please, Chloe.
Thank you.
A word of support to Chloe and Ondřej because they are always supporting.
Great pleasure. And so with no further ado, for you to enjoy a little break because it's a lot of information for today and for tomorrow again. So we are sorry it might be a shorter break because we're a bit short on time, but two interesting topics to discuss about. So please enjoy again the terrace, go around, and we'll ask you to be here if possible at 4:30. So in 15 minutes, I think, to hear about all the very interesting insights from the BiodiverStore funded project. So thank you very much again and see you soon.
So, colleagues, we'd like to restart our afternoon session. Hopefully most of you returned from the terrace. The sun outside is really nice, but we still have some work to do on our agenda today. We now want to continue with the first session on the project presentations. We put the following title to this presentation: What Biological and you can also see the slide here, biophysical processes drive conservation and restoration, and how do they interact? So it's a about exploring ecological dimensions, functional biodiversity, and restoration trajectories. For this, I'd like to invite Esther Serrao from the BiodivRestore Seas project. She will be the moderator for this session. And please, Esther, come on stage. And yes, Esther, you will invite the different project coordinators here. Please, Esther.
Thank you. Some people are still arriving, but I hope everyone's here. Most people are here right now. Okay, so the first presentation will be the BioReset project. I invite the presenter, Hendrikus Naus. Biodiversity restoration and conservation of inland water ecosystems for environmental and human well-being. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here to present activities and the results of the BioReset project with partners from Portugal, Spain, Sweden, and Norway. Our main drive for this project was to evaluate environmental pollution and treatment technologies and the efficiency of these treatment technologies regarding basically two types of contaminants. First, pharmaceuticals and their metabolites or degradation products, and on the other hand, microplastics. So regarding the pharmaceuticals, we did several sampling campaigns, and we analyzed up to 97 of them and some additional degradation and metabolites in several sample types, 160 samples like wastewater treatment effluents, rivers, streams, the ocean. It depends where the discharge would take place. We found, it doesn't say on the slide, but we found of the 97, we found about 40 of them in some kind of sample. Okay, so they are present. The most frequently ones that we detected were analgesics, antibiotics, psychiatric drugs, and caffeine. Caffeine was included. Also, well, in some kind of medication you have caffeine, but this all can also be an indication of anthropogenic pollution of the waters. And we also found that we saw an increasing total pharmaceutical load in the samples. So we know now who they are, where they are, and what our concentration is. So that's already good to have a picture of what's going on. And this was noticed by several wastewater treatment plant operators and the Portuguese Environmental Agency because, well, in the near future, there has to be monitoring of these pharmaceuticals in wastewater effluents. So they are very interested in our results, and we were basically the first ones in Portugal to do so. Another problematic, the microplastics, more difficult issue. Okay, we analyzed 7 microplastics. So, okay, it's easier to see the total load of microplastic, but we wanted to identify individual ones. We selected 7 of them. Samples were from raw wastewater treatment effluents, rivers, landfill leachate, and tap water. We only found one of them, polypropylene, in landfill leachate in, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, so I'm not going to say, but in one of the partner countries. The problem that we found is it's very difficult to have repeatable analyses. Okay, so one big issue now is how can we analyze microplastics. So now we know where they are, who they are, and we try to suggest quaternary treatments for wastewater treatment plants based on 2 approaches. First approach was valorizing agri-food, agri-industrial waste, okay, and transform them in biochars and hydrochars, and then use them in these treatment systems. First, we evaluate adsorption and electroadsorption, and we found they have increased adsorption capacity for the removal of pharmaceuticals from wastewater. Then we moved on to regeneration of these biochars or hydrochars so that they can be used to remove the pollutant, and afterwards they can be regenerated to be used again in continuous mode. This is a promising technology, and we hope that it's going to be scalable and sustainable. Another approach was based on fungi. Fungi, was done by a partner from Sweden, for you to know. And they grow the fungi on sawdust, and they created some fungal pellets with high capacity of producing degrading enzymes. And they found it was very efficient in the removal of the pharmaceuticals in this case, and there were a low amount of transformational products after the treatment. That's one thing that we wanted to do next, is to see, okay, we know what, where, why, and how to treat them, but are we not introducing another problem in the system? The treatment can be very good, but maybe it's worse than not doing anything. So that's why Laura from CIIMAR, we use diatoms as an environmental indicator to see if our treatments are, well, beneficial or even worse for the environment. So we used diatoms combined with Raman spectroscopy, and we could evaluate the water quality or difference between water quality from different waters from Portugal, Spain, and Brazil. Brazil was not in this project, but we have a collaboration with Brazil, so we also included this. So as a conclusion, time over, okay? As a conclusion, sorry. As a conclusion, this project, hopefully we can contribute for the general goal of this call. It's not very directly related to restoration, but maybe we can contribute to this. At least many wastewater treatment companies are contacting us because they need reference method, or they need methods for monitoring microplastics. More investigation is necessary to get a robust method. Although the new directive doesn't say exactly what quaternary treatment should be used, we are providing some possibilities so that can be explored in the future. And as I said, Raman spectroscopy combined with diatoms can indicate water quality. So thank you very much for your attention, and that's it.
So afterwards, we'll call everyone to the table, otherwise the presentation will be on your back. Okay, so the next project will be Deep Rest, José Sarrazin, Conservation and Restoration of Deep Sea Ecosystems in the Context of Deep Sea Mining.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry? Okay. So my project is about the conservation and restoration of marine ecosystems in the context of deep sea mining. It gathered 15 different partners from 8 different European countries. And our major goal was to gain fundamental knowledge about biodiversity, ecosystem functioning, and resilience of these ecosystems, while providing important insights into conservation and governance. So a little bit of context. So the deep ocean is one of the biggest ecosystem on Earth, but least known ecosystem. It harbors very high unknown biodiversity, and also harbors unique habitats such as hydrothermal vents or nodule. The increasing demand for mineral resources worldwide put the deep sea in the front of the scene as a potential source of strategic metals. So mining, while mining has not started yet in international waters, the regulations of exploitation are currently under development at the International Seabed Authority for areas beyond national jurisdictions. So the clock is really ticking for us, as we need fundamental knowledge to inform decision making. So our study areas concerns polymetallic nodule fields in the Pacific, and hydrothermal vents from the northern mid-Atlantic ridge and also the Arctic ridges. So I chose to present the result in this matter. We propose 10 different science-based recommendations on conservation, restoration, and governance, which are the 3 pillars of our project. So I'm going to lead you through some of these recommendations. So first, conservation. So the first recommendation is that the protection at hydrothermal vent must be 3-dimensional from the subsea floor to the water column, and must include multiple species and areas. The current state of protection now is that only the active vents are protected, and recent results have shown that there are these different components of the marine environment are intimately linked. We find fauna in the subsea floor, and we find larvae in the water column. So we advocate that this protection should go from just active to the entire active, inactive subsea floor and water column environment. Second conservation issue is that we recommend that observation and sampling must be enhanced to capture the temporal and spatial variability of our ecosystem to allow for a robust environmental impact assessment. And here you have an example here with the natural variability and megafaunal densities in two different license areas, the Belgium area and the German area. And you can see that there are very different megafaunal density from one area to the other, but also that this density increase is very different also on a temporal scale. So this is very important to acknowledge. Recommendation for restoration now. Regulation must consider that full recovery to passive restoration is not possible if the habitat and ecosystem function are lost, even if connectivity is there. And so you can see here with this small scale foam node removal experiment before and after that only very partial community recovery happens through migration and recruitment, despite the fact that we have mussel communities just beside. Second recommendation for restoration is that effectiveness of restoration action must be evaluated over decadal timescale. This is illustrated with the artificial nodule that have been deployed on the Clarion-Clipperton zone. A subset was recovered after 2 years, showing very, very, very slow recolonization. So we really need, because ecological processes are so slow in the deep sea, we really need decadal scale to evaluate if restoration is possible. Recommendation for governance and literacy. This is we did stakeholder interviews trying to identify the barriers and drivers of deep sea mining. And as was presented earlier, we can see that in addition to ecological aspect in green on the figure, decision making must also incorporate geopolitical, socioeconomic, technological, and legal considerations. And we identified through these interviews that emergent topics that are not yet studied in sufficient details, and they're listed there. The last recommendation is that deep sea literacy on the environment, policy, and governance are needed for a better informed public debate. We did a lot of things to the general public and different stakeholders. We developed a serious game explaining how governance is complex in the deep sea. We realized street interviews. We did a lot of conference, art and science projects, and we had a day recently dedicated to stakeholders. And all of this showed us that the public doesn't know about the deep sea and doesn't know that we aim at exploiting these resources there. So major challenge, I answered the question. So just to say that these projects are very short, so it's difficult to bridge all of the information on the ecosystem level, but also bridging natural and social scientists. We have different language and it takes time. We had some management, data management was quite difficult because we have different communities managing data in a different way. We had an advisory board that was very important for us, but we didn't have the budget enough to finance them. So I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation full of recommendations. Very clear. So the next project is FishMe. Social and ecological effects of fish removal in mountain ecosystems. Dirk Schmeller?
Yeah, good day, everyone. These are not mine. So FishMe, social and ecological effects of fish removal in mountain ecosystems. Why is that a problem? Simple, if you put fish as a top predator in an ecosystem, it's eating everything which is there, more or less. So all the energy goes towards him and nothing is left for the others. Very briefly, not super scientific. Thanks to Mark, we have also some very nice graphs where we see here a nice lake with no fish. You see there's a lot of creepy little things there, amphibians, and also birds and others who live from it. If you put trout there, you already see the diversity, aquatic diversity has diminished. And then when you put minnows, there's a lot of things happening, including, and when you talk to hikers in the Pyrenees, they will tell you they have never had that many mosquitoes, and it's true. So there is a lot of degradation, and as one of the results is also shown here on the right side. It's really not nice to have not the screen in front of you. To have fishless trout lakes and minnow lakes, and you see that the diversity in general is decreasing, particularly when you have the minnows in the water. Yeah, I would like to show you a video, but this is a PDF or is this a PowerPoint? It would have been nice to keep it as a PowerPoint, guys, because I can't show anything which is on that screen. What you can see here is Alge. That's a mountain lake, very high up in the mountains, which should be clear. So you see that it's very green with a lot of cyanobacteria. And the cyanobacteria are increasing over time in the lakes we have studied. But recovery is possible, and this is work which was done by Marc Ventura in the Catalan Pyrenees, where you can really nicely see that after fish removal, amphibians are recovering. Yes, it's not easy, but it is possible. There are films we have done together, Mark and I, where we show this, and where you can also compare what has been done before. Above, you see the lakes with fish, and below, after fish eradication. You see the improvement in those cases. These are just 3 examples. We have many, but unfortunately only on the Catalan side, because the French side is more stubborn, but we get to that problems a little later. So the idea was that we create new data, but we also do new data and look through the impacts to models, but also adding pollution, because fishermen who go up there, they're not only fishing, but they are also bringing, for example, insecticides and others. So there's also pollution coming along, but that's not only the only ones. Of course, the tourists do that. Farmers and their cattle do that. But it's the recovery of those lakes is not very quick. So it would have not been possible in a 3-year project to show those recoveries. But we are relying here heavily on the work which was started many years before by Marc Ventura. And this is something which it's really important to keep in mind when you do restoration. It's not something you do with a clic de doigt, like you say in French, but you need to take time. But the other problem or challenge is the ignorance. And I'm very, very surprised that today, during the Knowledge Hub, we have not heard about anything about the ignorance and maintaining the ignorance. So you can see that in France, Germany, or in Switzerland, Austria, and Romania, there's a lot of people who do not know that there are usually no fish in mountain lakes. So this is a big issue. You can split it as a little bit up in Central Europe, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, but it remains pretty much the same. Some areas are more ignorant than others, but the largest part of people are ignorant about it. And the maintenance of the ignorance is a huge issue. I have been defamated because I was fighting for mountains after a TV program which 1.5 million people have seen in France. So this is a huge challenge, which is the case for many other topics. In general, the support in Catalonia and Austria is for fish removal is quite okay. In Romania, it depends on where, and in France, no way. So whenever you try to do something good for nature and which limits the liberty of some, it's not possible. So there have been a couple of policy impacts. The question of there was a question at the National Assembly, but given the turmoil and the French government, this was put under the carpet very quickly. There are considerations to strongly limit fish introductions, but that's not including all of the stakeholders. There have been local mayors. There has been an awareness of local decision makers that has increased and so on. And we hope that the final product, the Fish Management Toolbox, will increase those impacts. And we are happily providing it to the Knowledge Hub if that's of interest. Yeah, so thank you. And questions are later.
Thank you very much. Good example. There's been a lot of different examples of ecosystems, and this was the problem of misinformation is a big one across all the ecosystems and systems. So now we go to Fresh Restore, holistic evaluation and restoration measures of human impact on freshwater ecosystems across biogeographical gradients. Thank you.
That's a long title. That's why I didn't remember it when I wrote down. I just called it Modeling Ecosystem Drivers and Functional Changes Under Human Pressures, which is a bit easier. So we were a consortium trying to put together ecologists, socioeconomists, statisticians, and GIS experts to try to make a toolbox of how we can change properties in the catchment and how that will affect the freshwater systems. So starting off this, I had perhaps a bit too romantic idea that we will sit down with a lot of stakeholders at different levels, defining different actions. But it turns out that was much more difficult than expected, maybe as been mentioned before, because they aren't really funded, a lot of the both national and also local stakeholders. So they're willing to say something or come with short feedback, but not really sit down and work this through properly. So we decided to go through and make this tool or framework, rather, that we actually can communicate better. So trying to explain what will happen with different drivers, or what will happen with the freshwater lake system when changing different drivers in the ecosystem. So it's climate change, it could be fishery pressure, it could be how, if it's forest land or land use, basically, how we can change land use and also then transform that into changes in the lake. So I will give you some example of different modules that we have in this model framework. So one goes on the more population level. So it's a framework where you can change things in the catchment area. So you define your lake, lake depth, how many streams, stream size. You define your climate scenarios, and you can also define harvesting regimes or different types of human pressures, or different types of nutrient inputs, for instance. And those variables go directly or into functions covering the population dynamic for a top predator. In this case, it's a trout. And what you get out from it is that you can change those input drivers to reflect different restoration possibilities. So it will give you the change in population size and the size distribution of the fish population, and also the functional change of that that population and how it will affect the rest of the ecosystem. And also we have this module where we look more directly on the food chain or the transfer of energy in the system. And typically what we see when we sort of try to validate to apply this model is that we, in general, human pressure or anthropogenic pressure, like in fish invasions or alien species invasions or damming events, they tend to push the ecosystem from more littoral benthic oriented pathways to more pelagic pathways. And this also goes for different properties in the catchment. So if you move from or if you reduce the buffer zone basically around the lake, you basically reduce the resilience of the ecosystem. So it's moves from a very wide niche, also relying on terrestrial input, to a more narrow niche, move to agriculture or build up in other ways. And of course, last but not least, we also have the socio-economical sort of input where you can actually go in, set aside different areas in the landscape, afforestation, for instance, set aside areas for other types of things, and then get more the socio-economical value of these things. So I was a bit, I have to say, skeptical about this first, being an ecologist, not a socioeconomics, because I was afraid that putting value of things could also be used against sort of restoration, because then they have a price tag on that somebody else could say, well, this will generate this much money and you're only generating this much money. But it turns out it's, well, I'm in the process of changing my mind, because it's quite powerful, these things, and especially combining with all the other model inputs, so we actually see what's happening in the lake, what's the benefits there, and also what could be the benefits for the farmer or the national governor. So all in all, I'm quite positive of the outcome. There are a lot of challenges when trying to combine a lot of cross-disciplinarity, because it takes a lot of time. I mean, even the same terms scientifically means different things. So you have to spend a lot of time. 3 years is a short time. And it was surprisingly difficult to get the stakeholders actually and local stakeholders involved without this management tool. So what's left is validating or more validating of the models, and then and also involving the stakeholder at the next level to actually implement this in some way. Thanks.
Thank you. And now another very contrasting ecosystem. INBO, interactive effects of local and landscape scale restoration on semi-natural grasslands and agricultural fields, on species interactions and ecosystem functions in different socio-ecological systems. Everyone is long-term, very long titles.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Annika Hass, and I'm now gonna present you some of the results of our interest project. So our project is about calcareous grasslands, which host a very high biodiversity, but this biodiversity needs farmers and agriculture management to be maintained. Yes, so in our project, we asked the question, which management is necessary at the local and the landscape scale to maintain biodiversity, but not only the species richness, but also species interactions and ecosystem functions. So to address these questions, we selected 3 different study regions in 3 different countries, and overall 96 calcareous grasslands that represented the gradient from abandoned to restored sites. So first, about the local management, what did we find? First of all, to analyze this local management, we developed in our project a management index, and low values of this index show that there has been a long-term abandonment, while high values indicate more intensive management. And here are some first results. So in many cases, we found nonlinear effects of our management index. So this means, as you can see here, for example, for bee and plant species richness, that very long-term abandonment has a negative effect, but at the same time also very intensive management. We also found effects of the management on species interactions. So for example, high woody cover led to differences in plant pollinator interactions, and sites with high woody cover shared less interactions with other sites across the landscapes. We also looked at multifunctionality. However, this analysis is not finalized yet, so these are preliminary results, but here we were a bit surprised that we did not find local management effects so far. Okay, looking at the landscape scale, here we first looked at the percentage of calcareous grasslands in the surrounding landscape. And here again, we found mostly positive effects. So for example, bee species richness increased with the amount of calcareous grasslands in the landscape, and also predation function by birds, for example. However, again, there were also some other species interactions and multifunctionality that were not affected here. Additionally to the calcareous grasslands, we were also interested in the effect of agri-environment schemes in the surrounding landscapes. So for example, organic farming, flower fields and fallows, and wanted to know if these can also contribute to the connectivity of calcareous grasslands. And here we found some mixed results. So for example, we could show that these agri-environment schemes provide important food resources for pollinators, especially if the calcareous grasslands themselves are very small. But there were also some negative effects, for example, on predation functions by birds. And then, so this gave us some ideas of what the management at the local and landscape scale should look like. But to actually implement that, we need the farmers, and therefore we also conducted interviews with farmers of our sites and also other stakeholders in the regions. And based on that, we identified major challenges that we can find across the different countries. So for example, profitability is one of the main challenges that we find everywhere. And then we also developed some possible future pathways, and this includes, for example, to also acknowledge the ecosystem services provided by these grasslands. And then finally, we were also able to combine our social with our ecological data. And we could see here that if farmers had a really high motivation to increase biodiversity, they had a bit different management than other farmers. So they had a lower grazing intensity. And we could also see that this lower grazing intensity was actually really important to maintain the typical plant species of calcareous grasslands. So this shows that high farmer motivation could improve their management. However, a challenge here was that we had difficulties to identify the farmers in Spain, because there the herds just move across the landscapes and are not associated with specific grasslands. And therefore here we have the data only for Estonia and Germany. Yes, so to sum this up, we have seen that local management, and especially really low intensity grazing, is very important. Also, landscape management, especially of other calcareous grasslands, is important, and agri-environment schemes can in some cases also contribute here. And we need to see these grasslands as social ecological systems. And some challenges that still remain is to better understand these mixed results of connectivity effects, maybe not only in a radius around the grasslands, but also across the regions. To better understand this multifunctionality, where we did not find so many effects, and also to reach farmers that are difficult to find because they are moving with their herds. Yeah, thank you, and thanks to the interest team.
Another very distinct ecosystem. And now we go to RestoLink, quantifying restoration success across biomes by linking biodiversity, multifunctionality, and hydromorphological heterogeneity. Mario Brown.
Another long one. With the next 5 to 6 minutes, I try to summarize 3 years of work in 4 different countries. We had 36 sample sites, different seasons, and we covered, I think, 25 parameters, and I tried to compress this into some slides. But before I will do so, I want to have your opinion on whether you would deem the restoration methods on the methods they improved connectivity if you think that this restoration measure actually was successful in terms of biodiversity. So if you think that this measure was successful, then please raise your hand. Well, at least one. And so apparently you think that it's not successful just because there's no maybe option. So if you think that it was not successful, please raise your hand for there's no maybe option. Okay, sorry. Yeah, actually you have on the left-hand side the impacted. So you have the Lähteenmäki dam. They removed it in the middle, so they made the step pool sequence. And on the right-hand side, there's the thing. Actually, it doesn't look like a restoration, but this is German restoring connectivity. Same question more from the ecosystem function point of view, even if you don't know what ecosystem function meant in this particular project, but apparently we thought that ecosystem function is maybe useful, but just your impression, same restoration approach, same restoration method. So do you think that ecosystem function could be successfully restored with this kind of restoration method? So who's in favor of a successful ecosystem function restoration here? Maybe. But I count this as yes. And who's thinking that it's not successful in terms of restoring? Okay, 50-50. And my last question is, now we have, of course, I told you have several countries, and I want to have your focus here on the comparison between Germany and Spain. So both countries did the same. So they removed a Lähteenmäki dam. In Germany, they did this step pool thing. In Spain, they did something more cooler, so they removed the Lähteenmäki dam completely. So would you think that there are differences in the countries for restoration success? If this is the case, please raise your hand. Okay, well, and no? Apparently, so maybe the Spaniards did better. What we did, we sampled several, we are not just sampling Spain and Germany, but we have 4 different countries. But for this talk, I want to focus on these two countries. So we sample for invertebrates and use the food web approach for sampling resources and compare the different streams and reaches. And we also used conventional assessment methods like species richness. So to compare if species richness and ecosystem function bring you the same result. Oh, I'm happy because I was thought that I also are a victim. No, I'm not a victim of the of the compressing it. And what we actually used is this index of restoration success. So a recent paper by Marchand, they actually calculated based on this not so complicated formula if a restoration is successful or not. So if the value is below 0, restoration failed. If the value is between 0 and 100, successful. And if it's above, then restoration did actually more than it actually needed to. So it was overshoot the aim. This is the German result. So we have the biodiversity result, and you clearly see apparently biodiversity was successfully restored. So I also wouldn't expect that, but apparently these kind of step pool things do something. And also the ecosystem function, so the aquatic terrestrial coupling, which we considered here, was also successfully restored given this. So now Spain. Biodiversity is successfully restored, but apparently the ecosystem function, so the food web issue and aquatic terrestrial coupling, this was not successfully restored. And this sounded or looked counterintuitive, but if you, maybe I step back, if you just have a look, our restoration site was fully covered with trees, so we have the full amount of aquatic terrestrial coupling. And the Spanish sites, they had some larger scale restoration method where they actually removed all the trees. They had to remove the trees. So apparently, these function approach give you some information that are actually giving you more than a classical biodiversity approach, because it accesses things which you cannot access just by comparing the diversity. So apparently, ecosystem function can be restored, and also ecosystem function is a sensitive indicator for restoration, so something which is hopeful for the actual call where ecosystem function is at the forefront. What is also really interesting is that restoring connectivity improves also macroinvertebrate diversity, because the aim of this restoration method is to improve connectivity for fish, to enable fish migration, but you can also apparently do something for the diversity for the macroinvertebrates, something which is really good. Lessons learned, we also had Brazil included, and we initially thought to have the same restoration method, but the Brazilians, they have totally different restoration goals. Their most upfront thing was restoring drinking water quality. They are not really concerned about dams, low head dams, and all the thing. They are actually more, actually they have targets which are more to the human health issue by restoring drinking water quality. So something which is to keep in mind if you want to do this intercontinental approaches. Challenges, climate change, probably it's not a new story, but we experienced really low water level until drought. So this is really affecting also probably our results. And something I also wrote in the project, we had really huge troubles with this different regional funding schemes from the project point of view. So Spain started a half year later. There was budget cuts in Sweden during the project. So we were really affected by these kind of regional things. So maybe we can somehow communicate this to the funding agencies to at least to standardize a little bit the project start. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Now another very distinct ecosystem. We go to peatlands. Reversal, restoring peatlands of the Nemoral zone under conditions of varying water supply and quality.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, Reversal is a project about peatland restoration, as you can see, Nemoral zone. So we're not in the far north, but we're not in the south either. I'm covering for Klaus Holger Knorr, who is the head of the consortium, but I'm sort of co-head. So, and the consortium is made up of researchers from Austria, Poland, Germany, and the Netherlands. Yeah. All right. So it's a peat bog restoration project, and so peat bogs are quite particular, since the peat that has accumulated over time is also a record for the ecosystem situation. So it's an archive. So that's quite nice, because looking at the past in a peat bog, we can infer earlier situations of the ecosystem, and hopefully and possibly, that was the main idea, learn about the situation we're facing now when aiming at restoring such systems. So specifically, we looked at signs of drainage, signs of fire. Was there an accumulation of pollutants over time? All of these things we can see in such a peat column. Also, to which extent has the peat been degraded compared to typical ranges of peat quality that we have seen before? So is the damage that humans have caused in the last 100 years unique to the system? Have, despite these stresses, the peat bogs been able to get back to a pristine plant population? So have these systems shown the ability to get back to like an original situation? What is the hydrological baseline? So what are the water tables that we have seen over time? We are also able to reconstruct past water tables. And what did these water tables have to do with the restoration situation? And so there's different antagonistic goals in peatland restoration, which may not all aim into the same direction. Hydrology may not be the same thing as biodiversity, may not be the same thing as ecosystem functions. And these goals could be antagonistic. And how can we weigh these goals and find a best practice which is suited to local conditions and possibly, hopefully, resilient to climate change? So the sites we looked at are in Sweden, Germany, the Netherlands, Austria, and Poland. I'm sorry, I forgot the Polish site up here, but it's in the graph at the bottom. And we can see that the water tables are quite different. So most of these sites had water tables pretty high up, but the German sites had really very low water tables up to 1 meter below ground. And so this is a typical graph that we get out of these analyses. This is a multi-factor analysis. I'm not going to explain each of these factors alone. This would take 15 minutes. But what we're seeing is that the different indicators of a good peatland situation are not the same. So we have situations when we have the right plants, but we don't have the right water table. There are situations when there is like nutrients are low, but other things are not what we would be aiming at. So the idea of what's natural or what's pristine, I think, has to be contested here. We also were able to infer the carbon accumulation rates over long time periods. So this was quite important for us concerning the carbon issue, which is of course big these days. This is the plant situation. So we can see that at 60 centimeters depth, suddenly the sphagnum medium and divinum was missing, but other mosses came. But then sphagnum medium and divinum came back. So these systems are sometimes very resilient. And so all of these findings about the possibly antagonistic goals were fed into our research on stakeholder communication. So we designed a kind of a pathway how to properly manage these systems, how to set up a communication in a way that this is going to work. The conclusion, well, there were different characteristic trajectories of peatland development, so they're not all the same. They are resilient. Contrary to our idea, nutrient saturation was not the big issue. This is what we expected. But what was the big issue is the scale of the extraction of the peat, the scale of disturbance. So when the disturbance was spatially big, we had real issues in getting back to the natural situation. So this proved to be the big issue. And stakeholder dialogue, which was much more difficult and time-consuming than we expected. And I think this is only really possible, a good stakeholder dialogue, not in a 3 years project. So you need to build trust. And this takes more like a decade. And then when you have the decade, I think then you can probably move on. But the nice thing is this research already triggered big follow-up projects. So we're quite happy about the outcome of the project. Thank you.
And now there's a final project for which the presenter is not here. It will be a video. Coast, conservation of marine ecosystems around Santo Antão, Cabo Verde. Implications for policy and society. So now we go to Africa.
So the Coast project is based in Cabo Verde. Cabo Verde is a country with 10 islands. It's a country where blue growth can help to contribute with solutions for the high poverty rates that exist here, while building on a long tradition of local economic use of marine environment. However, no available or valuable baseline knowledge on its marine status is available, and so the Coast project will provide a multidisciplinary understanding about the biodiversity, ecosystem function, so that at the end we can recommend marine protected areas. So Santo Antão is one of the most western islands of the country. It's an island where local communities are highly depending on marine resources and agriculture. And of course, as I said before, there is an urgent need to collect baseline data on its marine ecosystem. So the main objectives is actually to characterize pelagic and benthic habitats, to estimate patterns of diversity, to assess the vulnerability of the study communities, to implement conservation and restoration actions, so that at the end we can provide all these data to inform policymakers, authorities, institutions, so that effective marine conservation, restoration of these habitats can be attributed. So the project structure is composed by 6 work packages. At the beginning, whenever we wrote a project, we could not include, Cape Verde authorities, institutions, but we managed to involve key stakeholders, especially the fishers, who help us really a lot in Santo Antão. Without the help of them, this project could not be achieved. So we have established a network of fishermen located in Porto Novo, Tarrafal, Cruzinha, and Janela. Again, without them, these could not be achieved. So with many hours of diving and many exchange of information between the fishers and us, we have found 11 species of blake corals and gorgonians. We also have found blake corals and gorgonians forests that are located around Santantown. Here you have the Gates of Aden, which is located on the most eastern location of the island, had one of the highest densities seen in the world, and this is an image of how these black coral forests look like. And Kanjana is located on the south, and the densities were not so high, as you could see, and this is just an impression of how this environment looks like. If we translate these in functional richness, we have established many locations here. We have estimated freak values where we have a very high in green functional richness. So, and you have here an image of how it looks like. So the coral densities were high, but also there was a lot of different kinds of corals in these locations. And this is where Cruzinha is where the freak functional richness is actually low, because the densities are not only low, but also in terms of richness, you only have one species. If we translate, we also estimate diversity or benthic diversity in these locations, so between 30 and 70 meters. We have estimated about 7,000 organisms that belong to 42 taxa. 20% of these taxa are endemic, actually endemic species. Leptogornia capverdiensis is where you can see here in this photo, and Atlantica capverdiana is here. So you have not only corals, but sponges, rhodolites. So it's actually a very rich benthic communities in these black coral forests and gorgonians. So if you look like, if you estimate also diversity in these locations, you see that the most eastern side of the island, composed by Janela, Ponta de Tubarão, Hanging Garden, is where the richness of these locations is actually highest. And if you go to the most southern west, the richness is low. Janela is the place where you have the highest percentage in terms of diversity, and Hanging Garden is also, and Ponta de Peça, located here in the most southern location. The densities are not high, but actually in terms of richness, it is high when compared to the location situated in the most southern place. If we look now about fish community, we have estimated about 26,000 fish that belong to 58 taxa. Also here we have endemic species in all the locations, and we didn't see that many Seriolia and sharks in our transects. So also in terms of diversity, in the most eastern part of the island, we have a very high richness when we compare to the most southern. Also here, Janela is the place where you have the highest densities, but also the highest diversity. And Monte Trigo, which is located here in the island, in the most western southwestern part, the richness is actually very low. So in terms of conservation, what does this mean? So as you can see here, this is only in relation to the corals. These are the places that we think should be conserved, not only because they represent a very high richness and also density places, like here in the Hanging Garden, but also the Gorgonian Valley and Ishfinge and Kanjana, where the densities and the richness is low. We also think these should be preserved. But in terms of benthos and fish that compose or that are in these locations, here you can see in green is where you have the hotspots of biodiversity. So we also think that these places, because of being a hotspot of diversity and density, is also should be conserved. We have done 3 workshops with the local stakeholders. We actually just finished our last workshop, and we asked the fishers and the local stakeholders what they think about our data. And they said that they would like to have Ponta de Peça here preserved, or this area, because in the past it was a hotspot of diversity, and so they would be willing to recover this kind of ecosystem. But at the moment, and because we actually are with the stakeholders in several meetings, we do not know what to do with these locations. You know that in terms of or in science, they should be preserved. But we are still discussing this with the local stakeholders. So, nevertheless, and I'm sorry, we have developed the first restoration actions of 3 benthic species in Santantown, with 2 black corals, Stichopates and Thanacetipates, and also with the Gorgonian, Unicella. And we have found out that Stichopates and, Unicella, they survived and they grew during 2 years, so they are viable to be restored, while one of the black coral was not. So, as I said before, we had a lot of workshops and also meetings with local stakeholders to inform them about the project. We were invited last week to present Coast on the Ocean Decade here in Cabo Verde, organized by the Republic President of Cabo Verde, where Coast was presented, and also Coast actually presents the results and what we think about Santantown Marine's ecosystem. So I'd like to acknowledge once again not only our funding agencies, but also the fishermen. Without them, this project could not be achieved. So thank you so much. And I leave you with this wonderful video of a marine forest here in Santantown. Thank you so much.
And now I'd like to invite all the presenters to come to the table, please, for the debate. Yeah, so this last project was actually interesting to discuss the issue that what is the goal of restoration? That looked like a project where it was mostly about conservation. Is this the same or not? The topic of our roundtable today is what are the goals of restoration in terms of processes, biological processes, biophysical processes. And I would like to ask each of you what were the processes that you were aiming to restore in each one of your projects, and
during this process, not just during your project, but during all the approaches related to the topic of your project, what were the main challenges and the difficulties that are limiting the success of restoration of your own topic? Or also what are the factors that facilitate and that would actually allow the possibility of restoration that is significant in the topic that you are studying? So let's start with maybe in the order that you set for a change. Maybe we start right here.
My point, okay.
Maybe about 2 minutes each, because there's a lot of people to talk.
No, I leave time for the others. My was more the analysis and the treatment. So the process, we didn't study the process too much. We had some problems with establishing the diatom films in the lab, so we are still working on it. So I cannot really give you an exact answer about our case.
So you don't need to answer just about the specific case because you just presented your project, but as a general, you know, lessons learned in the field in which you work.
Okay, so our project was about biodiversity, species interactions, and ecosystem functions that we wanted to restore. And we tried to measure all of this, but especially for ecosystem functions, we found it a bit difficult. Or, I mean, we measured these functions, but we get only like a very snapshot view on these. So we can look at the pollination of one specific plant species and so on. And in the end, we saw that it was difficult to relate this to biodiversity in our sites. So yeah, the small projects, I think it's difficult to really measure the multifunctionality across these grasslands that we have been studying.
We had several ecosystem functions, from nutrient retention, ecosystem metabolism, some food web stuff. So this was successfully applied. We also wrote a kind of manual how to measure them, because we experienced that most people know what it is, but they don't know how to measure it. So I think that was something which may be helpful in the future. I think using ecosystem function to assess restoration success is something new, even if it's in most of the policies, it's explicitly stated that functions are also a restoration goal. But right now, nobody's using functions to evaluate if the restoration actually was successful. So there is something, I feel a discrepancy between what we want and what we actually do. And this is probably also due to not having enough manuals, not having enough skills, and probably also functional indicators which could help to evaluate that. So I think the new call will give opportunities, but we experience that there's apparently a gap between at least fundamental science and restoration science.
Yeah, we also had this view that we were thinking that global stressors or climate change, they are happening. It's difficult to do something for the local stakeholder, but so we tried to look at functionality related with what you can do at the local plane to make the system more resilient for the ongoing global changes, and had that perspective. So it's both functionality for the ecosystem, how you can make that more resilient, but also functionality for the society, or how to make a better fishery or a more relaxing area to working sort of. So yeah.
Yeah, I guess the ideal picture would be that biodiversity mirrors the ecosystem integrity. I like the word ecosystem integrity because it includes the matter cycles as well as the biotic side of things. I guess this is what many of us have in our minds, I guess. And the peat bogs that we examined are quite resilient, and we were quite surprised to see from these cores that we sampled that over time they recuperated from pretty heavy disturbances, not human at that time, of course, but from pretty substantial disturbances. So that's good, that's encouraging, I would say. Climate change is going to be an issue. because we may not be getting back what we had before. I think this is probably new for some of the systems, and I think this requires a very careful look at the local situation. I would say in some cases the desire to get back what we had is in vain. So there we should be looking for something new. And of course, this is where stakeholder interactions come into play. When there is no land use conflict, I would say the local knowledge is very, very important, because we cannot measure everything. Talking to people who have been there for centuries, I think, is very helpful. Thank you.
So in the case of the deep sea, it's totally different because the activities haven't started yet. So we tested different restoration actions that we thought maybe would help the ecosystem to recover if there were an impact. We tested active restoration and we tested passive restoration. And so far, as I said in the recommendation, we didn't have enough time to test if restoration is possible in the deep sea. Because ecological processes are so slow there, it will take us more than a decade to evaluate if restoration activities can be possible. And the other thing is that we don't have a lot of baseline data about the natural state of these ecosystems. So to evaluate, for example, climate change impact on these ecosystems, it's quite a challenge because there are only a few sites in the world that we're monitoring for more than 10 years.
Yeah, so I only told you a quarter of the story. Well, given the time, there was not much more to do. Most of you, I don't know if you like to go to the mountains, but you go to the mountains because you like crystal clear water in the lakes. The basic problem is maybe the fish. But the other problems are climate change. It's the introduction of phosphate and nitrate through pastoralism and use. And the other problem I briefly talked about is pollution. So all of them together are degrading the water quality. They are making it dangerous to a way that, for example, this year, which was again a very dry year, at least on the French side, there were groups of hikers who got sick. Not because they were drinking in lake water, but they were drinking even in the brook water, because it was so dry that their livestock was close to the river or to the brooks. And of course, yeah, all of their ejections are there as well, including pathogens, including all kinds of additional niceties, including insecticides and others. So the start of the problem is the fish. The end of the problem is the climate change, because we now have conditions in the mountains which are ideal for algal growth, because we have phosphate, we have no predators or little predators, and we have the right temperatures. So all of these are destabilizing. So it's not about ecological processes or natural processes or whatever. It's the total system which is completely unbalanced at the moment, and with the climate change impact further increasing. And just from recent research of my lab, we're talking about 2.52 degrees above the mean in the mountains. This is enormous, and the extremes are even more important. If we don't do what Mark is doing already in the Catalan Pyrenees, we will not be able to recover most of those lakes, which are the ones I've shown you, because the algal growth will continue. We can put phosphate binders in there as much as we want, but that will not solve the issue. And this means there will be no drinking water, neither for hikers nor for livestock.
So, based, almost all of you
pointed to common problems which are beyond the control of the researcher. And in most cases, it's interesting how so many distinct ecosystems and distinct places in the world actually share this feeling of, can we still do anything? It's a little bit actually sad to hear, because from what you've been saying, we get the impression that at the scale of just research projects like that, you are talking about a very limited scope. And so what we need to talk about is how can we actually upscale and make this, we need to save the planet, not to save our backyard. All that also, maybe everyone should save their backyard and then we save the planet, right? So how to do this in a large scale? For example, the project with the grasslands, you have a better solution because you have farmers, there's a lot of them. If they would all collaborate, if they would all do the right amount of grazing, not too much, not too little, perhaps. So the solution could not come from individual projects. The solution could come from a program, a general approach, right, across the, well, it's not just the researchers, it's the whole population has to be involved in restoration as an objective, a general goal that's part of economy, that's part of farming, that's part of all the activities. It can't be just solutions that come after the damage. It doesn't work. So that's what most of you, I think, are saying. So I'm going to ask you, can you comment on that? And also the other aspect that many of you mentioned is, it sounds like it's much more effective to conserve than to restore. In many cases, you were mentioning we can't even restore. Once we lose something that evolved over hundreds, thousands of years and accumulated all this structure, perhaps once it's so damaged and so full of pollution or so changed, we cannot get back. And so maybe we're putting so much attention into restoring after damage, and we should be putting attention. We still have things that have not damaged. Let's just not let those go, because now we're losing track of those. Can you all start commenting on that again? Who wants? Maybe perhaps we go like, who wants to talk?
A very quick comment. I would say it's our responsibility as researchers to anticipate the changes that we are experiencing that are going to get worse, and think of how to help ecosystems cope with a future situation, what we call climate-proof restoration.
So when it comes to upscaling, I think it's not science which is actually hampering large-scale restoration approaches. I think we had the key. We had this land availability. So I think that's everything, right? So it starts from the small scale. But was there ever a project where they restored an entire catchment, where they had all the landowners on board? They said, okay, I will give you a part of the land to make my stream look better or my forest look better. But we will have these issues when we speak about climate change and climate proofing of restoration measures, because right now we think about what is the best option given the current situation, but having floods or droughts in the same year, what kind of restoration measure you should develop to make both extremes compatible. So, and this works probably only if you give more space to at least to the rivers and the streams. And this is, I see this as a huge problem to have this space, because the floodplains are densely populated, and if we don't tackle this issue, then all of our restoration approaches are, at least there will not be 100% successful, or not even successful at all.
Yeah, but in general, we need a systemic approach. It's impossible to make a restoration project without bringing all the conditions together. It doesn't make any sense. And this is the biggest issues which we are facing at the moment, because policy on the one side is not following science. It's getting worse. We had a good time. We are now in a bad time. We can produce good science as we want if the conditions are not met. In addition, lobbies getting stronger and stronger, enforced by ignorance and ignorance of policymakers. If we don't set many things straight, including pollution, including climate change mitigation and so on, the restoration will have very little to no impact.
I agree. I mean, but I also think it's important, getting back to the question about locally, globally thinking. And I think, at least personally, it's very difficult to tackle the world's problem in one project or as a one person. So I sort of have to develop projects like these locally, or ground them locally at least, to show what's the possibility. But it is frustrating to sort of see that no matter what we do, it keeps on going down. All the science, it's frustrating, both as a parent and as a citizen and as a researcher.
If there is one place where we can do something, is doing conservation under deep sea, because the mining impact haven't happened yet. So that's why we claim for a moratorium, even the precautionary approach.
Yeah, I can also add something on the cultural habitats that we have. So you already said that we need the farmers there. And so one major problem is here the profitability of grazing, like these semi-natural grasslands. So the interviews with the farmer we did, so they do not earn money with the grazing there. So most of them do it just as a hobby because they like to have animals or things like that. And there's definitely something we can do about this to, yeah, make this profitable and, yes, to keep these ecosystems. Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's a very good point. A lot of things, a lot of these issues, when people are informed and they have, even if they have an affectionate interest in the issue, if the money comes first, the decisions are not always necessarily the best. So let's go for, you've been a little bit negative. Let's try to give positive messages for policy, like what should we all do? What should policymakers do? What should managers do? There has to be, we're not just going to let things this way. What have you learned that can actually make a difference? And I've been hearing that there are, to make things scalable and feasible, you need to involve the people who are actually doing the changes. You can't just go and like place back certain species that's disappearing because the ecosystem is not right. So if you don't make the ecosystem right, then there's no point in adding biodiversity that's missing and all of that. So there seems to be some broader scale and some broader changes across all the economic activities that make things reach another equilibrium. And so, like she was saying, how will we convince people to do this if it's not the best in their best economic interest? Because some other activities actually will give more money than these ones. So what are your suggestions?
Well, sorry, in my case, we had a stakeholder involved that is obliged to implement these rules. So for us, it was easier because they have to do it. So they were involved, they know the results, and now they know what they have to do. So for us, it's easier. But for other things, I think it will be much more difficult. It depends, I guess, on who's the boss in several places. So I think we have to go really high up. I don't know what you think about that, but I hear always negative. It doesn't matter. Okay, so then we are with big problems.
I'm saying this because I was part of a delegation seeing Emmanuel Macron about the global assessment, and his first comment was, "Is it really that bad?" So it doesn't help.
So someone mentioned earlier like a stamp of environmental quality or something. So for example, many of the problems that originate the need for restoration are caused by human activities that would have alternatives, but the alternatives are less economically beneficial. So perhaps professionals could sell their products with an added value if they had a kind of a stamp that say they collaborate with these activities or these products, this fish, this I don't know, forestry product, etc. They will they are collaborating with projects that improve nature, and so they have an added value. So the consumers would pay for added value products, and would this be an alternative? Interesting. So to make it large scale so that a lot of people will join and want to participate in the initiative?
Yeah, that could be interesting, as long as it doesn't just make some people richer by people paying to that company for providing those eco stamps, and that's the only effect of that. So, but yeah.
It's not always big companies. If I look at many farmers are family businesses, like in Austria, for example, and so I think we can do a lot of looking at the consumers, the willingness to pay for organic food differs widely, not just by how rich you are, but also which kind of where you're from. And I think in some cases, I think simply a less intensive land use is achievable by producing higher quality food. So I think this is for some ecosystem types, way to go. For others, it's more difficult, of course. But I think we need to look at every specific situation and see where are the levers that we can pull and where are our best opportunities. So I think if you look at the specific situation, it's also not like in such a totally pessimistic mood, depending, of course, which ecosystem we work in.
I think we do not need to invent new things. Well, in France, we are lucky. We have the environmental charter as part of the basic law. So this is something which is rather unique, I think, in general. What we need is the application of current law, and this is not done. This is not reinforced. If this would be reinforced, it will become very costly to continue the trajectory on which we are. So what we need to, what I think would be a good way forward is financing the environmental associations, which have very good environmental lawyers, who do a lot of things, but they're heavily underfunded, and they cannot go against all of those different cases which are out there. Once we get this settled, we set good conditions.
Okay, so there's a lot of already some very positive suggestions for policy. Could we do another round of suggestions of, if you were the manager of the Biodiversa program and you wanted to recommend researchers what they could do in the next projects that would actually be meaningful to improve the state of ecosystems in Europe, what would you be suggesting for as positive things that actually work? You already talked a lot about information. That was something that everyone highlighted as the lack of information is a problem. A lot of people are probably even like interested in and have good intentions, but they just don't know what they're doing, right? So can you give some more examples of ways to go forward that will actually have a higher impact on improving the state of things?
At least what we experience is that we are usually just following up restoration projects. So we are just evaluating things which happened in the past. I would really like to see more of this living lab issue. So they are part of the recent EU calls, but even this money is not enough to have a restoration project designed together with stakeholders and then actually checking if it was successful, or being able to use this as a kind of whole system experiment to manipulate different options. working together with stakeholders, this co-development, co-creation thing, I think is really crucial, but this is extremely expensive. I think Merlin was one of the few projects which actually did this. At least they were able to have an ongoing restoration and had this scientifically evaluated. But I think this living lab thing is really interesting also scientifically, but having this close collaboration with stakeholders which actually do the job, this is crucial for a successful project, and this requires probably a little bit more funding.
From marine mineral resources, I think the money has to go in research and development, so we don't need these resources. So I would say that project advocating to find solutions, other solutions than using these mineral resources would be a good thing.
Do you, so for this goal of restoring function, biodiversity and biophysical and physical processes, restoring processes and improving them, do you see conflicts between different approaches? So the objectives in each one of your projects, you had very distinct objectives, and sometimes the objectives can be conflicting with each other. I was just imagining if you're like breaking a dam and there's a lot of pollution upstream, you're bringing all the pollution downstream and all the sediments. Maybe you're going to damage all the corals and all the things because the water is going to come down with all that. So are there issues where you know, some people, some projects, because this comes back also to the funding and the private funding, which at the moment there's a lot of, you know, danger of greenwashing because you're selling, oh, let's do carbon sequestration. Well, companies want that because they need to do that. But that's also making ecosystems sometimes less diverse because they'll be anoxic, or etc. So these conflicts between different objectives, because it's not an official, it's not a written in stone what the ecosystem should be like. What is the baseline that we want to restore it and for what function? And some people like birds, some people like grassland, some people like anoxic sediments with a lot of carbon, etc. Can you in your own fields, which are all very distinct ecosystems, can you give examples of this and what should be done to cope with that, the impact? Because often the projects are focusing on something restricted, and maybe the talking and collateral impact on other ecosystems is there is less discussion of this connectivity across all the ecosystems. Can someone comment on that?
It's actually currently happening, and at least in our federal states and in Germany, where the aim is to restore connectivity, but what they also want to keep the water in the landscape. So they actually creating dams to achieve this. So, and this is, from my understanding, classical conflict management from the social scientists. I think Methodi has something to say, but this is at least where the natural sciences are not good equipped. So we need, I think, closer collaboration with the social science to help to solve this. I don't know if it can be solved at all if you have conflicting interests, but they will occur in the future more often.
Okay. Any more answers? No? So we will just close the discussion and with a general maybe summary conclusion that it's important to keep all of this discussion scientific, evidence-based, because there's a lot of these issues that are discussed in social media, for example, and some of you mentioned problems like that, where people start giving their opinions. And so it's important that all the results of these projects are transparent, published, but in also to the general public, but keeping it scientific and not based on opinions, because that keeps a direction and preserves the field from less scientific pressures that are common. Okay, thank you very much for all your participations.
Thank you so much to Esther for moderating this session, and to all the panelists here for your interesting talks and your input into this discussion. Unfortunately, time is running, so we don't have time to answer more questions from the auditorium here this time. But I recommend to continue with the discussion with the dinner tonight or tomorrow with the Q&A sessions we will have after tomorrow's presentations. I think it was extremely interesting to get all this input here from today. BiodivRestore, we have the final conference here, but BiodivRestore is still running. So so we're all reporting about results of your projects, which are running for some time, but still not finished. And so we get some interesting insights. The Knowledge Hub actually started only last year, will also go for more or less one additional year now. So still some ongoing work, several interesting products which are developed at the moment and which still have to be delivered. Nevertheless, I got some interesting points. According to the Knowledge Hub, I heard some voices. Yes, it's really timely to give input into the current debate on the implementation of the nature restoration regulation and the development of the national restoration plans. However, on the other side, the timing for the NRP development is also rather soon, so we need to think of some options to give the input into the current policy debate, for example, with the biodiversity platform or other platforms we're also participating in. And I think we got the message in order to bring this interesting products into the policy debate. And what we've learned here with the discussion, so it was really interesting to hear the different results and views from the different projects. I looked up in our agenda, so we asked actually the projects to tell us about the biological and biophysical processes that drive conservation and restoration. But we've heard a lot also on the other side. So restoration is not only about the ecological processes, but it's also about integration, involvement of different stakeholders to bring this into societal and policy processes. And it was interesting to hear the different viewpoints here. We've heard about the effects of climate change, which have to be considered in some way in order to have meaningful solutions. We have to address, of course, societal aspects and stakeholders' views. We have to address the policy side. We have to look for economic viable ways and in our solutions. And of course, we also have to avoid or to deal with specific trade-offs, conflicts, or different objectives we have within maybe different restoration paradigms, I would say. Okay, so I like to finish for today. I think tomorrow there will be also an interesting discussion with the other projects, and I will directly pass to Chloe, who wants to announce what we'll have tonight. And yes, Chloe, please.
Very quick and practical information, but we'll be happy to meet you all at Tata Negro restaurant tonight at 7:30. You have all the information in a practical guide that has been sent to you by email. If not, don't hesitate to come to us and we will give you again the address. And important point of information, tomorrow we will start at 9 sharp to try to not be in delays as we are a bit today, sorry for this. And so we invite you to come if you want by 8:30 for registration. We can give you other badges also tomorrow if you need some. And yes, thank you all for today. See you at the restaurant to pursue those very interesting discussions and see you early tomorrow morning. Thank you all.
So good morning, everyone. We'd like to restart again with our day 2. So hopefully everyone slept very well and is fresh for a new day, new discussions and new presentations of the project. I'd like to inform you again that if you like to post about this conference, please use the hashtag BiodivRestore for posting on social media, and you also can tag with @BiodiversaPlus. And we also like to remind you that this meeting is being recorded, so a recording and slides will be shared on our website. Yes, hopefully all the participants will still be online today, so or on site, of course. Yes, today we have the second round of our presentations, of our project presentations. This second yes, round will be dedicated to the title, how can we assess trade-offs and synergies between targets, benefits and policies for conservation and restoration. So this will be about exploring governance, objectives, costs and human impacts. And for this also we have a set of very interesting projects again today. Our moderator will be Dirk Schmeller from the FishMe project. So welcome here on stage. And okay, yes, already mentioned this. There was another slide. No, okay, that's also already by trade. Okay, so Dirk, please take the floor and please invite the different projects to come on stage. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you digested well the paella from yesterday. Well, and a little bit of wine we did have. I would like to ask all of the presenters up here on stage right away. There must be 7 of you. And the best would be you put yourself in the order. So the first one, second one, and so on and so on. So we have Anu Lähteenmäki-Uutela. We have Metodi Sotirov, Pavel Saska, Edivando Vitor do Couto. Sorry for bad pronunciations. David Lusseau, Ulf Stein et Thierry Boulinier. Et ouais, one person is online, if I'm informed correctly. I just don't know which one. But anyway, please look at Chloe. We have 2 Chloes? Okay, that's why I was hesitant. So please look at Chloe. She will give you the time. And please respect it. If you're too long, I will step in. I'm very good in that. Yeah, I think we should start. Anu, your turn.
Hey, good morning. I'm Anu from Sotdke, Finnish Environment Institute, and I led the BioTrade project consortium. We worked with the University of Bern, University of Copenhagen, and the Raoul Wallenberg Institute, Center for Development and Environment at University of Bern. And we studied international trade, international business, and how to regulate international trade and business to protect biodiversity outside Europe, by Europe. So European regulations, trade law, unilateral trade measures, regulating our businesses when they are abroad, having projects abroad, outside Europe, and then human rights law approaches. So this is mainly a legal project. We are 7 legal researchers and 5 non-legal in the project, which is still continuing in the 4th year. And the different work packages were about the trade law, business law, like regulating supply chains and corporate social responsibility. Then we had no-net laws, policies, mitigation hierarchy, and biodiversity offsets or the project permitting-based laws, and then human rights law. So all legal work packages in our project. And the main problem is European consumption with the high footprints and planetary boundaries being transgressed by overconsumption. And Europe is a major cause, European consumption, major cause for global biodiversity loss, as you know. And how we can impact that in Europe by European law, European Union law, or European Union member state law, or European country law, like in the case of Switzerland, which is not part of the EU. So we can have laws targeting that problem. And the previous commission, like was mentioned yesterday, we had good times. The previous commission, we had a lot of laws, and the Green Deal, and the restoration regulation, and deforestation regulation, the taxonomy for sustainable investments. We had the corporate sustainability reporting directive, corporate sustainability due diligence directive. All these nice laws targeting trade and business and footprints and supply chain management and human rights, due diligence, a lot of good laws. And now we're reading in the newspapers what's happening to these laws with the new commission, watering it down, cancelling it, modifying it. And just in news yesterday was the deforestation regulation again. And the commission decided not to postpone after all. And now they're just changing it. Maybe it'll only apply to operators importing the goods and not traders. I don't know. I haven't read the new proposal properly, but the businesses are reading really anxiously. The European businesses and the businesses outside Europe are reading the laws and the proposals and the modifications and preparing to comply, because there are fines and other sanctions for businesses, and they are interested in avoiding that, interested in complying, and they've been developing supply chains and working together with the standards organizations, the private standards organizations like the Fair Trade and the Rainforest Alliance, and these to help comply with the EU DR, deforestation regulation. So this is the main example of a groundbreaking law that regulates the footprints and sets sustainability criteria for products sold on the European market, imported to Europe, sold on the market, exported from Europe. So EUDR, global example, and now rediscussed. Yeah, I already mentioned the anti-regulation movement in Europe. So there a lot of the majority is now shifting to deregulation. Also environmental targets, not only technical and not only bureaucracy, but also lowering the targets, and also like being ignorant and, like mentioned yesterday, and anti-law in general, and not caring about the planetary boundaries, but focusing on immediate competitive, I don't know, competing by exploiting the nature, basically. And saying it's about technicalities and data, and also speaking a lot about third country producers and their rights, and small businesses and the third global south, and all the lobbies are now really focusing on the small companies far out there, even though the main idea probably is to have a business running like it used to, like business as usual in Europe. We learned a new concept with a nature positive business, or regenerative business, or restorative business is now replacing responsible business in like education, in business schools, and maybe law schools. The no net loss or net gain or regenerative or net positive business is now the word for sustainable, responsible business. So to leave the world better, not only lowering the footprints, but increasing the handprints and making good action and regenerative tourism and regenerating whatever. And we're talking a lot about investors now. Maybe we want to conclude that investments are crucial, like a crucial actor in economic systems, and impact investment and criteria for sustainable investments. And so that's why we talk a lot with the investment sector, finance and investment sector. We need both no-net policies in country level and no-net policies in supply chain regulation. So these two targets both are needed, two instruments both. Country level law and supply chain and targeting investors.
Yeah, kiitos Anu, sorry. Yeah, so we will continue right away with Metodi. Is it correctly pronounced? Okay. So
me today.
Bioconsent.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. It's me again. Right. Now it's my pleasure to guide you through kind of 3.5 years work within the Bioconsent project. The short title is Forest Biodiversity Restoration Policy and Management. So we want to provide decision-making support, and obviously it's a collaborative work done and carried out by a consortium of partners from Germany, Austria, Bulgaria, Finland, Germany, Spain, and Sweden. Right. This is more or less the problem statement. I know it's a bit probably too much on one slide. I had no chance to animate these figures. However, let's start from the left upper part of this table. So basically, as with other ecosystems, it's assessed that about 80% of all forest habitats and forest-dependent species are in bad or not favorable conservation status. So obviously, we are talking here about forest degradation, right? Even in Europe, right? So the forest area in Europe is rather stable. So we are not talking about deforestation, albeit there is a legal deforestation happening also inside Europe. Right. In order to tackle or to reverse these forest degradation issues in Europe, quite some instruments were formulated and adopted. To the right, you see some screenshots of the EU Forest Biodiversity Strategy, the EU Forest Strategy, both to 2030, and now, of course, obviously, the Nature Restoration Regulation. So among others, these strategies and legally binding laws contain specific objectives and specific parameters for forest ecosystems, which you can find really kind of on the bottom of this or in the middle of this slide. It's very much about restoring forest ecosystems by leaving more dead wood laying or standing, improve the status of forest birds, go or support close to nature forest management, work with natural regeneration with native tree species, and also improve the connectivity of forest landscapes. Okay, these are all the most important objectives and expectations for forest ecosystems. And this is our starting point in the Bioconsent project. So we wanted to understand how well or how effectively these objectives will be implemented by the member states. And if there are any gaps or difficulties, we want to understand them. You know, really to make sense of what's happening and to assess the effectiveness of these very important EU policy targets for forest ecosystems. Basically, we developed and implemented a joint conceptual framework, which basically says that it's really important to have ambitious EU policy targets. However, their effectiveness is pretty much dependent on national policy responses by the landowners, in this case, forest owners. And obviously, the forest ecosystem themselves react also on all those management and policy responses. All right. Now, this is the first slide outlining one of the important key results in our project. You see here at least 3 countries that we sampled and analyzed, how differently they reacted to the EU forest biodiversity and forest strategies. Sweden, rather very reluctant, friendly, rejected both strategies. Germany pretty much kind of undecided, neutral, divided internally, partly supporting the biodiversity strategy, actually not really collectively supporting the EU forest strategy, and Spain pretty much supporting both strategies. Okay, so national contexts do matter, and the main explanation here is that it's very much about the dominant coalitions in those countries. Okay, 2 minutes, that's hard. All right, the next lesson that we draw from our research is that the diversity of forest owners and managers do shape the different reactions, the positive, the negative, and divided responses by the landowners in these countries. You see here another collection of countries that we complemented with a very close cooperation with another AeroNet project. So basically, it's two groups of forest owners that we labeled multifunctionalists and environmentalists that are very likely to support the EU forest strategy and biodiversity objectives for forests. It's rather the so-called traditionalists and economically oriented optimizers that are less or least likely to support them. And they are also passive forest owners that basically don't do anything. So basically, they might probably support the objectives. The next question is, okay, how do you want to implement these objectives actually in terms of the spatial implementation? So we kind of defined three different future scenarios: biodiversity first, multifunctionality first, and wood-based economy first scenario, and asked experts in 6 countries, including the 4 bioconsent countries, about the most feasible and the most effective strategy to implement those objectives on the ground. And basically, one can see that land sharing, which is extensive forest management, probably close to nature forest management, is the most preferable approach. However, under the bioeconomy first scenario, the experts said that it would be land sparing, segregating the area in circularly protected areas and in very intensively managed forests. And very many experts said that the triad approach is also probably very interesting. Okay. It seems that I'm done. Thank you so much, and looking forward.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Pavel Saska, and I'm standing here on behalf of the project coordinator, Dave Bowen from INRA Dijon, who couldn't be here today, unfortunately. The other partners of the FRESH project are Wageningen University from the Netherlands, SLU in Sweden, and University of Innsbruck from Austria. The FRESH project is working in arable settings in agricultural land, where weeds are controlled by herbicides, and these herbicides are potentially running off to adjacent running waters. There are also natural components of agroecosystems which are contributing to weed regulations, as we can see on the plot. These beetles or insects, they interact with herbicides in a way that the herbicides are reducing their populations by multiple ways, but also the beetles potentially may reduce the herbicide, the need for herbicide applications in case they are abundant enough. The restoration here comes in place that we have semi-natural habitats in the landscapes that potentially support these beneficial organisms, but they may also intercept the running of herbicides to the running water in agro ecosystems. So we had ecological questions here focused on the role of semi-natural habitats, and also how these semi-natural habitats affect biodiversity in running waters. And we had socio-economic questions targeting farmers and asking why do farmers or why don't farmers adopt these semi-natural habitats on their farms. The ecology questions were addressed by in the first place, reusing existing data from previous projects, from literature, but also from a new experiment that we set in all 5 member partner countries, where we measured seed removal in the fields. We measured populations of rabbit beetles, weed infestation in the fields, land use and landscape configuration. We ask farmers for the management information from their fields, and socioeconomic questions were addressed by conducting questionnaires and discrete choice experiment. I actually in the rest of the presentation I won't show any fancy plots that would show our great results. There are great results, so some are already published, but I focused more on what we learned and what were the problems. So yeah, the positive outcomes for me at least was that working with socioeconomists is actually like broadening our expertises, because most of the project partners were ecologists, but also it brings a lot of problems, because the way socioeconomists work is different to ecologists. So sometimes we had to explain each other what we mean. Also, the cultural differences between the countries brought problems in translating everything, that be assured that the farmers will respond to the same questions in every country. Well, one of the greatest challenges was that actually the willingness of farmers to participate is decreasing. They're actually bombed by many different projects and policies, etc. So yeah, it was a bit complicated there, but still we managed to get responses from over 1,000 farmers from all the 3 countries, all the 5 countries. And we found that most farmers are actually willing to adopt, and they are already using semi-natural habitats in their fields. But there's still a part of farmers that, well, would be willing to do it in case they got substantial financial support. From the ecological part, we were able to collect new data that actually supported the existence of our assumptions regarding the weed regulation and support for the ecosystem services. But well, the greatest challenge greatest challenge there was that the funding in one of the partner countries, which was very low, actually delayed everything. So many of these foundings cannot be published because we're waiting for the results yet. Well, these were our suggestions for potential impacts of our results and policies. Maybe we can discuss that later. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edivando, and I'm here on behalf of Dr. Pablo Tedesco, who was the coordinator of the project Forest Fish, but unfortunately he could not be here today. So this project is cooperation between many countries, European countries and South American countries, most Brazil and US, and we're working on about frugivorous fish. So fruit is the key food for fish in food plains in tropical rivers, as you can see. And South America is the largest river, Amazon River, but also in Congo and also in Asia. Also in the South America, in the Paraná River, we have many species of frugivorous fish. We have more than almost 300 fish species, and most of them is in Amazonia. The most famous one is tambaqui, is a fish very important for the people over there because people used to eat this kind of fish. And also for the fishers, it's quite important in general. Just to give you an idea, the fish is one of the oldest fruit eating in the evolutionary system. And it starts before, for example, other animals. So I'm not a biologist, so to me it's quite hard to explain that point. but fish likely contribute to the diversification on the early angiosperms, and also quite important in South America is related to the flood pools. And as you, I don't know if you know, but in Amazon basin we have like a drought season, and we have like a flood pools after that that create a big wetlands in the whole system, and then the fish do this the dispersal of the fruits. So we had three important questions for the project. One is how the recent land use change have affected the frugivorous fish diversity. The second was like, will the future climate, land use, and river fragmentations change the Amazon effect of viability and suitable areas for frugivorous species fish? And the third one of this, how these expected shifts in the distribution of frugivorous fish will affect the fishing communities and their traditional fishing grounds. As I don't have too much time, I'm just going to give you an idea of this result of this project, because it was a great project. We got very close, everybody in the project from Brazil, from Germany, from France. We work in a great collaboration. We have a lot of outcomes. It's not possible to give you like an idea, because now we have reports, we have papers in preparations, we have so many things. But I think the most important point was one of our people, one of the Professor Carolina Doria, is now working in the Secretary of Fisheries in the Ministry of the Environment of Brazil. This was a big achievement for us, because now she is part of the decision makers in Brazil. Also, we helped a lot in the fishers unions, giving them support in many workshops, capacity buildings, and helping them how to have better decisions, because in Brazil, we have there this public consultation when the ministry put together the decision makers, the fishers, and so on, and they will decide for the future of the fisher in the area. Also, we have a map of the prioritization areas for fish conservation, fruit-eating fish conservation. But here we focus on the most important species for the local communities, that decision makers can take this important map to forecast the future of fish in the area. And the last one is that for me was the very important one, because I was very close. We work in collaboration with women in a book of recipes of all the kind of species of fish related to the project. And in this process of creating the recipes, we have the time to exchange with them and highlight the importance of the conservation, climate change. That those people never heard about climate change, or they don't understand, or this word doesn't mean anything. But for us was very important. And now we are in preparation of a paper that we also found the displacement, people displacement, because now they need to move much more upstreams to get the same amount of fish that always was like easy for them to get close to their house. So we have also the climate change, and also the effect of the overfishing and the river fragmentation affecting the people life and making displacements in Brazil. We focus in Brazil because South America is huge and it's quite impossible to go through the other regions. But okay, well, I think we have like a good picture, a big picture of the problem right now. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We're going to move to the sea a little bit to start talking about MPS. I kind of, in this talk, I'm trying to cover a little bit what some of the main insights we generated, but also the ways of working and what has worked well and not so well, and trying to figure out what we're trying to do. We've got about 17,000 MPS around the planet, so it's a lot of them. And then we're trying to do more of them. And part of the motivation for the work we have here was really to say, well, can we do something different with what we have at hand? And if we were to try to do something different, what exactly, how would we use the MPS we have at the moment, instead of trying to build more of them? Because clearly the approach we are using so far is not really helping with biodiversity conservation. We're making a lot of MPAs, biodiversity is still going down. So the first view was to try to look at these 17,000 MPAs and try to understand what was the status of biodiversity there. And what I mean by that is how much risk they were exposed to. And so for that, we actually overlaid about 35 actual measures of human activities around the planet in all these 17,000 ones, assess the presence of about 10,000 species, and then try to understand, build some measures of risk of biodiversity risk present there. And what we find is that biodiversity risk can be explained by a number of factors, but particularly one of the key factors we are finding is that it's a kind of MPA that is there that is quite important. So we strictly reserve, these national parks where there is a lot of exclusion of human activities have low risk. But there are different kind of ways of managing MPAs that are also providing differences in risk. So for example, if we are looking at MPAs that are only focusing on one habitat and one species, the way we do it on the Habitats Directive, those are the ones that are currently have the highest biodiversity risk action. So they are not working well as an approach to managing biodiversity risk. MPAs where some sustainable use is allowed works well. So we've also delivered these networks of activities and species presence and their interactions, both in terms of benefits we receive, ecosystem services, and impact they receive, to try to help people to figure out how to best manage that. We find that actually for those places where we are excluding fishing, it can be problematic for some of the MPAs. Now, we also work with 3 case studies, and there what we are doing was really working with the managers in those locations. So the people that are rarely coming to meetings like those, but are actually at the core phase of managing these MPAs. And we worked in Öresund, between Denmark and Sweden, in Banyuls Reserve in Gulf du Lion, and in Madeira as well. And there we actually have a team of mathematicians, and I was a bit dubious to put mathematicians, well, ecologists all dabble in math, right? But actually bringing mathematicians in the mix of managers, it worked really well. And so we've designed models that were of use for the managers, and they're actually in some places taken forward. So for example, in Öresund, we found that protecting habitat has a lot of added benefits for the locations, and now they ask us to create surveys to look for places to designate habitats. This is a collective, a partnership of communes, of municipalities in that locations coming together. We also try to provide some tools to these managers. And so that some of it has not worked quite well. And that's simply because there's been a bit of roller coaster in terms of AI and in terms of social media access. I've worked with social media data for the past 10 years. Every year it changes what we can access. But now we are coming to a point where we have actually a good access to Google Trends and Wikipedia. And it turns out that we can actually use online behavior of people looking for information about locations to forecast visitation to locations. So this is work we've done with Banyuls Reserve, where actually by looking at online behavior in the spring of the year before the season, we can actually forecast the number of people coming to that locations. And we can do that within the year as well. So in conclusions, what we're finding, which is nothing new, we've heard that many times already today and yesterday, people and nature have complex relationships. If we try to manage one species, one activity, it will often backfire. If I try to remove fishing, often what will happen is that people are asked or are offered to develop tourism as a means to generate alternative income to fishing. And that actually creates sometimes more problems than fishing was in the first place from a biodiversity perspective. We need to consider this hazard integratively, therefore, and we've provided tools to do that, and we'll make that available for people to use through different channels. I haven't talked about the ADN sampling we've done. It's proven quite useful. And then finally, a plea to use an ecosystem-based approach to biodiversity management as well. And so right now, of course, biodiversity is a input-output in ecosystem-based management of human activities. What I mean by that is actually species or habitats, single species, single habitat approaches are not useful for not only conserving biodiversity, but also protecting it. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you for being here. Okay, so I will be talking about the Remove Disease project. which is entitled Conservation and Restoration of Degraded Insular Biodiversity, Removal of Introduced Mammals and Dynamic of Infectious Disease in seabird across islands of the Southern Southern Ocean overall. This is a work that has been developed with two main academic partners, Paulo Catri and his team from Mare in Portugal, and Maël Conan from Nelson Mandela University in South Africa, and stakeholders, regional stakeholders, but also international one. So the objectives of the project were to determine if removing introduced mammal species from islands provide indirect benefit via effects on the dynamic of infectious disease. So the context is that introduced mammal species are a major threat to biodiversity on islands, notably, especially on seabirds, and restoration efforts via the removal of the introduced mammal species have been done on many islands, are very heavy efforts. They are successful in many places. So this is one aspect. You have rats, notably, that can really be damageful for seabirds. And there are restoration plans that were planned and that are costly endeavor, notably on Amsterdam Island, 5 kilometers diameter island, where by dumping poison, you can imagine getting rid of these introduced mammals. In parallel, we have infectious diseases that have been a neglected threat to densely breeding species such as seabird. It was not identified as a big threat, but still in some places it can be a threat, notably avian cholera killing each year thousands of albatrosses on one of these islands, and high pathogenicity avian influenza, which in wild birds and notably seabirds has been very bad in the recent years. So we wonder whether introduced species and infectious disease dynamic could be linked, and by removing introduced mammals, we could imagine an extra benefit of restoration strategy by an effect on the disease. So the challenge were to, in this kind of system where little is done on disease, to develop tools and apply tools about to infer infectious disease patterns in space and time, and then test prediction with regard to following restoration plans. To do that, we worked on a series of islands in the subantarctic, in the Indian Ocean and in the Atlantic Ocean, from South Africa, British overseas territories, and Amsterdam Island notably. So we conducted coordinated field sampling on several islands, on several species, coordinated laboratory analysis, and there was a strong synergy with the development of disease surveillance projects that we could contribute to set up an implementation of restoration plan, costly restoration plan. So I won't go into details, but we got tools and results on the disease ecology part, notably the importance of whole communities of infectious agents that are present on islands where their negative effect is not yet perceived, but which could change in the future with context of global change, for instance. And then in terms of test of predictions following restoration plans, we have been preparing for that by this approach about the disease, long-term gathering of data, analysis in the lab. The main restoration plan was expected to occur in 2023 on Amsterdam Island. It was postponed to 2024. It was done, which is a really strong endeavor. So it's a several million euros project that was done in parallel. So we kind of hitchhiked on that restoration plan. Then in terms of final results, we had some unexpected challenges. First, the panzootic of high pathogenicity avian influenza reached our islands and kept us very busy. We responded in real time to a real threat to biodiversity, which was favored, facilitated clearly by the coordination and the project. And the second thing was that, and possibly linked to climate change indirectly, there was a fire that took over the whole island of Amsterdam, not the main hotspots of seabirds, but we had to evacuate the team and So we don't have yet the final results about whether the rats were fully extirpated, which is likely, but whether it affected the avian cholera situation on the island. And so overall, I just would like to stress that clearly this kind of approach shows that there is interest in synergy between restoration and other type of work on biodiversity, and that integrated approaches are important. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ulf Stein, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce you to some of the results of the Biodiversa Plus Niches project that was dealing with bringing nature-based solutions into stormwater management. Now, very often when we talk about nature-based solutions in cities, we have a vision in mind that looks like this. We have built infrastructure alongside of interesting ecosystems. However, reality often looks like this. This is a disaster of 2024 in Valencia, and it shows what disastrous impacts wrong water management of cities can have. And this brings us to the key research question of the Biodiversa Niches project. How can we avoid future stormwater floodings in cities by the means of nature-based solutions? And we conducted our research in 5 major cities, which are Berlin, Rotterdam, Barcelona, Boston, and Sheffield, and 6 research institutions have been involved in this research. You can find them below. Now, there are a couple of very interesting research outcomes that I would like to present to you today. So we successfully developed an integrated hydrological aquatic ecosystem model that links rainfall, sewer overflows, and ecosystem service provision. We also went into scenario modeling in Barcelona, Boston, and Rotterdam, identifying priority zones for nature-based solutions, showing their co-benefits beyond flood control, such as mitigation and recreation. We also created some very interesting participatory tools that helped us to integrate local knowledge and citizen preferences, making landscape planning, city planning more inclusive and more spatially targeted. Last but not least, our policy analysis revealed effective governance enablers in different cities, and that can be used as inspiration for other cities across Europe. However, where there's light, there's also a bit of shadow, and now I would like to dive into some of the challenges that we have faced during our research. Although we know that NBS effectively can address urban stormwater issues, we also had to learn that nature-based solutions alone can not significantly improve water quality in heavily polluted waters. We also saw that governance fragmentation and limited master planning often slowed down and restrained nature-based implementation. And third, data and personal gaps delayed very often the modeling and limited the precision of our predictions. Looking back, it is really nice to see that the project had so many interesting policy impacts. We helped cities like Berlin, Rotterdam, and Barcelona to develop transition pathways. We did it in a collaborative way together with stakeholders to show them how a greener future could look like and how it can be implemented. I'm also very proud that some of our outputs, be it data or predictions, are ready to be taken up by local adaptation strategies. And last but not least, I want to mention our policy briefs. You see some examples here, and I think they are really targeted towards city planners, landscape planning at city level, and we already received some very good feedbacks on them. So all in all, our key lesson is that effectiveness of nature-based solution is context dependent, and it works best as part of a broader hybrid water management strategies. Inclusive governance, citizen engagement, and open data are as important as engineering. And last but not least, our frameworks and models remain openly available to support the cities on their resilience journey. Last but not least, a heartfelt thank you to all our partners, cities, and teams. This project has really shown how shared learning can drive urban transformation. Thank you very much.
Thanks to all the speakers who have provided interesting insights in their different projects. I would like to first give the possibility to ask questions about each of the projects, if there are any. I don't know if the online participants can ask questions or not. They can. So there are no questions in the room. Are there questions online?
No questions online so far.
Oh, there's one question in the room. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Everything was really very, very interesting and very diverse, showing a wide variety of approaches. I was curious about the prioritization criteria that you used in your case to do these maps. So it was only a question, well, only a question of the presence or absence of some fish species, or there were other things that were considered to set the priorities, because, you know, it's also something relevant for nature restoration regulation.
Thank you for your question. Very good question, because it was a very hard work to set the priorities of the prioritization map. Was quite complicated because we did a stakeholder consultation. We create a system. I'm not the most expert on that, because it was made by one of our postdoc, and we interview people to get, for example, the weight for each variables in our map, and also we used a hierarchical process methodology to rank the different weights for different variables to get the final prioritization map. The stakeholder consultations was like decision makers, fishers, people from the government, from the industries, scientists. We trying to get as much variable and most diverse people in this consultation, and for different sectors to finalize the map. So the paper now is in preparation. I think it's going to be published by the end of this year. If we can exchange emails, I can send you once it's ready for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the interesting answer. Are there any other questions? I don't see the online questions, if there are any or not.
There are no questions online. No question online.
Okay, no question on. Okay, François.
Thank you. Concerning the talk about the MPAs, I was wondering whether the project agreement about the protection of the wide oceans, I would say, not a deep sea ocean, but the protection of the, yeah. Does it change anything about the strategy for the marine protected areas?
So you mean what is planned, the manner by which the protected areas are? It's a good question. I think people are still finding their feet. So in terms of nations are finding their feet on that. My perceptions, the ones I've followed more closely, which is in the southern oceans, are still sets of species specific rather than ecosystem driven. And there are a few others. And so maybe actually, again, I don't want to put some more on the shoulder of the press, but I think the only kind of what I find the more interesting approaches might be in the deep sea, actually, because where we are able to not go for species, but for something that is spatially fixed. That's a big hurdle in marine systems, is that, in many situations, the primary production is not spatially fixed, right? So it floats around. So no, I don't think there's much of a difference except for the deep sea.
At least overfishing is quite a huge issue for such ecosystems. Also, so
yeah,
this approach has also some.
That's right. So there is a kind of, as you said, kind of a over-intensive fishing pressure in some locations, and when we are in pelagic systems, so beyond national jurisdiction, we don't have to make the same kind of community level consideration, socioeconomic, and so that means that the pressures are simpler in a sense. So indeed, it's a bit easier to manage if you can effectively manage it afterwards.
At least it should be.
At least it should be.
Yeah. There's another question. Of course, on the other side of the room, so that our.
Thank you. My question is for the Carabits project. And I was wondering, because the Carabits are terrestrial insects, and you wrote down that you do eDNA from water. So I wonder if you could give a short explanation of how this is working.
Okay, thank you for your question. Of course, rabbit beetles are terrestrial group, but the eDNA work included plants, fish, amphibians, and invertebrates in general. So the eDNA work wasn't really focused on rabbit beetles, but more on the general diversity.
Any other questions?
Yes, there is one question online.
Closer the microphone.
Thank you. One question online from Marius Panan, who asks, how can nature-based solutions such as wetland restoration, reforestation, and watershed rehabilitation transform traditional flood control systems into sustainable, what we call green infrastructure that not only mitigates floods, but also enhances water security, biodiversity, and community resilience? It's a long question.
Yeah,
I can repeat it.
So who's ready to answer? I think it's very difficult to capture the question, to be honest. So if you can rephrase it and make it short, maybe we find someone being able to answer.
So how can nature-based solutions transform traditional flood control systems into green infrastructures that also enhance community resilience and security? So also I think that goes into more the socioeconomic benefits of nature-based solutions and not just focus on mitigating floods. So maybe it's a question also for Ulf from the niche project, indeed, who is not here in the room. So maybe we will go back to this person online and.
Yeah, no, but this goes actually and stays online, because this is a question for our last presenter. So I don't know how you can make him reappear or if you can simply speak and answer the question.
He just sent the video. He's not unfortunately connected online now, so I think we'll just email him the question. Thank you. I don't know if there are any other questions online.
Okay, well, I have one question for Thierry. So you said the fire devastated the Amsterdam island. Did it remove disease?
Sorry, that's the whole question, but we don't know yet because we had to evacuate the island. So we will get results on this, we hope. Right now we cannot, well, we will send some people, but first we have a small group of people because of security reasons, but because the fire is not finished 6 months after the, but yes, that's, we really hope to get this is a key result because this is really large scale quasi-experiment, the removal at the scale of the island, and the avian cholera was really bad for tens of years, very well documented. So we should get an answer, and we have sentinel species that should tell us that. So, but it will not be within the strict framework of the project, but we are on this.
But Biodiversa funded a large-scale experiment then.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't think the fire. Well, we don't know if the fire is helping, but the rats may have been removed before.
Yeah, sorry, but the fire. How did it start? I mean, it's an island.
It's unclear. This is an island that has already taken fire in the past. It's subtropical, so it's quite dry, and so it could be. It's unclear. It could be human or origin, and it's a volcano. We heard some crazy ideas by some people, but we don't know.
Okay, thanks. Then I have also a question to Anu about biotrade, because you spoke about the anti-regulation movement in Europe. What do you think we should do about it?
Well, what we should do about it, we need to keep calculating the benefits of nature restoration and the ecosystem services, and show how valuable they are in euros. And then we need to speak about the human rights and the fundamental rights of everyone, and the property rights of coastal property owners in relation to forest and agricultural land property owners. So also these people downstream have rights, and the city people have property rights against flood problems. And we need to show people at different places suffering and benefiting from nature, calculating also speaking about the inherent value of nature itself, biodiversity in itself, not just for humans, and mentioning again the finance sector, and results showing that 30% of them are willing to invest in good targets, if just because it's the right thing to do. So targeting them. I don't believe in convincing consumers to change the economic systems, really, but politicians, NGOs, investors. I don't know. Speaking.
I found your graph very interesting by showing that we have the left and the center right, and they are opposite in this regard. This makes also pretty clear that, well, we need to have a policy impact, but the question is then, can we have the policy impact on the right side of the parties? There was someone who you wanted to answer, or no? But Forrest Fisher. Sorry, I forgot your first name. But
my name is Edivando. I have a question for her as well.
I know, but I want to have an answer first.
Okay.
Then
I've done some important research on the EU deforestation regulation, on the politics of it. So it was actually the Conservative Party actually supporting the EU deforestation regulation under von der Leyen term 1. So there was a majority between Social Democrats and Conservatives under von der Leyen, and Ms. von der Leyen promised us the Green Deal, and now she's promising exactly the opposite. Right, more or less. So I believe what we need to do is to really show that the concerns of the small and medium-sized enterprises, of the domestic producers on both sides, in Brazil, in Indonesia, but also in Germany, in Sweden, in Finland, can be resolved. And that basically everybody can win from setting a very high bar with the EU deforestation regulation, because this is the first regulation ever in the world to ask for both legality and sustainability standards. So there is no regulation like that, and we are still not implementing. So we're postponing this for the second time. So we need to show evidence, ideally science-based evidence, that there are more benefits than losses by implementing them. Thank you.
Yeah, my question is related to UDR, because I was working in the academic universe, and now I'm working for a company. And one of these topics of I'm working now is UDR. And one of the biggest challenge of UDR is the human rights and land rights. Because deforestation, you can use remote sensing, but when you talk about, for example, land right and human rights, you need to go to the field. And let's say about the coffee or, for example, cocoa. Coffee is quite hard in Uganda, Tanzania, in these countries because for many of, we do not have like a rural cadastre like we have, for example, in Europe or in Brazil, that you have like the border of the farm, you know who has the title of the land and everything. So when we prepare, for example, a quotation for a company to run all the survey in terms of human rights, land rights, getting data in the field, that we need to hire a lot of people and engage those farmers as well, because getting data from the farm, we cannot arrive in the house of the someone in the field, in the nowhere in Uganda and ask, please, can you give me your contract? How are you working this land? You need to get first trustability. People has to trust on you first. You need to engage these people, and then we can ask them for any information because they are very scared about, and they have reasons to be scared about the history, right? The colonizations, invasions, and so on. So when we show the budget, for example, for big companies, they said, oh, it's going to make my product very expensive. Coffee can be more expensive than champagne, you know? So how do you think about this, put in place this kind of regulations that is quite complex and complicated? Do you have any information about how far the companies want to go, how far the customers want to go as well?
Yeah, it's really difficult to govern international supply chains, and with the millions of small producers and lack of traceability and unclear land rights and all of this. Still, we need to try, because that's the whole root of the all global problems, is the lack of transparency in the economic system and the global trade, and degrading nature in faraway places and not even knowing about it. And nobody even, the general global trade problem is that we don't know where it comes from. We cannot separate it. It's a mass balance. We don't know where it comes from. It's impossible to know where it comes from. So we have to tackle this somehow with the collaboration between importing country, exporting country, NGOs in both, businesses in both, and trade unions in both. And it's very demanding, and private standards organizations can help the government, public regulators, but we need a lot of people, a lot of work, and it's supply chain management for businesses. And we need laws to back it up, to set demands, and companies just need to do their best and build it together with, I don't know, any other way to do it. We cannot just say it's impossible, that we cannot have sustainable, responsible trade and supply chains, that we just forget about it. We cannot. I don't know.
Methodi is on fire. He wants to talk.
I'm really on fire because, well, I'm deeply involved in the scientific debate and also the policy science interface on the EUDR. So it's a bit misperception. It's actually propaganda that EUDR is so costly. So there are some estimates that adopting the EUDR would probably cost companies 0.1 of their annual turnover or something. Second, I've been advising and working together with a lot of pulp and paper industries that want to be ready. Actually, companies based in Finland, very progressive companies, I would say. And they say preparing a due diligence statement takes us something like 2 hours. And the question is, I mean, Finnish and Swedish companies are pretty much leading or could lead the way because, for example, forestry activities there are fully electronically organized, right? So it's not a big problem to use big data or electronic systems to prepare due diligence statement to trace back, the products along the supply chain. And even if there are some costs involved, I would say that we do see deforestation because cutting trees down is cheaper than agricultural production, which is the most attractive at the moment. So somebody bears the risks and those costs, right? And these are definitely animals, habitats, indigenous people, and probably we all as society, because we are still facing climate change. So we need to kind of rephrase the overall negative discussions towards its cost. The European Commission says we have to cut red tape and bureaucracy, and they mean just one thing at the moment. They want to get rid of the EU deforestation regulation and of the EU restoration regulation. And they use the cost argument. We need to reverse this argumentation towards the benefits of all of that, right? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any reactions from? Yeah. It's Olivier now.
Yes, thank you. Just on the costs one, there's back in 2014, a really interesting study on by Harvard Business School on the difference between getting permission from local communities and the long-term impacts of not doing it. And they found that even if you do get your community systems in place beforehand, so you get your permissions and so on and so forth, it's a lot more cost effective than doing it afterwards. Because if you don't do it, you then end up having massive conflicts, going to court, and so on and so forth. So asking businesses to, first of all, do their due diligence with communities in the long term is much more cost effective than not doing it at all. And that's a real big thing that we also need to tell companies. You are, as we all know, a couple of years ago, Rio Tinto nearly had lots of heads rolled because they did incorrect free, prior, informed consent. These are all things that need to be shown to companies that you are risking your big business if you don't do things correctly.
It's good you mentioned the risk and risk management perspective. Important, running a risk of reputational risk and regulatory risk and the physical risk itself and in the nature. And you're right, strategic risk management approach.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I fully agree. There is increasing evidence that basically at the moment, quite progressive companies are really working together directly with the local producers, right? And as you said, they find a way, let's say, outside the regulatory, the state regulatory impact to trace jointly the production from the production side to the final consumer. And this brings really benefits, mutual benefits for both, for the local producers and the companies, right? Because the traders in between are kicked out of the market because they just put a price, additional price for less added value, to put like that. So we need more examples like that, that it can be also organized in a private to private partnership, right? Or kind of private to commons partnership. So there are different models out there, but we need somehow to break this now big opposition. Okay, it will be very costly, and that's why we should get rid of that. This is nothing but a 100-old argument to say environmental protection is so costly, we better pollute further.
Yeah, David.
Yeah, so I'll just make a quick plea for the marine systems. I think what you're describing completely makes sense from a terrestrial system perspective, but I do have to say, having trying to help fishing industry, for example, or companies and representative of associations to try to navigate the CSRD, for example, it would have been a very challenging, the way it would have been a very challenging auditing process for these kind of industries where property rights is not working as simply being able to put a line around bits of stuff on land. So I think there's it's a general plea that we often think in terms of terrestrial system when we are building regulations, particularly around environmental protections and restorations, and they're often very, very hard to then apply at sea. And a lot of the problems we face, for example, I'll go back to MPAs, but MPAs is very much in the mind of being able to put a line around stuff and then you protect it. It doesn't work it works super well in some small situations where ecosystems are again spatially fixed.
But when we go to BB&J, when we go to stuff that floats in the water, it's not the way the systems work. Like the ecology is incompatible with the regulations we're trying to apply to them. I agree with everything you're saying. What I'm saying is that actually there is a lot of difficulties, and that's because there's a lack of representation of understanding of marine systems are working in policy making at the moment.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much. I absolutely agree with everything you all say. I just want to mention again that in the Business and Biodiversity group in the Knowledge Hub, we are also working on this policy brief that is very much in line to highlight the necessity of creating these, let's say, people-first public-private partnerships, and that we are very much interested in integrating anything. And also, once we have the policy brief, that at the end, it's something that is trying to create an opportunity, to change a little the mind and the, I won't say behavior, but like the positivity of people to try to illustrate some of these possibilities. There will be also the workshop that maybe could be also a nice opportunity to expand, engage, discuss. And so it's a line that in the hub, we are very much looking forward to exchange with everybody and to develop. So I just want to mention thanks.
Yeah, thank you. There was another question there.
So in Southern Europe, a major nature destruction source are fires these days, and forest fires have been on the rise. In Portugal, we had this year.
You need to keep it closer.
So lots of forest fires are running uncontrolled, and paper pulp industry, monocultures and things like that, and all the theory against that has been invented, and everyone's talked about it for decades, and it's not being applied. What is the solution? So in the countries, everyone talks about what needs to be done, and it's not done. Is there a way to come top down and actually solve this problem of, the forest fires that start usually associated with paper pulp mill production of monocultures, intensive forestry? Destroy restoration sites, destroy natural, because then they just run uncontrolled, and the damage is so much bigger than any restoration efforts that are being done. So it's a waste not to control this. Something has to be done.
Yeah. Anyone else? And Methodi? No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's another key topic in question, of course. The problem is that now some member states, including the southern member states and the Commission, have been trying to establish kind of legally binding EU forest policy, including policy on forest protection, even now on forest protection and forest information. But it was all killed by, let's say, the Scandinavian, Eastern European, and some Central European countries. It's still possible for a few member states. This is possible according to the EU treaties to establish some sort of a closer cooperation on specific issue. For example, wildfires or forest fires. So if Spain, Greece, Italy, Portugal, France, Bulgaria, Croatia were willing to take joint action, they could really start doing something like a mini Europe or mini anti-wildfire policy. But it seems to me that there are quite many ideological and some economic barriers to go for a joint cooperation. Otherwise, yes, I fully agree. We need to remove plantations. And one very effective and I guess very quick solution will be to reduce or actually remove all harmful subsidies. For example, for monocultures, for clear cutting, for introduced species. I did a study recently and estimated that around 7 billion euros a year are spent on environmentally harmful subsidies in the forest sector, mainly for biomass, bioenergy, and for business as usual forestry practices. And I learned yesterday that we need exactly this 7 billion to fund nature restoration in Europe. I have a solution. cut the environmental harmful subsidies for the forest sector and give these to all nature restoration activities, including in the forest sector. Thank you.
If it would be that easy, but I know.
Yeah, I agree. We should start with subsidy system for agriculture and forestry and remove the negative. And then we also have a law, agricultural law, forestry law, like the Finnish Forest Act. We can use that. It's not against the property rights to regulate the use of property. So if we don't want monoculture, we don't subsidize it. We can even prohibit it.
Okay. Oh, there's still one. Okay, Olivier.
Yeah, just one on the fire issue. Firstly, in the presentation on forest, you miss out collective forest rights, and these are really important because in the last years or 2 years ago, forest fire in the Landes, the Gascogne, it's the forest fire. There were three landowners, private landowners, the ONF, and collective forests. And the only forest that did not get completely burnt was a collective one. All the private ones, which were monocultures, ONF was also a monoculture, that got completely burnt to the ground. The collective forest rights, so these are collective people who are not interested in logging for bois d'oeuvre for IKEA, but they're using it for fuel wood. Sorry, I shouldn't say that, but using it for fuel wood. So their forest management is completely different to state forest management. And these are forest managements that have been around for hundreds of years. En France, we just created it. It's just been recognized dans le culture matérielle, material culture under the French Ministry of Culture, called affoiragiste, which is it's a very old system. And these are some of the most biodiverse forests you can find in France. Completely unmechanized, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
We have another question.
Well, if you want.
So you raise a very interesting point that I couldn't fit in my talk, but I'm going to fit now. So if I can channel Elina Ostrom a little bit on that one, that's a key point you're raising there. But actually, when it comes to sustainable or biodiversity positive management, it seems that in many cases, kind of locally consortium partnerships are often not too bad at doing it, in a sense of being able to get people go by their activities that they have to engage with, but at the same time have very good emergent properties of biodiversity resilience or at least some conservation forms. That's something we're finding with this partnership of municipalities around Earthon, for example, where right now they have actually no legal responsibilities, but actually trying to organize themselves to find ways to bring these kind of biodiversity restoration to life in that location. So it's kind of a plea for polycentric governance, essentially, again, which is that it seems to be a very useful way to approach a problem. And is it actually, is the paralysis we're facing, this political instability around regulations, where, we get a regulation when you've got one side of the aisle thinking about it, and then you get a ping pong going on as soon as you swing, could be fixed by actually decentralizing legal responsibilities a bit better in Europe.
Okay, so I'll try again. No, it's fine because you started because we left a little bit the projects. So I think it would be good to go back a little bit to each of your projects because BiodiverSa, for example, is interested if the projects, how your projects address the trade-offs between ecological, economic, and social goals. Anyone ready to answer? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
In our case, we work with farmers which clearly have economic goal in their activity to generate as big yield as possible, which is usually not a good way to keep biodiversity in the fields. So that's why we actually conducted a questionnaire in DC to find out what's the motivation for the farmers, and we found that the farmers are actually willing to grow their crops in more sustainable way, but they need support. And also they would like to be involved in the process of creating the rules for biodiversity support in farmland.
Okay, David or David.
Yeah, so very practically, so we, from a global perspective, which as a European indirect effect because of the supply chain issues we've talked about, we're providing this tool for all these MPAs. So in many places, there's a capacity issue of being able to understand what human activities are taking place in the MPAs and what species are present. So we're having kind of a broad brush perspective of negative and positive interactions that are taking place inside these MPAs, which provides a means then for people to try to see if they were to act on different activities, what would be the effect on biodiversity risk. So how do you maximize the decrease in biodiversity risk and minimize the interventions on human activities? So that we're hoping to be able to kind of deploy globally, and we've got a couple of avenues to try to do that. And then locally, we've been working with these case studies to exactly do that. So try to understand, in the case of Madeira, so we're developing, or we're helping them to develop a management plan for an SCI, and it was really to try to understand what are the best approaches to do that, and how do you kind of again minimize economic impact, and again having the mathematicians on board. It sounds nerdy, but it provided some kind of I would say a general insight approach, which provided us to kind of ways with them to discuss potential interventions and what might be most beneficial, and actually moving away, or actually introducing ways of actually thinking about small fishing exclusion zones that would have disproportionate effect on marine mammals in that case. So there's little things like that there, that's really again working with people that have their nose in the MPAs, the managers, to try to find the best way, the best tools for them to put lines around the water that have become meaningful for the goals they have.
Mejodi?
Thank you. I was waiting for this question to come back to the BioConsent project. Well, one big lesson that I probably put forward here was that there is not just one type of a forest owner in Europe. So it's not that every forest owner expects economic gains. So we found out at least 5 different types of forest owners, and only 2 of them very economically oriented forest owners. These are usually large private forest owners or large-scale public forest enterprises. They do really follow market signals. And if nature restoration means for them constraining their economic activity, obviously they will not support nature restoration, or they will support it under the condition that they're compensated, right? But these are just 2 types of 3 that we have in Europe. The other 2 are the so-called environmentalists. They do nature restoration anyway from inner conviction. They don't need any compensation. They rather need some sort of recognition, right? Some sort of a social approval, etc. Others are very passive forest owners, land abandonment and all that. These guys don't really know that they are forest owners at all, right? And still the others are very traditional ones. They are pretty much skeptic about EU policies and national regulations because basically they feel that they are overruled right from the top. They will probably support nature restoration if they are really engaged and recognized. So in that sense, I don't think it's a problem mainly and only between economic and or socioeconomic and ecological goals, but it's really to understand the decision-making rationalities of different landowners and really channel instruments that really fit to their decision-making rationality. And 2 slides were missing from my presentation. I don't know why. I was second after you putting that, but there was a slide where we kind of calculated the different trade-offs and synergies between the provision of forest ecosystem goods and services. And we kind of found out at least 150 relationships between four important services like habitats, carbon sequestration, water, and of course, obviously timber production. And there are many trade-offs, problems. If you, for example, keep dead woods, obviously you lose timber that you can really put on the market. You can probably increase the carbon in standing forests, but you can't provide more bioenergy, for example. Okay, so these remain very important issues that need to be considered and trade-off. Right? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chloe.
Yes, so there is actually someone online who wants to react on this aspect about the flexibility of local and national regulations to adapt to EU and international policies. And so there's Nuha who asks, how could it be possible to assess this flexibility of municipal authorities to implement or to manage the needed changes that can enable better restoration strategies and long-term approaches? So if you you plan to consider focusing on those aspects.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very country specific. So we've done a bit of kind of policy work, particularly in transboundary cases like in Öresund, and even in countries, neighboring countries, we're culturally very close. Like the jurisprudence is very different in the two different countries. I'll give you an example. So leading, for example, with regulation on minimum size for catches that differ by 1 centimeter between the two countries for one species of fish. And municipalities not being quite sure where it comes from, and it seems that it's simply because of a national interpretation of European regulations, in one hand coming from the Ministry for the Environment, the other hand coming from the Ministry for Fisheries. So there's all sorts of little variability within Europe, large variability within Europe, which I think that this question is very hard to answer in general terms. But my plea would be that indeed, this is, I think that's a kind of conversation that are super important to really find ways to bring rights and responsibility much closer to each other in terms of kind of a social space, if you prefer.
There was another question in the room. No, just a sec. Yeah, and put it close to your lips.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So thank you. I have a comment about the forestry issue. I think it's even, I mean, probably you know this, it's even more complicated, I would say, among the traditionalists, because my experience is that there were different kinds of traditionalists among the foresters. We work together with monasteries, and they have a very long-term perspective on things. And I mean, when you implement a change in forest management, that's going to be good for many decades. So I think this is why they're probably, for good reason, conservative in a sense, because any decision has to stand a very long test of time. Probably I think this is an issue. And I would say not all of these big economically oriented forest owners are out for a quick profit. So I think forestry has a couple of very special features here. Yeah, I think we need to continue this somehow.
Yeah, made a quick answer. And
quick answer, yes. But what you said is part of the dominant forestry paradigm of ideology. Because of these long cycles in the forest, obviously we need to be sustainable and long-term oriented. Critical research shows that forest owners and managers do change their plans on weekly, monthly, yearly basis, right? Just take the example of the so-called salvage logging. Salvage logging is where forests are destroyed after droughts and fires and winds. So nowadays, most timber that is harvested in Germany comes from this so-called unplanned harvesting, which means exceeding the annual rate, which is actually at the top, the bottom of forestry science, etc. So it's another discussion. Yeah, the overall talk is, yes, we are very sustainable and long-term oriented, but in reality, it's very short-term.
Yeah, so we're getting close to the event you're looking for, the coffee break. I would like to thank everyone for the input, for the answers, for the questions. It's extremely interesting to listen to all of this, but it also pretty much shows that there's a lot of things we need to do, and for which we hope BioDiversa will keep on supporting us. And it makes also quite clear that the workshop this afternoon might be very interesting and might give all of us opportunities to have a stronger impact on from our sides. With that, I thank you. There will be how much coffee break? How long the coffee break? Half an hour? Okay, 30 minutes coffee break. That's good. Keep on networking, and see you later.
Thank you, Dirk, for moderating. Thank you, all the panelists. So we will meet again at 5 minutes past 11, according to our schedule. Perfect. Okay. And adaptive management. This session is moderated by Metodi Sotirov from the Bioconsent project, and Metodi is also the co-chair, or one of the co-chairs of the BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub. So Metodi, you will be the moderator. Please come to the stage, and yes, please invite the projects to present.
Thank you, Rainer. It's me again. You have to bear with me. I hope you don't mind. I put now another hat. I will be very friendly moderator. Okay. Right. So thank you for introducing the next third session, Rainer. And I would like to invite the next speakers to join us here in chat, please. Cathy, Jean-Yves, Jeremy, Olivier, Bram, Esther, and Francois. Please join us up here. Thank you. All right. So I told you I will be very friendly moderator, and in order to be very friendly, we need to have common rules. Okay, you play soccer, you like soccer, even in the soccer, it's a game, but it has rules. Okay, so the rules are clear. Each presenter has something like 6 to 7 minutes. 7 minutes time to present. 10, 7. Okay. Between 6 and 7 minutes, please. And Chloe will be taking the time and show you 2 minutes before you have to end, right? And I'll be very friendly moderator showing up here like the previous moderator did. Remind you to come to an end. Okay, thank you. So we start with Cathy. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. How I change slides? Yeah.
Unfortunately, there is no screen before you. You have to either kind of look up there and
Okay,
please press the button.
Starts now. Okay, so I'm presenting our BiodivRestore project today. I'm Kati Vierikko and project coordinator from Finnish Environment Institute. We have 6 partners from Finland, Poland, Germany, Belgium, and Portugal. And I want to say special thanks to our team who have made a great effort, and especially those now bolded has been contributing to this presentation. So we speak about the urban small water bodies and aquatic nature-based solutions. When we start our project, it was actually hardest task to really define what we mean by aquatic nature-based solutions and what kind of types we want to monitor and measure more detailed. We made a frame how to select sites, and finally we ended up 2 main types: ponds or running water streams, which are small in the scale and they contribute to certain kind of ecosystem services, most likely regulating water runoff and stream stormwater, but also could bring other added benefits such as recreational or aesthetic values. We used the socio-ecological technical framing that help us to build our research questions. And we try to cover all aspects, starting from planning phase when cities and urban developers want to implement nature-based solutions in cities, how to maintain them, to bring these multiple services, and especially we want to focus on biodiversity. And then what are the technology there? Is it barrier or enable to provide these ecosystem services? Some results then from these socio-ecological technical aspects. We did different analyses in field, and we are also publishing a handbook on this, suggesting how to do multi-tracer analysis and multi-species analysis to support really also the planning and implementation and maintenance of these kind of aquatic nature-based solutions. And based on our eDNA and isotope sampling, we discovered that actually planners and those who are in charge of maintaining should carefully consider also the hydrological cycle. What are the factors, external factors that have an impact on water quality, which is quite obvious, which then, of course, have an impact what kind of species composition these aquatic nature-based solutions can support. And we also suggest this kind of analysis to really support the urban planners to systematically monitor these aquatic nature-based solutions, because it is quite often assumed that these provide regulating services, support biodiversity, but the monitoring is poor or even totally missing. So that's why we want to encourage really cities to consider these different kind of monitoring methods in field. We looked also microinvertebrates and also compared what factors influence to survival of this taxonomic group. And you can see here, and if there's biologists, you can see that it's quite obvious what factors have a greatest impact. But we also showed that indeed these newly constructed, well-managed aquatic nature-based solutions can support also macroinvertebrates, especially if they are implemented in a good position, meaning that there's enough vegetation around, and also the proportion of green areas is relatively high, surrounded nearby environment where these are situated. We did also group interviews. We were especially interested on those factors that support the implementation, but also focusing on maintenance, because we also discovered that implementation is very much supported also financially, but then maintenance is coming behind, and there's not enough knowledge how to manage these types of nature-based solutions. And it is still seen as very many of these are kind of engineer-oriented and managed based on an engineer knowledge, that it's technology kind of what is still very much dominating in discussion. And also water was seen more as a problem that has to be managed than kind of also supportive for providing, for example, biodiversity values to cities. Through our project, we have been communicated and met with local stakeholders, and I think policy impact is most great when you do it locally, as we have heard today, along the project, and really start to learn together with practitioners and developers. And I think also many of them took some of our ideas to their planning and implementation of nature-based solutions. Summing up, yes, aquatic nature-based solutions can support biodiversity, but there's a strategy missing, especially between implementation and monitoring, maintenance, and monitoring can help this to look at how well these are managed and how to develop new ones. And we have provided new information on biodiversity values of these sites. Thank you.
Now I invite Jean-Yves to present the basic results from this project. Thank you. 7 minutes, please.
Yeah, hello all. So Emys-R, that's an interdisciplinary project that aimed at evaluate wetland restoration in favor of the reintroduction of the European pond turtle that I call Emys, and associated biodiversity. That's a project with France, Germany, Poland, and Latvia. And we also took some Ukrainian colleagues apart, and we had 4 PhDs that were internationally supervised. So the context, that's wetland is a natural habitat providing major social ecosystem services. But since the 80th century, it has collapsed up to 90%. And at least in Western Europe, they are overall badly appreciated. And on the other side, we have the European pond turtle, which faced the most dramatic decline of all reptiles in Europe, and yet benefited numerous reintroduction initiatives. But the results so far were poorly promoted and disseminated. And yet, most people are kind of turtle lovers, so we have this contrasting appreciation and perception of these two natural entities. So we had two main questions in our project. First, are Emys reintroduction successful in restored wetlands, and why? And secondly, considering the different appreciation levels, can Emys be an emissary, echoing Emys-R, for reconnecting people and nature? So basically, our goal was to defining the most efficient, socially supported, ecological method to restore wetlands in favor of the reintroduction of the turtle. That was based on 5 interconnected disciplinary work packages. I won't go in details. Also, we plan to use results from former reintroduction initiatives. And we also worked on 3 study cases in France, Germany, and Latvia that were restored wetlands for reintroducing the turtles. Our multi-scale approach were in 2 kinds. The first one, we considered wetlands as social ecosystems. So the habitat monitoring allowed us to show that the restoration improves wetland quality and habitat suitability in general, but not uniformly across time and space. Mainly, the restoration was working very well during the first 10 years after restoration, and then we get a threshold. Working on the non-target species like amphibians, we show that wetland restoration with clustered pondscape enhance the macrophyte and the amphibian richness and abundance. And from a sociological point of view, we show that conservation initiative and the pond turtle itself promote people connection to local nature. Another approach that's more on the functioning of the wetlands where Emys were reintroduced, and we show that reintroduced Emys do not impact the overall aquatic macroinvertebrate communities through time in our restored sites. And the monitoring of the reintroduced population showed that the self-sustainability of reintroduced pond turtles need long-term efforts and or adaptive management. I will go further than that. And bioclimatic models permit us to identify the most promising suitable habitats for Emys that are mainly in Eastern Europe, including Ukraine, which might be another good reason to bring Ukraine in Europe. In terms of uncertainties, we show that restoration and reintroduction do not prevent what we call socio-ecological surprises. Mainly the land and the water mismanagement are key dangers. Also, the deleterious human behaviors like overuse of water and pollution. And also we faced major biological invasions that bring emerging disease, competition, predation, and habitat destructions, which lead us to try some to test experimental adaptive ponds, especially focusing on the calico crayfish, which is a brand new non-native invasive crayfish. And the idea was to prevent its burrowing behavior by adapting the substrate of different ponds around a natural reed pond. That was co-created by the land managers and our research groups, and it's now on the way for long-term monitoring to assess actually how different kind of substrate can prevent the burrowing behavior of the crayfish while promoting the Emys to enter. We faced some hurdles from the administrative point of view. That was, we had different agendas between countries that cost time and energy. We had some dysfunctioning equipment and difficulties in mobilizing the public during interviews. So we had some delay in obtaining data. And we also faced issues to get data from the past reintroduction initiatives. And in conclusion, what we show at the end, that habitat restoration and species reintroduction are nature-based solutions, but they must follow existing guidelines like the IUCN, and that their success relies on long-term monitoring, adaptive management, and support from the local stakeholders at large. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeremy, who will present the main results from the COSR project. Please, Jeremy. 7 minutes, please.
Yeah, please. Hello, everyone. I'm Jeremy Pifadi from INRAE, France, and I'm here on behalf of the COSR consortium, which was a small consortium involving partners from Germany, France, Netherlands, and Switzerland, which I heartfully thank for their participation to that project. In that project, our main objective was to develop new methods to investigate both restoration measures and environmental factors that drive to better results from those restorations in terms of ecological and societal outcomes. I might be, okay. I don't know. Anyway, so to do that, we gathered more than 200 data sets of restoration sites that was really diverse in terms of biological compartments that were sampled, sometimes fish, sometimes macroinvertebrates, sometimes both, in terms of size of the river, size of catchment, in terms of monitoring designs, and in terms of restoration measures that were applied, or set of restoration measures that were applied. So the idea was to take the best of it in order to identify the main factors driving to better results. As usual, for the ecological side, usually people focus on one or few metrics that are usually subjectively selected in order to assess some effect that we're awaiting from the restoration measures. That's where we started from. In that example, we can see that after restoring the vegetation, riparian vegetation around the rivers, it leads to an increase of species richness and a total density in terms of total number of individuals. But those metrics reach a plateau after 10 years, while the functional diversity keeps on rising. And that proved that the combinations of those metrics allow us to see that there is a constant turnover of species along the time that you couldn't see if you only focus on the species richness. But it's really difficult to tackle all the possibility because the set of possible metrics to assess ecological outcomes is really large. And if you try to assess individual relationships, you lead to pseudo-independence problems. So what we did was trying to develop an integrative approach in order to couple the responses of different metrics and identify the typical patterns and then relate them to the environmental factors. Applying that, we have two main messages here. The first one is that on the upper panel, you can see that most of the restoration sites respond really slightly and sometimes as a degradation of their situation following the restorations. But if you focus on the left part of the upper panel, that are the sites that exhibit higher responses or better responses and stronger improvements. And those sites are associated to larger restoration measures, more ambitious projects, and they are usually implemented also on more degraded landscapes, usually associated with agriculture. But our approach, we were confronted to some limitations. First, to make everything comparable, we had to rely on effect sizes and not on real value of the metrics. And doing so, we lose track with the original values. And that means that sometimes higher effects doesn't really mean that the final state is really good. So that's a limitation, and that leads to remaining uncertainties. And the second one is that on the process and due to monitoring designs differences, we were able to use only 62 sites out of the 200 ones. So that's also a limitation. From the societal perspectives, we developed approaches to extract information from pictures posted on social media, mainly Instagram, and that applying some automatic content analysis, we were able to assess some cultural ecosystem services that people experience on the restore site, and that opens field to innovative indicators. As for the ecological results, we have shown that larger projects usually means more diverse experiences from the population when they go to the restored sites. And we were also able to analyze at some sites some seasonal patterns or variations in terms of experiences. So people experience things differently during the year. But in that aspect, we also had were confronted to some limitations. The entire process is quite long to process, and the main limitation is that it's really difficult to identify relevant pictures at different sites due to the absence of georeferencing on the main platforms, and due to the fact that there is no proper hashtags. But that's something that could be coped by the stakeholders by creating proper hashtags to engage people. So just to conclude very quickly, sorry for this, what we have as main message is that restoration has larger ecological and societal effects when you implement larger projects that are not just opportunistic. That ecological changes are higher in more degraded contexts. So if you want higher effects, you have to target more degraded states, but you're unsure that the final results really reached good states. And the final message is that it would be really nice to have standardized methods across Europe in order to get more robust analysis. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. The next speaker is Olivier from the Nero project, please. 7 minutes, please. And you can click the next.
Okay. Oops, somebody gone too fast. Okay. Well, thank you very much. So this is a consortium between Finland, Sweden, Switzerland, and with Snow Change and IUCN. So bringing back nature into our lives is a slogan widely used in European conservation and restoration policy. It presupposes that many Europeans are disconnected from their nature, which is a problematic assumption. If we aim for inclusive, just restoration and protection, then we need to think differently. In recent years, we've been taking part in several European-wide biodiversity conferences, EuroMab, Natura 2000 processes, and the IUCN European Regional Conference Forums. These narratives from these slides of these events present a unanimous European landscape narrative, one of nature without people. And when people are featured, the size of these events shows peoples are usually conservationists, biologists, or walkers in it. I would like to say in this conference, we got a lot nicer distribution. We have about 40 people, 40 slides of landscapes of just nature, and about 20 slides of landscapes with people in it, which was really cool. So the question is, where are rural people, especially the rural people who use collective governance? Where the rural people whose hands have long created these landscapes, recognized by the Council of Europe Landscape Treaty, or even Cicero in 43 BC. Where the rural people whose historical role in European landscapes have replaced the top trophic level megafauna that went extinct in the late Pleistocene. How are European rural communities, especially ones with collective governance, how they and their connection with nature as part of their lives, included in EU policies on conservation and restoration. Such communities are barely recognized in various EU conservation strategies, or simply or oversimplified, as in this process from the EU restoration policy, which shows a one-way process between nature's contributors to people, what some called nature-based solutions, but the person creating nature-based solutions wants to change that. And here it's represented by ecosystem services, but does not represent how people's livelihoods contribute to nature through a process called people's contribution to nature. So what we try to do in our project is integrate, see how we can integrate, protect areas and OECMs integrate rural communities in Europe. Rural communities are still connected to nature, especially how to do it in an inclusive and just way. To do this, we need to go away from the narratives of conservationists and start listening to and integrate other narratives. A process of the First Nations in Canada have called two-eyed seeing, or what we can call a horizontal approach, which is very different from a top-down approach or bottom-up approach. This is the approach that we use in the Narrow project to see how the narratives of local communities who are carrying out restoration or protection are included in conservation policy, such as protected areas, other effective conservation measures, and even ICCA's territories of life. Here we give two examples from Sweden and Finland. So narratives from Trust and Marsh include all narratives such as, I have a soft spot for these pastures, or they are similar to my childhood landscapes. In most of these cases, these are non-technical languages. From Finland, we have Heini here, a woman who makes traditional handicrafts. She describes her landscape through the objects, through the hats, for instance, that she carries, a sacred female symbol. So she uses this hat to explain how winters are becoming warmer, wetter, how traditional snowshoes are impossible to use because of the wetness. She also describes the natural landscape that surrounds her in terms of resources that she used to protect, to create her handicrafts, and which she tries to protect. These two narratives have in common is a connection with nature. They show that, contrary to the disconnection ideology, these rural communities have not lost this connection to nature. They still live with nature. They still have an emotional link to it, an emotional link that comes from the desire to protect or even restore these nature. Yet these narratives are hard to quantify and even harder to put into policy. And this is, as mentioned from the start, the EU policy begins with the assumption that Europeans are disconnected from nature. This is also replicated around the world, where while outside Europe we recognize indigenous peoples and local communities, and we create maps recognizing these, we find that global maps on indigenous and local communities are blank when it comes to Europe, which reinforces the ideology that all Europeans are disconnected from nature. So the results. How have these two communities in Finland and Sweden been recognized? Well, they have used two different approaches. The Trästo Marsh in Sweden, with the help of local botanists, translated the emotional narratives into a narrative understood by conservationists and was able to create a protected area. For the Sami, the community did not wish to use the narrative of others and instead sought recognition directly with the United Nations through the ICCA's Territories of Life. And so bypassing both national and European conserved areas restoration policies, making the calculation for Target 3 and 30 by 30 even more complicated than it already is. As for OECMs, well, the general consensus has been that these are too complicated, and both of these communities have rejected it. Now, this is mostly qualitative data, but quantitative data also shows this. Here is a narrative from how in the conservation of biodiversity pledges, how Europe and Asia are doing inclusive conservation. As we see, Europe, there's very little inclusive conservation being done in the pledges. Just to finish. So how do we include other types of narratives will be the challenge for both the post-2030 inclusive conservation strategies, as well as the current EU restoration landscape. And it's a challenge which I think we need to, as the IPPS reports recently said, we need to change our assumptions and change our way, transform our way of doing things. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite Bram from the Respawn project.
Yes. To start a video, I'll just press.
I have no idea. On technical issues?
I'm just going to try and see if it works. Okay. All right. I'm going to tell you something about a habitat that few people care about, temporary ponds. I care about it, and a few people in my consortium as well. So that's what this project is about, temporary ponds. So here are some things I associate with temporary ponds, and that looks quite amazing. Esther, I put Puértolas on there just for you. But they are fantastic habitats, but they are sometimes overlooked. They're actually mostly overlooked, except for Spain, Portugal, and a few other areas in the Mediterranean where people actually care about and people don't check. There's one habitat type in Natura 2000, which is called Mediterranean temporary ponds, which basically means that temporary ponds anywhere else are in a gray zone. I mean, so this project wants to investigate a number of aspects of temporary ponds, and it's an ecosystem that is very data deficient. I also want you to care a little bit about the ecosystem by showing you this. These are fossils from Belgium, where I'm from originally, not the most biodiverse place in Europe. And they show fossils of a very unique fauna. They're called fairy shrimp, clam shrimp, and tadpole shrimp. And these things have lived in temporary ponds since the Devonian, 350 million years ago. In most parts of Europe, these things are gone. They're still present in the Mediterranean. They're still present in Northern Europe. Most of Western Europe, they're gone. So it's interesting that we've lost this biodiversity. But is this of mere evolutionary interest, or are these things also useful? So this is one of the things we want to do in this project. This is audio, unfortunately, but it's a rediscovery of a population of triops. There it is.
En je zou er zo voorbij lopen en ze niet zien.
People are enthusiastic. They're quite large things. And they've found in the most unexpected place.
Ja, echt waar. Nee, dat is heel goed opgemerkt.
This was in a military domain in Belgium called Bosland. It's also the area where the wolf bred for the first time in Belgium in a very long time. So I was very happy to also find another apex predator there, but somewhat smaller. So highlights of this study, of basically our project. Well, the first thing what we did is we quantified the threats of this ecosystem because we lacked that information. That was not available. And because there's so few data, we contacted experts globally. We asked them, what do you think are the most important threats? And most importantly, what are the mitigation measures that, according to you, will work? And this is the matrix we got out of that, which was quite insightful. The threats are not surprising, but this is the first time that they have been systematically assessed. The solutions are not very creative. Most people say, just create new ponds. Okay, fine, create new ponds. And that was an interesting result because we also did something else. We checked whether that is effective. So we contacted everyone we could track that was involved in pond creation in Europe, managers of life projects, big pond creation projects, and we asked them, what have you learned from doing this? Because there's not a lot of information in the published literature. So we went for the info with the people who actually did this. And they actually say, pond creation has very variable success rates. It often fails, and there's a lot of biases associated with that. So it was good to reconstruct it at a European scale this time to say, like, okay, this is what we've learned, and that is what we might have to do differently. So it's, again, finding information in other places than just in published literature. We also looked at our stakeholders, and at a priori, we expected people will not care about temporary ponds, and they will be afraid about mosquitoes and disease. But contrary to our expectations, in the 4 countries that took part in our project, the perception was generally positive, maybe overly positive even. So that's good news, essentially. So they're like, okay, yeah, our perception is positive. Didn't depend on whether you're a farmer or a forester, whatever. It's more like, yeah, positive, but maybe neutral, but definitely not negative. Although there might be reasons to think about negative effects as well. So here are some experiments that we did. This is a tadpole shrimp. It's a predator. There is a fairy shrimp. And we wanted to check whether they're ecosystem engineers. Are they important in these ecosystems? And we found some really cool effects. We did experiments in 4 locations in Europe to make sure it's scalable and relevant. And we found this. If you have tadpole shrimps experimentally, the turbidity changes tremendously, and it also has big effects on the community, on algae, on biomass, so it really changes the ecosystem. And something else, if you have triops, it also reduces mosquitoes to almost 0. So that's quite important, because it's an important ecosystem disservice of temporary ponds. We also found out that they are an important food source for water birds and also for certain amphibians, which was not recognized before. So people always said, they're not important, but they actually are important. They can support higher trophic levels. Some challenges, however, are still there. 2 of our experiments failed because of freak weather. If you work with temporary ponds, that's what can happen. So no drain in Morocco, no experiment. That's a problem. Heat wave in Belgium, experiment failed. But luckily, we had 2 other sites for that. Perceived ecosystem services is not the same thing as actual ecosystem services. Here we lack a lot of hard data. So we have the perceptions now, which are generally positive, but that needs to be backed up. And then there's a problem with generalizing and upscaling. Temporary ponds are simple things, but are they all the same? You open a Pandora's box if you look at all different types of these temporary ponds, and they can exist in all habitat types. So what do we need to do? Do we need to list all of these? Do we need to split them up? Is that useful? I think we shouldn't be doing this, because temporary ponds, if we want to list them, we can do this for 100 years, and we can still count and find new ones. I think we should promote their restoration in all European habitats, because they are nested in all of them. So if you work on these type of forests here, consider the tree holes, consider the wheel tracks, consider the small ponds. So I would like to encourage you to think about temporary ponds and include them in restoration plans when you're working on larger habitats. So this is my policy advice. List, inform, and enforce. Time over. I'm going to read this. Valorize info outside of literature, which is what we've done. And then hopefully you can start reintroducing this fantastic fauna, which has been lost in so many places in Europe, and which we've now been able to show that they actually have lots of benefits to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Bram. Now I invite Esther to present key results from the Restore Seas project.
So Restore Seas is a very large project with 13 partners distributed all across the Atlantic, some in Africa without a budget. And it aims to protect and restore biodiversity of marine forests, of coral, seagrass, and algae. And these are ecosystems with very important functions. If they disappear, there's a cascading effect of loss, and they're threatened in many parts of the world. And I'm going to focus on lessons learned as requested, and these are some positive lessons and some challenges with relevance for policy. So first, it's important to highlight that there have been climate-driven range shifts on these marine forests, and we compiled data to discover these. And this implied compilation and curation of a lot of data, lots of mistakes, and we predicted for thousands of species of marine forests. All this data is now available, and it's important any decisions that are made for conservation and restoration should take into account what will be the distribution ranges of these species in the future. Plus, also hindcast past distributions, and found that these reflect genetic diversity. And it's very important to highlight that there are hotspots of genetic diversity that are climate refuge of the past, and these have so much value as sources for colonization, for restoration, and for conservation especially, and should be priorities for conservation. And these have now been discovered and mapped through our project for many, again, thousands of species, because we run this with models for species of corals, seagrass, and algae. And then there are some cases where these hotspots of genetic diversity are actually predicted to be lost, no matter what scenario of climate change you use. For example, in this case, this is a kelp forest for which there is a refuge in Iberia, a hotspot where most of the gene pool of the species is in a location in the Iberian Peninsula, which will be lost for climate change. So what to do? So for example, here we suggest biobanking these species before they're lost. All models, the restoration of something that's predicted to be lost with climate change is probably not a good decision. This information is now available for many species. We also highlighted differences between populations of the same species. So when you're doing restoration, it makes a difference whether it's restoring from one site or from the other. Because for example, here you have an example with kelp forests, with the macroalgae, where the populations from Morocco and Spain can reproduce at high temperatures, but the populations from France and Italy cannot. And with genetic data, we found that there are genetic responses, different genes that are expressed, and it's always the same species. And if you look at them, they look the same in the phenotypes, but genetically they're distinct and they're functionally distinct. And this information, again, is important information to inform restoration and conservation, especially. Biosecurity risk was a very important message from our project, because the pathogen Halophytophthora and Phytophthora, so these all-mycete species, they are widely known from terrestrial farming, etc., that can destroy crops, etc. They're very important in the ocean as well. Seagrasses, all the populations we discovered, we studied all across Europe have these pathogens, and many different species. And it's important to know which species are where, quarantine things, not introduce things from place to place, because we're introducing pathogens, and avoid introduction. So there's a lot of recommendations, which I don't have time to do here, but we can discuss this more. Translocating species between sites has genetic problems and has biosecurity risks. Improving successive reproduction was another effort that was developed. And for example, here we found that when we transplanted kelp, they were small transplants are highly susceptible to be all eaten by grazers, etc. But if you wait and transplant them in a reproductive stage, they start immediately reproducing, and then it's sustainable. So we discovered that investing in not just in putting the organisms there, but in making them successfully reproduce and be sustainable, and then maintain themselves naturally without more researcher effort is essential. So invest in restoration that is self-sustainable, where populations can reproduce by themselves for the next generations. And this was possible to do for macroalgae, also for corals. Here's deep sea corals that were there were experiments to show what densities they have to be planted for in order for the successful encounter of gametes to occur and to produce larvae. Microbiome-assisted restoration was another task where it was discovered that seedlings from seagrasses can develop better if they're aided by microbiomes, and the microbiome manipulation can also help kelp embryos. But our PhD students made this risk assessment and success assessment and very strict guidelines, because this is a very manipulative, and we have to be careful with all these manipulations. Because there's benefits, but there's also a lot of concerns that have been highlighted in a review of all these issues of microbiomes. When planting seagrass, so you see that red arrow there, that means the start of this project, of this Biodiversa project. And seagrass plantation was done in 2 sites. You see the different colors, and some of it actually recovered a very long trend. This is the longest running seagrass restoration project in Europe. I started this almost 20 years ago, and you can see that there's been ups and downs. It actually started after a storm where everything was dead except this plot, and the plot started increasing, and then it was decreasing. And in this project, we put it back on track, and it's increasing again. But it's just to highlight how important it is to monitor and to keep track of long term, because if you just have a short window, you don't really understand what's happening. And this has a lot more to say, but I don't have time. And finally, just to say that all the ecosystem functions that were measured, we found that no matter how much restoration, even the restoration that was already running for 20 years, you don't restore the scale of ecosystem services that are natural. It's much better and more effective to conserve the natural populations than restoration. The main lesson we learned is that there's so much effort done here for restoration, and all this effort really and maybe you can, I don't know if you can show this 1 minute movie, just so you see, for example, all the efforts to restore the corals that are destroyed by fisheries. We have all these fisheries partners, and the fishermen save the corals that are caught by bycatch, and then we transplant them again, and we can transplant hundreds of corals, but just a single fisherman boat can destroy thousands and thousands of corals in 1 year. So no matter how much effort we do, and we did so much effort, it's the only way to make this sustainable is to conserve and to involve the actual fishermen and the actual people who are involved in the destruction in changing their actions in a way. So the main lesson that I want to highlight is we can do a lot of effort, we can do a lot of restoration, we can even be successful, but the scale is so small compared with what we lose, and we will never recover what we lost in the scale of human generations, because a lot of these things like ecosystem functions were developed over thousands of years, not just decades, hundreds of years, and so it's just don't lose track of conservation.
Thank you, Esther. Now, finally, I would like to invite Francois from the Transloc project. Right. Now, is this the right one? No. No, the next one? Okay, yes, please.
Yes.
7 minutes.
Yes.
We have time.
So thank you very much. So I'm François Sarrazin from the museum in Paris. So I was coordinator of the Transloc project that involved 9 partner teams from 6 countries. And it was dedicated to conservation translocation of fauna and flora, and to see how we can move from local project to the big picture, I would say, of their evolutionary, ecological, and socioeconomic effects at multiple scales. So among the main issue that we had with this project, that we wanted to move from different scales, and by aggregating data that were very diverse on this project. And one of the main tools that we use, that we set up a Transloc database, which is an open database, which is already available for a wide range of stakeholders and policymakers. It includes more than 1,700 programs of conservation translocation for plants, animals, and fungi, with different spatial, temporal, and taxonomic scale coverage, and it allows to report conservation translocation implementation as well as outcomes. It is linked with other initiatives, particularly the COST program on plant translocation, and also with the Future UK database. But do you hear me? Yes. Using this kind of data, we were able to address different kind of questions, particularly the potential contribution of this conservation translocation to maintain functional traits. It was studied particularly on angiosperm plants, where we could see at different level. Oh, we are missing information on that graph. Anyway, we could see for different countries, I'm very sorry, and for different scales, the impact of observed translocation compared to random sampling of functional richness on the left, sorry, and functional distinctiveness on the left. We had also the same opportunity to address similar questions, once again for plants, concerning the impact of conservation translocation, or the potential reduction of the human impact on evolution. This was done to address questions about the phylogenetic diversity and evolutionary distinctiveness, once again for observed translocations compared to random sampling at different scales. So you have here the right scale concerning different kind of countries and the world scales. But we also developed some kind of conceptual framework to address what we call evolutionary footprint, which we are working on outside of the Transloc project. But we applied that to this matter of conservation translocation to see how conservation translocation might reduce our evolutionary footprint on the focal species of the translocation, but also on the global community in which the species is translocated, depending on the kind of translocation. But in order to make it efficient, we have to put that translocation in an adaptive management framework, as it has already been said for different kind of projects in BiodivRestore. And we looked at the diversity of success criteria that were used to define the outcome of this program. So for example, once again, on plants, you can see that on a worldwide review, we found a very large diversity of criteria that were used by practitioners and stakeholders to report the success of their program. And it was quite clear that we had to solve, to reduce this discrepancy in criteria to address the success. And particularly, we focus on one of the key issues of translocation, which is how we do restore viable populations in this environment. And we conceptually defined different kind of progress criteria from establishment, growth, and regulated population to reach these viable populations. And we set up and published criteria that are quite analogous in the way of thinking compared to the red list criteria. And this criteria accounts for different kind of generic demographic frameworks and account for the uncertainty of the monitoring and the level of reliability of the monitoring that is actually done by practitioner on a given project. And by using that, for example, here on our Grandiflora, a small plant in France, and Griffon vultures, you can see that we reach different kind of level of certainty in the information about the fact that populations are establishing, growing, or regulating, even declining or failing in some case. And the idea is to have a standardized approach to compare projects. We also looked at scenarios of future contribution of conservation translocation to restore biodiversity here at the European level, accounting for changing environments and particularly climate change and connectivity. Concerning climate change, it was done for plants, birds, and mammals. And here for mammals, you can see the match and mismatch of the location of this conservation translocation with the future climate niche where these species have been translocated. And some of them will be shortly or on a longer term mismatching with this climate niche. And for the landscape connectivity, it was studied using the different kind of scenarios of nature future framework in order to see, according to this scenario, how the matrix of landscape will be more or less easy to cross and to disperse for a different kind of terrestrial mammals with winners and losers depending on the future scenarios. So clearly we had challenges, like all of you, of course, during our programs. Particularly data heterogeneity and missing information was a key challenge that we wanted to address by balancing robustness and accessibility. And of course, we had also time delays and different approaches that we had. But all these constraints help us to concentrate on the project through stronger interdisciplinarity and cross-work packages collaboration in order to identify that probably Transloc may provide operational evidence on species reintroduction by collecting and standardizing all this information all over the programs. And clearly this database is now available for decision-making at local, national, and EU level. It is offered to the community by BiodivRestore. And we want to bridge science policy and practices. We will be happy to reconnect perhaps with the Knowledge Hub because I think that this matter of success criteria and generic approach of documenting, implementation, and reporting will be extremely useful for decision making. So conservation translocation are powerful but challenging restoration tools. Clearly, combining ecological, evolutionary, and social data helps to explore scenarios addressing translocation relevance in changing environments. Data integration and standardization are crucial for measuring success and efficiency and reporting and planning new translocation. And dialogue between among scientists, practitioners, and policymakers is essential to move from moving species to restoring system, restoring dynamic and evolving system, which is, to my view, crucial, linked to the discussion that we had yesterday about the way we should define a reference state. Perhaps we should mostly define define reference processes and reference dynamics and reference evolutionary processes. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you to all speakers for keeping with the time and also for presenting very interesting results. Well, now it's time to get in contact with the audience. I would like to probably first take some questions from all of you participating here in person, but also taking questions from the online audience. So, any questions, please? It's probably related to all of them, and or a single speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, here we go. That's for Olivier, my question. So I think the points you're making are the most crucial ones to be able to be successful in biodiversity restorations. As you pointed out, we have a clear presentation of the issues of diverging worldviews about human-nature relationship in the best report, and a clear presentation that we need to consider diverse worldviews if we want to have effective policies. And it's quite clear from all the talks that we have so far that there's a lot of local conflicts which are essentially emerging from people having different worldviews about the place of people in nature, or with nature, and nature. How do we start that conversation at a European scale to be able to be more precise about what we mean by biodiversity restoration?
I think that's a very good, interesting challenge. Now, maybe I'll put up a straw man. I think the first thing we need to do is challenge, as IPBES says, we need to do transformation, an urgent transformation. And I think we would need to do an urgent transformation of what I would call Western science. We are now recognizing at the international level indigenous and community science. I'm not going to go and call it traditional knowledge, because I don't think it's traditional knowledge. Humans have, as babies, we are natural scientists. This is what we do. We observe and we experiment. And of course, the word science itself comes from the Latin of collecting knowledge. And maybe I should just go a bit longer, but tell a little story of the hill on which I live on in Jura. So the story goes, it was back in the late 1800s, some anthropologists from Paris came down and collected this story that two giants, one from the Mont Blanc, Goliath, and one from Jura came down and they had a fight and they threw stones at each other, and this created the mountain. Now, for most scientists, they just say, oh, this is myth, this is based on religion, so on and so forth, except this is scientifically correct. These two giants did come down and they did create this mountain. What we have to do is what geologists later did, because of course the farmers saw that there were two different, geologically, there were two different stones on our hill. There was granite and there's limestone. What geologists a lot later came to do was to recognize the two giants. One was the Glacier de Rhône coming down, which was bringing down the limestone. And then the other one was the Glacier de Mont Blanc, which pushed the Glacier de Rhône to one side and dumped granite on top of the hill. These are narratives that immediately we just ignore and we dismiss, but they are just because they use different words doesn't mean they're not valuable. And we're now recognizing these different ways, even if we don't understand it, for indigenous people in local communities. That is what we have to go back to. Remember, of course, when Aristotle and Socrates and Plato were doing their science, they integrated a lot of Homer's work into the way they explained the world, because that was how local communities understand. They don't use scientific language. They use their language. It could be based on the Bible. It could be based on other traditions, and so on and so forth. And that, I think, is, if we want to do restoration, is what we have to change. And that's a major transformation in the way we as scientists, especially Western scientists, because ever since the Renaissance, we have gone to this very mathematical idea of science. That's a challenge for us.
Please feel free to respond to.
Okay, I just want to highlight that we have to be careful with this narrative, because I totally agree with the importance of taking into account the traditional knowledge, everything. Everyone agrees with that. But there's no different ways of science. Science is evidence-based, and the scientific knowledge can be tested, and you can change it if there's new evidence. It can't be just based on beliefs, otherwise it's religion. And we know where that can take us. So it's just to highlight, this is all very important what you're saying, but keep it scientific. That means the information can change based on evidence, and it's not religion. Okay.
Yes, if I can just add that And the same point, I think this is particularly important in the present days where science is losing part of the war, I would say. So it is very important to discriminate, and this is a question, a consultative question, to discriminate how we discriminate local knowledge that is, I would say, relevant for the purpose, and people who use the label of local knowledge to say everything and the worth of it. And my second question on the same thing is that on these issues, as you say, there is also very often this vision about urban people who are disconnected and rural people who are connected. I think you have quite a lot of examples of rural people that are totally disconnected from the place where they live in, and some urban people even with very naive views that are quite connected to the issues and constraints, etc. So are these categories always relevant? Are there other way of identifying connected rural people and connected urban ones, and disconnected rural people and disconnected urban ones?
One very shortly.
You can try.
Okay. Half a minute, please.
Well, okay, first of all, I completely agree. And I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about science that everyone from a baby does based on observation. What we need to do is, as I said, we shouldn't be doing it bottom up, because what you're talking is a bottom up approach or top down approach. We need to do what the First Nations in Canada call two-eyed seeing, or a horizontal approach, where we bring our knowledge together. We look at our knowledge, we look at the problem, and through all that pool of knowledge, we decide which parts of that knowledge are scientific, whether it's traditional science or Western science, and which of those knowledges can be used as a solution to the problem we have in that. But it's about exchanging, it's about sharing knowledge, and being neutral, not valuing that knowledge, but to be neutral and trying to understand, translate that knowledge into our own scientific, Western scientific language. But yes, we have to be very careful of option, and I completely agree. Today we have lots of fake news out there, and we're not talking about that. We're talking about people who have been observing their landscapes. And having worked for 20 or 15 odd years in Africa, some of the best ecologists I know are indigenous people, not me.
Thank you. This is a very interesting discussion. Now, would like to take further questions from the audience, online, or also from here. So, please, Laura.
Well, I'm afraid of asking something very particular after such a philosophic, wonderful discussion, but I will try. So I have two quick questions. The first for Jeremy. So you mentioned that it's a matter of the larger scale intervention. So I was wondering if you have been able to identify if it's like a minimum size, depending on the river typology, something like that, because we were also discussing yesterday in the dinner with some colleagues like Dirk, Henry, and Laura about the relevance of microhabitats sometimes. And I don't know if this is also something dependent on the size of the intervention or of the flow regime of the river. So this was the first question. The second was for Jean-Yves. You mentioned that it's kind of 10 years period, and after these 10 years, there is a change in the success. I was wondering if it's a change of biodiversity abundance, or if you can tell us something about it. Thank you.
Laura, please.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question. The basic answer is no. We have no clue about how large is enough. And to be fair, or to speak frankly, I don't think that this is a good way to state things, because once you say this is enough, this means that everything else you can just retrieve or destroy. So as in a philosophical way, I think it's not good. With our data sets, that's something we couldn't achieve. To do so, we need proper experimental designs where we test everything the same in the same context for different size. So even with our data sets, it shouldn't reachable. So, but the fact is that I said the larger the project, the better the results. The terminology is a little bit at stake too. By larger project, I mostly meant that project that targets processes and functions and not in-stream habitats, which are useful at some point and for some reasons too. But if you want to achieve some better functioning of the system, you need to target something else, and then you need to introduce the question of the floodplain or the major size of the rivers, and try something more ambitious than only putting boulders or stuff in the rivers. So that's the kind of matter that we dealt with.
Ready, please. Yeah, well, the approach was more on the vegetation, so that's about species richness, and there were also colleagues in economy who applied an adapted index of value of the habitats, and basically his conclusion is what Jeremy was also showing, that I mean during the habitat, the initial habitat was highly impacted by crop fields. And these 10 years were, as Jeremy showed, the boost of the restoration, and after things were just hanging in, I would say. Yeah.
Do you want to? No. Okay. Further questions from, please.
Yeah, I was thinking this is also a bit philosophical, perhaps. But I like when you presented this, the restoration that is targeted to one species. I was thinking whether it's make it easier when you have a kind of keystone species that attracts, when you aim to have a more multi-species approach or even ecosystem approach, which might be a bit more difficult to explain to stakeholders what we mean by that. But I know there has been a lot of debate in conservation biology that whether it should focus on one species, which can then, of course, benefit the rest of the taxonomic groups, or should we aim to have a multi-species approach? And nowadays we speak other than humans approach, other than human species, and this has been, especially in urban planning, become an attractive approach.
Okay. I see two hands raised, please.
Well,
short responses probably.
Yeah, well, the range, the stakeholders, when they decided to make some restoration, they used the European pond turtle as a flagship species, just I think first to raise money, but we also were focusing on amphibians. I mean, on native amphibians, and then came the non-native species as well. So the initial goal was the pond turtle, but we had these non-target species that are the native and non-native species. And I think for the perception point of view, that really depends on which species you actually want to put in front. And I guess with some large predators, might be sometimes more tricky to have the consent of the people, of the local people.
Yeah, it's a topic that interests me a lot, because I see that when it comes to restoration, it's always about, I mean, flagships work. I mean, to attract attention. Okay, we know ecosystem engineers, etc., have a large impact, but I think we have to move more towards creating ecological integrity of your ecosystem, and then at bottom of the food web, I think, is usually forgotten. And I think that is what we try to do, at least in these aquatic ecosystems. We need things that produce a lot of biomass fast, that can support higher trophic levels, things that might be overlooked but could be extremely essential. And that could be things like microcrustaceans or worms, or things that nobody cares about, but that can actually are the foundations of all the rest that you can build on. And in wetlands and in ponds in particular, I see a lot of examples. And one of the major things is that in pond restoration is we always focus on amphibians, which to a large extent is the cherry on the cake. but we forget what is feeding the cherry.
Excellent. Then there is a question in the back, please.
Hello, my question is for Frank from the Ponds project. But I have two questions. The first one is a more ecological one. You said that the fairy shrimp, they displace the mosquito larvae.
The fairy shrimp don't.
Okay, okay.
It's the tadpole shrimp. Okay. What is interesting about it is that it's affecting mosquitoes, but just being there chemically. So the mosquitoes, many mosquitoes don't lay eggs if the thing is there, which is quite spectacular. We thought that the fairy shrimp could also do something to mosquito larvae, but it's like the competitive interactions are too weak, so that didn't work.
Okay.
So the fairy shrimp are just important because they are extremely nutritious, and they grow so fast, and they produce much more usable biomass for birds compared to things like Daphnia, which is small and difficult to handle. So it's more about that.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is about the creation of new ponds. I guess you need the seeds, no? So the question is, have you tried to, in these new ponds, to put all sediment from old ponds or some different places, and what is the success in these tests?
Yes, it's a bit, well, transplanting sediment is always has risks. Esther mentioned it as well. Like if you transplant sediment, you're transplanting everything. Pathogens, invasive species, all of that. So I think if you want to, we're trying to get permission to start with these reintroductions, and they actually prefer that it's a bit more standardized, that you have ex situ breeding first, so that what you inoculate is actually only those species. So I'm always a bit worried, knowing how many aquatic invasive plants there are, if people would too eagerly spread sediment in different places. But yeah, we want to try to do it, but we lacked the regulation for many years. But now, at least in Flanders, we know which form to fill, and we're going to try.
Thank you. Another very burning question from the audience or from the online participants? If not the case, save your questions probably for later. We just start or continue or go over to 2 or 3 very important questions for each of you, for each of the speakers today. So can you please share with us the 3 most important key conditions that are needed or will be needed to replicate or enhance the project approach at a larger scale? So what would be needed? The 3 most important things. And please shortly explain that. 1 minute per speaker, please. We can start anyway, if you're prepared, please.
I won't have 3 because I think that's in the some kind of statistical analysis that we derived. Finally, the most important thing is the availability of data. And so that is linked to the monitoring schemes that I thought about, that we need more long-term monitoring design schemes harmonized. And we would also benefit from European scale databases that we could use to assess the different controlling factors, environmental factors. We were able to assess some and to consider some, but there are so many options and so many different practices all across Europe that just harmonizing and computing all the data was just a huge amount of work, and it would be easier to have something harmonized.
Excellent, thank you. Kati, would you like to?
As I mentioned, the hardest task was really to understand between partners what we mean by aquatic nature-based solutions, and we had a certain frame to identify and map these, and they are totally different from different climatic region and local context. So I would bring urban planners earlier phase to there also map with researchers what we actually mean by these aquatic nature-based solutions. And I also would strengthen the role of social scientists as I think we had a great team, but perhaps missing really the social science aspects there, which brought some difficulties to run through, for example, the good qualitative research on interviews. Yeah, I think that's what I found. You said 3? 2?
You have 3 choices. Okay, sure. Please, Jean-Yves or anybody?
Yeah, well, that was one of my conclusions, and that echoes Jeremy. That's a difficulty of having access to real data and feedback from experience based on restoration and reintroduction, especially on these species. And I think there are some confidential aspects in reintroducing because it's a long process, and I'm not sure people are keen, showing that, well, so far they can't say it works. Second one is finding suitable areas where restoration can actually happen. And at least in northern of France, that wasn't easy. And the third one, that having having land managers who are really happy to be committed in that and who are reactive enough to take decision when something bad is happening. And we were facing this case with this calico crayfish. And as soon we saw them, that was already too late, I would say. And they didn't do much effort. I mean, the effort just arrived 5 years after we identified the species. That was just too late, too slow decision.
What's the continue? Up to 3, Bram, and then we continue.
Unless you want.
3 most important conditions to replicate and scale up your project.
It feels like an oral exam. And you don't have to give one answer, but there have to be 3 good ones immediately. So I'll focus on the thing that to me seems to be a priority. Like there's a lot of restoration projects happening, but where these happen is not decided centrally. So it's very opportunistically. It's based on where money is available, where habitat needs to be compensated. But I care about migratory birds that use wetlands, for instance, and where a wetland is located might be really crucial. Where is it in a flyway, for instance? So this connectivity aspect and how we can do systematic conservation planning while taking into account ecological requirements of species, I think that is important. And that also applies, I mean, the second thing related to that would be a landscape scale perspective, because when ponds exist in a landscape, we talk about pondscapes. So I think if we work towards the future, I read a lot of papers about what has to happen with ponds, but I would like to go towards compatible land use systems, compatible cultural, socio-cultural, economical systems that can coexist with ecosystem services and biodiversity, with ponds and everything else in the landscape. So think about extensive pastoralism in certain Mediterranean areas, which can be highly compatible with both pond biodiversity and terrestrial plant biodiversity, things like that. Repurposing industrial landscapes like old mining sites, etc., etc. So the future of landscapes and pondscapes, having some good recipes for that go beyond individual habitats.
Thank you. Very clear points.
Yes. In fact, I will build up on the last proposals concerning Transloc. I think one of the main issues was the data availability over these hundreds of translocation programs that occurred in Europe. And there was also some lack of common language and common standardization of framework, conceptual framework to document what was done and what occurred in this program. So now we largely contributed to enhance, I think, the context. And our main dream would be that policymakers, local stakeholders that decide to fund projects or to authorize conservation translocations would make some kind of strongly encourage, if not mandatory, to document the minimal information that we propose to a priori plan this program, set up a priori target, which is not already generally done, and compare by the end this target with the efficiency, with the outcomes of these programs, just to estimate their efficiency. I think it would be extremely useful to document failures as well as we document success. We strongly contribute to that in our database because we allow that and encourage that. So by the end, whenever what I often say is whenever a practitioner of conservation translocation would shout at us because this program is not in the database, I think we will be very, very happy.
I'm going to be a bit philosophical again, sorry. And I'm also going to quote someone who is probably not anyone's best friend here, but Donald Rumsfeld. During the Iraq War, he came up with a theory called the known knowns. And we are here, if you're to upscale and standardize things, it means that you know your system. There's three other components to that. You have your known unknowns, where there's something you don't know, but you know that you don't. You have your unknown knowns, and of course your unknown unknowns. And when you have that one, you can't standardize, you can't upscale. And so this then becomes reliant on what is now called the SINFIN system, which is used much in the IT industry, of understanding where you are in that framework from known knowns to unknown knowns. And only in the known knowns or the business as usual can you upscale, which once again makes sure that you have to triangulate your ideas and see if your theory, your biological theory or your ecological theory meets what is happening on the ground. And that might mean having to look at your history books, look at your geographical books, and even your oral history books, and so on and so forth.
And context into account. Esther, probably your experience?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So I think it's important to do restoration at the scale that is relevant for, we have a problem in the world. We want to make the world a better place, and it's not going to work if everyone's just running small projects that need endless effort from researchers or NGOs to do, which will always be a small scale. So it needs to be a systemic initiative that is empowered by the people. It's going to be a solution for everyone. It needs, the attitude needs to be changed for it to be successful, because we don't have enough researchers and NGOs and whoever is going to solve the problems created by the other ones. It's going to be from the entire population. So we need to find solutions. I can give an example with our restoration of corals. Okay, the fishermen save the corals that they do by catch, and then we have to keep them alive, keep them in tanks, feed them, and go and replant them. This is not sustainable at the scale of destruction. They destroy thousands. The solution is to, let's find a way that the fishermen, when they destroy them, they'll destroy fewer, and when they destroy them, they'll plant them. Let's find a solution so they can actually put them on the bottom, and solutions that don't depend on researchers, that everyone can apply. So this is what we're trying to do. Is like, we're seeing this is interesting from the scientific point of view to test, but we need solutions that the people that are actually involved, the stakeholders, that they will be able to apply them. So that's what we're looking. Seagrass restoration, the same thing. And so no dead ends where there's no sustainability, and it's always dependent on researchers and so on. You need to find, you can introduce things that have gone extinct, but then they need to be self-reproductive and continue recovering by themselves. And the other thing is that the damage, the reasons that cause the destruction have to be removed. There's no point, so you have to see, again, this implies also transparency of the objectives, transparency of the results, and complete monitoring. And you have to understand, if something is destroyed, what was the perturbation that caused the destruction, and can we do restoration without dealing with the perturbation? Because if the causes that cause the destruction have not been changed, this is written in all kinds of policies and norms, and European Union is lacking in regulations for common sense in restoration, which is the only thing that I am aware of. Close to this is in the life proposals, there is this do no harm principles and things like that. But there's a lot of principles that have been written in regulations by all kinds of organizations. The European Union needs to enforce these as well and adopt them. There's a lot of efforts that I see which are more greenwashing than real things. You see people very well-intentioned people that are misinformed and are putting their money and their effort into things that we know it's not going to do any good for the planet. So we need to pay attention to this and follow keep the information available and help to organize the people who will do the things, but they need to be not misinformed. There's a lot of restoration projects that will not work because the causes of destruction have not been tackled. And for example, in the case of marine ecosystems, marine forests, which was my example, marine protected areas can deal with fishing efforts, but they are not going to solve the problem that destroys most marine forests, which is terrestrial management. Marine protected areas are not going to do terrestrial management. A lot of the causes of the destruction of the coastline forests has to do with the terrestrial management, has to do with the destruction of natural vegetation cover, with the pesticides, with all the things that come through the coastlines and the rivers and that fall on the coastline. And the marine protected areas will stop fishing, but will not stop all the sediment and all the pollution and everything that comes from the land. So if you want to protect marine forests, you need to do management on the terrestrial ecosystems. And very few people understand this because this connectivity and all this. So we need all this sort of scientific approach to keep things informed, and then we need the solutions to be taken by the whole community, because the scale, we don't have another planet to transplant new things back into our planet and full of researchers to do all the work. It has to be done by everybody.
Kris, we need a microphone, please. We have something like 9 minutes to conclude this third and last session, and I have 2 more questions for you.
I will be very short. So a reality check. By 2030, we need to restore 30% of the habitat in Europe. That's what the nature restoration law makes us do. So, and most of you, I heard you saying we lack data, we don't know this and that. So this is not very helpful. And I'm surprised that the #1 priority for upscaling is not strong policy, meaning also law enforcement. So you're not obliged to cut terrestrial forest without a proper procedure that detects the impact on your coastal forests. So this is just simple law enforcement for conservation and for restoration. I think it's a strong policy we need, and the scientific community needs to back that up as much as possible. And we don't know everything, and we have to accept that we will never know everything. But we can. There's no time to waste. So that's my appeal to all of you.
Thank you, Kris. This is a very valuable addition. I was actually hoping to hear something about money.
I just would like to make a very quick comment, and it's related to the restoration law that is being enforced by the Brussels. And I would like to raise my concern to the audience that Brussels also wants to suppress the LIFE program, which, from my opinion, is the best world's restoration scheme launched by the same European community. So it's something that doesn't make sense. And I think this is something we should express our opinion to the Brussels, if we can do that from this workshop.
Okay.
I know, but the suggestion, it seems, is extremely strong.
It's obvious that all environmental regulations and funding schemes are under attack at the moment, right? So we better probably prepare some well-thought and arguments, opinion of that. Okay, now 8 minutes, 5 minutes. Let's take just one question. Again, I would like to have a very short to the table by all of you, short answers. So what types of partnerships or institutional support will be very important to replicate, upscale conservation and restoration activities? Very short, please. What is needed?
In our case, implementing new nature-based solutions in cities, it's obvious that it's a city authorities, but also private business, those who are in charge of planning and developing. And this is also the key topic in nature restoration regulation, how to increase the greening and canopy covers. So the city authorities are key, and actually they are very optimistic nowadays in Finland when the government is doing the bad work, but the cities are supporting. So I think they are the key. Sorry. At least the city authorities, not necessarily all.
Who wants to continue? The most important institutional support, the most important types of partnerships to upscale conservation and restoration activities?
Well, in our case, in France, there are some plans national d'action, so that's national action plans. I guess that also exists in other countries, and would be nice if at least at the cross-bordering areas, there are some consistent goals and funding support and whatever for having a broader consistency in the target and the way to do it.
Geographical regions, like we had in Natura 2000?
That we could.
Cross-border?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Who wants to continue? Yes, please, Francois.
Well, once again, in order to document and show up what happened and what is happening and what will happen in this conservation translocation at the European level, I think that national agencies and EU, simply EU Commission and EU documentation, will be a very powerful target, I think, to aggregate this information and show what has been funded, how it restored some element of biodiversity at least, and to help discussing the ultimate aims of that and with, of course, stakeholders, but also local citizens. I think it's very important in the discussion that we had in different roundtables. I think, of course, decision makers, groups of lobbies, etc., are key people, but we don't talk so much about citizens and what citizens think. When we talk about the present ambience about the EU regulations, etc., what do general public think about that? Of course, they vote, and of course, the recent results that we have in all our countries show that it's a tricky question. But to my view, it seems that there's some kind of discrepancy between what people say when they are just discussing about environment and what the decision when they put a bulletin in a poll. So once again, documenting the return of these restoration actions and from my level, the conservation translocation issue at national and EU level, officially, I would say, would be extremely useful to my view.
2 minutes remaining. Esther, Olivier, and Jeremy, and Bram.
So,
very short.
The European Union needs restoration regulations that work for the people, so that people want to enforce them, but the local, and so there are very good regulations written by the Society for Ecological Restoration, etc., but not applied to the European Union. So the European Union needs to decide what they want to apply, and then the most important thing that's needed is enforcement by authorities, and second, that people are involved in seeing the benefits and in made and become interested in applying them themselves. So that is not just the policeman behind each European person, but that locally the communities will actually want to the European restoration regulations that will be created. They will take care of it and help the authorities, because there's a lot of policy that's not enforced, and the enforcement is the big thing.
Thank you. Olivier, Bram, and Jeremy? your concluding suggestions? Just one priority?
I think the biggest issue for this is recognizing what local communities are doing. For instance, in Finland, one of the biggest restorers in Finland is Snow Change, and they're not recognized. Well, they're starting to be recognized, but they're not recognized. And in fact, local communities, collective governance who are restoring, they're having to fight the EU, they're having to fight the state to do their restoration. And when they do their restoration, they're not included, or even worse, they thought, that's not real restoration when they're doing it. And this goes back to a question earlier on, one of the things about left and right. You know, yes, we have this polarization between political right and political left. If we start recognizing local communities and especially collective governance and what they are doing for restoration, such as in Finland, but also in Italy and Spain and so on and so forth, maybe we can start bridging that left-right divide. And I think that's quite important, very important.
Excellent point. Thank you. Bram?
I would say for ponds, the opportunities that are easy, low-hanging fruits is work with companies, work with city councils, work with private landowners, and you'll get more ponds. They can easily be convinced that it's within our control, but those things will be created in places far away from important species and will not strengthen our protected area network of nature. So if we want to go there, then the only entity that can that can break this is the government, to make sure that agricultural land is no longer sacred and can be redeveloped, which in Flanders is almost impossible.
Thank
no
you.
Political will.
Excellent, thank you. Jeremy, final short
right.
suggestion?
My thought is that finally, even especially for rivers, main problem might be coming back to the land property and access to where we could do something. And finally, most of the projects are just opportunistic, as we saw, and that's not the right way. And furthermore, I totally agree with Kris that we have no time to wait for more data. The question is not will we reach the endpoint in 10 or 11 days, but we will reach it. So we have to do something and then adapt. We have to make people understand that even if it costs the benefits, even if we are not able to calculate the precise value, they will have benefits, and we have to do something. And I think that's in that aspect, having the correct narratives and find the ways to interfere with the other policies, especially the agricultural one, in order to make not the interest converge, but at least make the ecological interests being respected in the discussion is something that is really important. And okay, we are scientists, we have to rely on fact, but our opinions are grounded on something, and we have to find ways to share them. So
thank you so much. Big applause, please, for our panelists. Thank you. And now it's finally time to give over to Rainer back for the concluding words. And thank you so much for being with me.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Metodi, for moderating this session. And thank you to all the panelists and speakers here for presenting the projects and outcomes. So I think we learned a lot about the different projects, about different approaches you were applying, if it is creating new ponds, if it's about planting corals in the sea, or if it's about translocating plants for restoration aspects. Scientific knowledge is needed, of course, to close the gaps on how we create sustainable solutions for restoration. On the other hand side, yes, we've learned a lot or heard a lot about to communicate these solutions to the people, to the policy, to different stakeholders in the field. So it's important actually to create strong communities, for example, with the municipalities we've learned as key stakeholders, but also to find common solutions together with policy and different stakeholders in the field. Yes, I think we have learned a lot how to communicate these findings from science into the relevant fields of policy. So it's important to to use this, and we have created this BiodivRestore Knowledge Hub, which is one possibility to communicate about the outcomes with different products the hub will produce or is producing at the moment, from issue papers to policy briefs and other products. And for this, we'll have in the afternoon our clustering workshops on policy briefs for all the participants here which are on site in our conference here. But for all the online participants, it's now the place to close this final conference here, because this workshop will only be open for the on-site participants. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of you, all the participants here, to all the funders, of course, for their tremendous aspects, for all the moderators, our hosts here at the University of Malaga, and of course also yes, our great operational team preparing all these sessions and background support here. I'd like to highlight especially our IT team, who was supporting so much all the presentations we've seen here. And I also like to invite you to come here to the stage in a few seconds for a group photo, of course, and this will also be done by our IT team. So I think we can arrange ourselves here directly in front of the stage to do this. Before I will do this, I think there should be some final slide here. Is it online? The slide? It's not available? No? Okay, so I will inform only verbally. Of course, all of you know the IPBES and their call for experts to contribute to the IPBES assessments. This is especially one thing we're also focusing very much in our Biodiversa Plus work. And yes. And there's the current call to support the upcoming assessment or ongoing assessment on monitoring and supporting nature-based solutions. Yeah, this is the slide. So we like to highlight on this call for looking for external reviewers and experts to support this methodological assessment on monitoring biodiversity and nature-based and nature's contributions to people. We also like to highlight that Biodiversa Plus will organize a webinar on this to support experts interested in participating in this and to guide you, present you the assessment, but also to guide you on the review process if you are interested to be involved here, how to sign up, how to get a best chance to get comments taken on board, etc. So stay tuned for this if you are interested. And yeah, it's one possibility, of course, to communicate your expertise and experiences to, of course, the science policy arena. Okay, so I'd like to conclude with this here and invite you to come to the stage now for the group photo, and afterwards we'll have lunch again on the terrace and restart at 2 o'clock with our workshop on the policy briefs. Thank you.
Thank you.
J'attends une stratégie pour se cacher. Si. Mais en fait, là, il y a